Section 1 of Life and Gabriella, The Story of a Woman's Courage, by Ellen Glasgow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life and Gabriella, The Story of a Woman's Courage, by Ellen Glasgow. Book 1, The Age of Faith. Chapter 1, Presents a Shameless Heroine. Part 1. After a day of rain, the sun came out suddenly at 5 o'clock and threw a golden bar into the deep Victorian gloom of the front parlor. On the windowsill, midway between the white curtains, a pot of blue hyacinth stood in a cracked china plate, and as the sunlight shone into the room, the scent of the blossoms floated to the corner where Gabriella was patiently pulling basting threads out of the hem of a skirt. For a minute, her capable hands stopped at their work, and, raising her smooth dark head, she looked compassionately at her sister Jane, who was sitting, like a frozen image of martyrdom, in the middle of the long horsehair sofa. 3 times within the last 12 months, Jane had fled from her husband's roof to the protection of her widowed mother, a weak person of excellent ancestry, who could hardly have protected a sparrow had one taken refuge beneath her skirt. Twice before, Mrs. Carr had wept over her daughter's woes and returned her, a sullen saint, to the arms of the discreetly repentant Charlie. But today, while the 4 older children were bribed to good behavior with bread and damson preserves in the pantry, and the baby was contentedly playing with his rubber ring in his mother's arms, Gabriella had passionately declared that Jane must never, never go back. Nothing so dreadful as this had ever happened before, for the repentant Charlie had been discovered making love to his wife's dressmaker, a pretty French girl whom Jane had engaged for her spring sewing because she had more style than had fallen to the austerely virtuous lot of the Carr's regular seamstress, Miss Polly Hatch. "I might have known she was too pretty to be good," moaned Jane, while Mrs. Carr, in her willow rocking chair by the window, wiped her reddened eyelids on the strip of cambric ruffling she was hemming. Unmoved among them, the baby beat methodically on his mother's breast with his rubber ring, as indifferent to her sobs as to the intermittent tearful coos of his grandmother. He had a smooth bald head, fringed like the head of a very old man, with pale silken hair that was almost white in the sunshine, and his eyes, as expressionless as marbles, stared over the pot of hyacinths at a sparrow perched against the deep blue sky on the red brick wall of the opposite house. From beneath his starched little skirt, his feet, in pink crocheted shoes, protruded with a forlorn and helpless air, as if they hardly belonged to him. "Oh, my poor child, what are we going to do?" asked Mrs. Carr in a resigned voice as she returned to her hemming. "There's nothing to do, Mother," answered Jane, without lifting her eyes from the baby's head, without moving an inch out of the position she had dropped into when she entered the room. Then, after a sobbing pause, she defined in a classic formula her whole philosophy of life. "It wasn't my fault," she said. "But one can always do something, if it's only to scream," rejoined Gabriella with spirit. "I wouldn't scream," replied Jane, while the pale cast of resolution hardened her small flat features. Not if he killed me. My one comfort," she added pathetically, "is that only you and Mother know how he treats me." Her pretty vacant face, with its faded bloom, resembled a pastel portrait in which the artist had forgotten to paint an expression. Poor Jane Gracie, as she was generally called, had wasted the last 10 years in a futile effort to hide the fact of an unfortunate marriage beneath an excessively cheerful manner. She talked continually because talking seemed to her the most successful way of keeping up an appearance. Though everybody who knew her knew also that Charlie Gracie neglected her shamefully, she spent 12 hours of the 24 pretending that she was perfectly happy. At 19, she had been a belle and beauty of the willowy sort, but at 30, she had relapsed into one of the women whom men admire in theory and despise in reality. She had started with a natural tendency to clinging sweetness. As the years went on, the sweetness, instead of growing fainter, had become almost cloying, while the clinging had hysterically tightened into a clutch. Charlie Gracie, who had married her under the mistaken impression that her type was restful for a reforming rake, not realizing that there is nothing so mentally disturbing as a fool, had been changed by marriage from a gay bird of the barnyard into a veritable hawk of the air. His behavior was the scandal of the town, yet the greater his sins, the intenser grew Jane's sweetness, the more twining her hold. "Nobody will ever think of blaming you, darling," said Mrs. Carr consolingly. "You have behaved beautifully from the beginning. We all know what a perfect wife you have been." "I've tried to do my duty even if Charlie failed in his," replied the perfect wife, unfastening the hooks of her small heliotrope wrap trimmed with tarnished silver passementerie. Above her short flaxen bang, she wore a crumpled purple hat ornamented with bunches of velvet pansies, and though it was 2 years old and out of fashion at a period when fashions change less rapidly, it lent an air of indecent festivity to her tearful face. Her youth was already gone, for her beauty had been of the fragile kind that breaks early, and her wan, aristocratic features had settled into the downward droop which comes to the faces of people who habitually expect the worst. "I know, Jane, I know," murmured Mrs. Carr, dropping her thimble as she nervously tried to hasten her sewing. "But don't you think it would be a comfort, dear, to have the advice of a man about Charlie? Won't you let me send Marthy for your cousin Jimmy Wren?" "Oh, Mother, I couldn't. It would kill me to have everybody know I'm unhappy," wailed Jane, breaking down. "But everybody knows anyway, Jane," said Gabriella, sticking the point of her scissors into a strip of buckram, for she was stiffening the bottom of the skirt after the fashion of the middle 90s. "Of course I'm foolishly sensitive," returned Jane, while she lifted the baby from her lap and placed him in a pile of cushions by the deep arm of the sofa, where he sat imperturbably gazing at the blue sky and the red wall from which the sparrow had flown. "You can never understand my feelings because you are so different." "Gabriella is not married," observed Mrs. Carr with sentimental finality. "But I'm sure, Jane, I'm just as sure as I can be of anything that it wouldn't do a bit of harm to speak to Cousin Jimmy Wren. Men know so much more than women about such matters." In her effort to recover her thimble, she dropped her spool of thread, which rolled under the sofa on which Jane was sitting, and while she waited for Gabriella to find it, she gazed pensively into the almost deserted street where the slender shadows of poplar trees slanted over the wet cobblestones. Though Mrs. Carr worked every instant of her time, except the few hours when she lay in bed trying to sleep, and the few minutes when she sat at the table trying to eat, nothing that she began was ever finished until Gabriella took it out of her hands. She did her best, for she was as conscientious in her way as poor Jane, yet, through some tragic perversity of fate, her best seemed always to fall short of the simplest requirements of life. Her face, like Jane's, was long and thin, with a pathetic droop at the corners of the mouth, a small bony nose, always slightly reddened at the tip, and faded blue eyes beneath an even row of little flat round curls, which looked as if they were plastered on her forehead. 33 years before, in the romantic and fiery 60s, she had married dashing young Gabriel Carr, for no better reason apparently than that she was falling vaguely in love with love, and the marriage, which had been one of reckless passion on his side, had been for her scarcely more than the dreamer's hesitating compromise with reality. Passion, which she had been taught to regard as an unholy attribute implanted by the Creator, with inscrutable wisdom in the nature of man, and left out of the nature of women, had never troubled her gentle and affectionate soul, and not until the sudden death of her husband did she begin even remotely to fall in love with the man. But when he was once safely dead, She worshipped his memory with an ardor which would have seemed to her indelicate had he been still alive. For 16 years she had worn a crepe veil on her bonnet, and she still went occasionally after the morning service was over on Sunday to place fresh flowers on his grave. Now that his earthly nature, against which she had struggled so earnestly while he was living, was no longer in need of the pious exorcisms with which she had treated its frequent manifestations, she remembered only the dark beauty of his face, his robust and vigorous youth, the tenderness and gallantry of his passion. For her daughters she had drawn an imaginary portrait of him which combined the pagan beauty of Antinous with the militant purity of St. Paul, and this romantic blending of the heathen and the Presbyterian virtues had passed through her young imagination into the awakening soul of Gabriella. By the town at large, Mrs. Carr's sorrow was alluded to as a beautiful grief. Yet so deeply rooted in her being was the instinct to twine, that for the first few years of her bereavement she had simply sat in her widow's weeds, with her rent paid by Cousin Jimmy Wren, and her market bills settled monthly by Uncle Beverly Blair, and waited patiently for some man to come and support her. When no man came, and Uncle Beverly died of a stroke of apoplexy with his will unsigned, she had turned, with the wasted energy of the unfit and the incompetent, to solve the inexplicable problem of indigent ladyhood. And it was at this crucial instant that Becky Bolingbroke had put her awful question. "Have you made up your mind, Fanny, what you are going to do?" That was 12 years ago. But deep down in some secret cave of Fanny's being, the ghastly echo of the words still reverberated through the emptiness and the silence. "Don't you think, darling," she pleaded now, as she had pleaded to Becky on that other dreadful occasion, "that we had better send immediately for Cousin Jimmy Wren?" I can't think," gasped Jane. "But you may if you want to, Mother." "Send, Gabriella," said Mrs. Carr quickly, and she added tenderly, while Gabriella dropped her work and ran to the outside kitchen for Marthy, the colored drudge, "You will feel so much better, Jane, after you have had his advice." Then, at the sight of Jane's stricken face, which had turned blue as if from a sudden chill, she hurriedly opened the drawer of her sewing machine, and taking out a bottle of camphor she kept there, began tremulously rubbing her daughter's forehead. As she did so, she remembered with the startling irrelevance of the intellectually untrained the way Jane had looked in her veil and orange blossoms on the day of her wedding. "I wonder what on earth we have done to deserve our troubles," she found herself thinking while she put the stopper back into the bottle and returned to her sewing. "Marthy is gone, Mother," said Gabriella, with her cheerful air as she came back into the room, "and I shut the children in the laundry with Dolly, who is doing the washing." "I hope they won't make themselves sick with preserves," remarked Jane, with the first dart of energy she had shown. "Perhaps I'd better go and see. If Fanny eats too much, we'll be up all night with her." "I told Dolly not to let them stuff," answered Gabriella, as she sat down by the window and threaded her needle. She was a tall, dark girl, slender and straight as a young poplar, with a face that was frank and pleasant rather than pretty, and sparkling brown eyes which turned golden and grew bright as swords when she was angry. Seen by the strong light of the window, her face showed sallow in tone, with a certain nobility about the bony structure beneath the soft girlish flesh, and a look of almost stern decision in the square chin and in the full rich curve of the mouth. Her hair, which was too fine and soft to show its thickness, drooped from its parting at the side in a dark wing over her forehead, where it shadowed her arched black eyebrows and the clear sweet gravity of her eyes. As she bent over her sewing, the thin pure lines of her body had a look of arrested energy, of relaxed but exuberant vitality. "You won't go to the dance tonight, will you, Gabriella?" inquired Mrs. Carr nervously. "No, I'm not going," answered the girl regretfully, for she loved dancing, and her white organdy dress, trimmed with quillings of blue ribbon, lay upstairs on the bed. "I'll never dance again if only Jane won't go back to Charlie. I'll work my fingers to the bone to help her take care of the children." "I'll never, never go back," chanted Jane with feverish passion. "But I thought Arthur Peyton was coming for you," said Mrs. Carr. "He will be so disappointed." "Oh, he'll understand. He'll have to," replied Gabriella carelessly. The sunshine faded slowly from the hyacinths on the windowsill, and drawing her crocheted cape of purple wool closer about her, Mrs. Carr moved a little nearer the fireplace. Outside, the March wind was blowing with a melancholy sound up the long, straight street, and rocking the glassy boughs of an old magnolia tree in the yard. From the shining leaves of the tree, a few drops of water fell on the brick pavement, where several joyous sparrows were drinking, and farther off, as bright as silver in the clear wind, a solitary church spire rose above the huddled roofs of the town. When the wind lulled, as it did now and then, a warm breath seemed to stir in the sunshine, which grew suddenly brighter, while a promise of spring floated like a faint provocative scent on the air. And this scent, so vague, so roving, that it was like the ghostly perfume of flowers, stole at last into the memory, and made the old dream of youth and the young grow restless at the call of life, which sang to the music of flutes in the brain. But the wind, rising afresh, drove the spirit of spring from the street, and swept the broken leaves of the magnolia tree over the drenched grass to the green-painted iron urns on either side of the steps. The house, a small brick dwelling, set midway of an expressionless row and wearing on its front a look of desiccated gentility, stood in one of those forgotten streets where needy gentlewomen do light housekeeping in an obscure hinterland of respectability. Hill Street, which had once known fashion, and that only yesterday, as old ladies count, had sunk at last into a humble state of decay. Here and there the edges of porches had crumbled. Grass was beginning to sprout by the curbstone, and the once comfortable homes had opened their doors to boarders, or let their large, high-ceilinged rooms to the impoverished relics of Confederate soldiers. Only a few blocks away, the stream of modern progress, sweeping along Broad Street, was rapidly changing the old Southern city into one of those bustling centers of activity which the press of the community agreed to describe as a metropolis. But this river of industrialism was spanned by no social bridge connecting Hill Street and its wistful relics with the statelier dignities and the more ephemeral gaieties of the opposite side. To be really in society, one must cross over, either for good and all, or in the dilapidated hack which carried Gabriella to the parties of her schoolmates in West Franklin Street. For in the middle 90s, before social life in Richmond had become both complicated and expensive, it was still possible for a girl in Gabriella's position, provided, of course, she came of a good family, to sew all day over the plain sewing of her relatives, and in the evening to reign as the acknowledged belle of a ball. Society, it is true, did not reach any longer, except in the historic sense, to Hill Street. But the inhabitants of Hill Street, if they were young and energetic, not infrequently made triumphant excursions into society. Though Gabriella was poor and sewed for her living, she had been, from the moment she left school, one of the most popular girls in town. To be sure, she was neither so pretty as Florrie Spencer, nor so clever as Julia Caperton. But in the words of Julia's brother Algernon, she was the sort you could count on. Even in her childhood it had become the habit of those about her to count on Gabriella. Without Gabriella, her mother was fond of saying, it would have been impossible to keep a roof over their heads. 12 years before, when they had moved into the house in Hill Street, Mrs. Carr had accepted from Jimmy Wren the rent of the first floor and the outside kitchen, which was connected with the back porch by a winding brick walk overgrown with wild violets, while the upper story was let to 2 elderly spinsters, bearing the lordly though fallen name of Peterborough. These spinsters, like Mrs. Carr, spent their lives in a beautiful and futile pretense, the pretense of keeping up an appearance. They also took in the plain sewing of their richer relatives who lived in Franklin Street, and sent them little trays of sweet things as soon as the midday dinner was over on Sunday. Sometimes they would drop in to see Mrs. Carr just before supper was ready, and then they would pretend that they lived on tea and toast because they were naturally light eaters, and that they sewed all day, not for the money, but because they liked to have something to do with their hands. They were tall, thin women in organdy caps and black alpaca dresses made with long basques which showed a greenish cast in the daylight. The walls of their rooms were covered with family portraits of the colonial period, and Mrs. Carr, who had parted with most of her treasures, often wondered how they had preserved so many proofs of a distinguished descent. Even her silver was gone. First the quaint old service with the Bolton crest, which had belonged to her mother, then, one by one, the forks and spoons, and last of all, Gabriella's silver mug, which was carried, wrapped in a shawl, to the shop of old Mr. Camberwell. She was a woman who loved inanimate things with the passion which other women give only to children, and 1,000 delicate fibers of sentiment knit her soul to the portraits on the wall, to the furniture with which she lived, to the silver and glass that had once belonged to her mother. When one after one these things went from her, she felt as if the very roots of her being were torn up from the warm familiar earth in which they had grown. "There's nothing left in the parlor that I shouldn't be ashamed to have your grandmother look at," she had once confessed to her daughters. Seen by the light of history, this parlor, in which so much of Gabriella's childhood was spent, was not without interest as an archaic survival of the fundamental errors of the mid-Victorian mind. The walls were covered with bottle-green paper on which endless processions of dwarfed blue peacocks marched relentlessly toward an embossed border, the result of an artistic frenzy of the early 80s. Neither Mrs. Carr nor Jimmy Wren, who paid the rent, had chosen this paper, but having been left on the dealer's hands, it had come under the eye of the landlord, who, since he did not have to live with it, had secured it at a bargain. Too unused to remonstrance to make it effective, Mrs. Carr had suffered the offending decoration in meekness, while Jimmy, having a taste for embossment, honestly regarded the peacocks as handsome. From the center of the ceiling a massive gilt chandelier, elaborately festooned with damaged garlands, shed, when it was lighted, a dim and troubled gloom down on the threadbare Axminster carpet. Above the white marble mantelpiece, the old French mirror, one of the few good things left over from a public sale of Mrs. Carr's possessions, reflected a pair of bronze candelabra with crystal pendants, and a mahogany clock, which had kept excellent time for half a century, and then had stopped suddenly one day while Marthy was cleaning. In the corner between the door and the window there was a rosewood bookcase, with the bare shelves hidden behind plaited magenta silk, and directly above it hung an engraving of a group of amiable children feeding fish in a pond. Across the room, over the walnut whatnot, a companion picture represented the same group of children scattering crumbs before a polite brood of chickens in a barnyard. Between the windows, a third engraving immortalized the burial of Latenay in the presence of several sad and resigned ladies in crinolines, while the sofa on which Jane sat was presided over by a Sully portrait of the beautiful Angelica Carr, wearing a white scarf on her head and holding a single rose in her hand. This portrait and a St. Mamine drawing of Mrs. Carr's grandfather, the Reverend Bartholomew Berkeley, as a young man in a high stock, were the solitary existing relics of that consecrated past when Fanny Berkeley was not brought up to do anything. To Mrs. Carr, whose mind was so constituted that any change in her surroundings produced a sensation of shock, the room was hallowed by the simple fact that she had lived in it for a number of years. That an object or a custom had existed in the past appeared to her to be an incontestable reason why it should continue to exist in the present. It was distressing to her to be obliged to move a picture or to alter the position of a piece of furniture, and she had worn one shape of bonnet and one style of hairdressing, slightly modified to suit the changing fashions, for almost 20 years. Her long, pale face, her pensive blue eyes, and her look of anxious sweetness, made a touching picture of feminine incompetence. And yet it was from this pallid warmth, this gentle inefficiency of soul, that the buoyant spirit of Gabriella had sprung. End of Section 1. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 2 of Life and Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1 presents a Shameless Heroine. Part 2. For Gabriella was the incarnation of energy. From the moment of her birth, when, in the words of her Negro mammy, she had looked as pert as life, she had begun her battle against the enveloping twin powers of decay and inertia. To the intense secret mortification of her mother, who had prayed for a second wax-like infant after the fashion of poor Jane, she had been a notoriously ugly baby, almost as ugly as her Aunt Becky Bolingbroke, who had never married. And as she grew up, this ugliness was barely redeemed by what Jane, in her vague way, described as the something else in her face. According to Cousin Jimmy, who never recognized charm unless its manifestations were soft and purring, this something else was merely a sunny temper, and one of the constant afflictions of Gabriella's childhood was overhearing her mother remark to visitors, "No, she isn't so pretty as poor Jane, but as Cousin Jimmy tells us, she is blessed with a sunny temper." "Give me that ruffle, Mother, and I'll whip the lace on while we're waiting," she said now, laying aside the skirt of her Easter dress and stretching out her hand for the strip of cambric in her mother's lap. But Mrs. Carr did not hear, for she was gazing, with the concentrated stare of Jane's baby, at a beautiful old lady who was walking slowly through the faint sunshine on the opposite pavement. "I wonder where Mrs. Peyton can be coming from in her best dress," she remarked, forgetting Jane for an instant while her sense of tragedy yielded to the keener impulse of curiosity. "She never goes anywhere but to church or to the old ladies' home," replied Gabriella. "Arthur says she hasn't paid a call since her husband's death." "Well, I haven't made one, except, of course, to my relatives, for 15 years, rejoined Mrs. Carr a trifle tartly. Then her manner lost its unusual asperity, and she added excitedly, "They're coming now, Jane. There's Cousin Jimmy, and he's bringing Cousin Pussy and Uncle Merriweather." "Oh, Mother, I can't possibly see them. I feel as if it would kill me," cried Jane in desperation. "Give her the camphor, Mother," said Gabriella with grim humor as she went to open the door. "Brace yourself, my darling. They are coming," pleaded Mrs. Carr as she slipped her arm under Jane's head. At the first hint of any excitement, she invariably lost her presence of mind and became distracted, and Jane's hysterical outbursts never failed to convince her, though they usually left the more skeptical Gabriella unmoved. "Don't you think you would feel better if you lay back on the pillows?" she urged. Then the bell rang, and before Jane could swallow her sobs, her sister ushered in Jimmy and Pussy Wren, who were closely followed by the ponderous figure of Uncle Merriweather, a gouty but benign old gentleman, whose jet-black eyebrows and white imperial gave him a misleading military air. "Well, well, my dear, what's this I hear about Charlie?" demanded Cousin Jimmy, whose sprightly manner was never sprightlier than in the hour of tragedy or the house of mourning. "What does he mean by letting you run away from him?" "I've done my duty by Charlie. I've never failed in my duty," wept Jane, breaking down on Pussy's tender bosom and waking the sleeping baby. "We know, darling, we know," said Pussy, patting Jane's shoulder, while Jimmy drew a white silk handkerchief from his pocket and hid his face under the pretense of blowing his nose. To see a woman cry never failed to wring a sympathetic tear from Jimmy. Though he was a man of hard common sense, possessed of an inflexible determination to make money, there was a soft spot inside of him which was reached only by the distress of one of the opposite sex. The suffering, particularly the financial suffering, of men left him unmoved. He could foreclose a mortgage or press a debt, as long as the debtor's wife or daughter did not appeal to him, as well as another. But the instant a skirt fluttered on the horizon, that soft something inside of him appeared, as he expressed it, to give way. Apart from their afflictions, he had an eye, he used to boast, for but one woman in the world, and she, thank God, was his wife. Handsome, portly, full-blooded, and slightly overfed, he had let Pussy twine him about her little finger ever since the afternoon when he had first seen her, small, trim, and with a way with her, at the age of 6. "Poor, poor child," said Pussy, cuddling Jane and the baby together against her sympathetic bosom. "Something must be done, Cousin Fanny. Something must be done, as Mr. Wren said on the way down, if it's only for the satisfaction of letting Charlie know what we think of him." "We've got to put down our pride and take some step," declared Jimmy, wondering vaguely how he could have forgotten the spirited utterance his wife attributed to him. "I'm all for the authority of the husband, of course, and the sanctity of the home, and everything according to the Bible and all that. But bless my soul, there's got to be a limit to what a woman is expected to stand. There's some things, and I know Uncle Merriweather will agree with me, that it isn't in human nature to put up with. If I were 40 years younger, I'd call him out and give him a whipping he wouldn't forget in a jiffy," blustered Uncle Merriweather, feebly violent. "There's no way of defending a lady in these God-forsaken days. Why, I remember when I was a boy, my poor father, God bless him, you recollect him, don't you, Fanny? Never used a walking stick in his life, and could read print without glasses at 90. "Making love to the dressmaker," pursued Jimmy, whose righteous anger refused to be turned aside from its end. "Don't you think, Cousin Fanny," whispered Pussy, "that Gabriella had better leave the room?" "Gabriella? Why, how on earth can we spare her?" Mrs. Carr whispered back rather nervously. Then, beneath Pussy's compelling glance, she added timidly, "Hadn't you better go, darling, and see what the children are doing?" "They are playing in the laundry," replied Gabriella reassuringly. "I told Dolly not to let them go out of her sight." "She knows so much already for her age," murmured Mrs. Carr apologetically to Pussy. "I don't know what Mr. Wren will think of your staying, dear," said Pussy, smiling archly at the girl. "Mr. Wren, I was just saying that I didn't know what you would think of Gabriella staying in the room." Jimmy's large, handsome face, with its look of perpetual innocence, the incorruptible innocence of a man who has never imagined anything, turned helplessly in the direction of his wife. All things related to propriety came, he felt instinctively, within the natural sphere of woman, and to be forced, on the spur of the moment, to decide a delicate question of manners, awoke in him the dismay of one who sees his accustomed prop of authority beginning to crumble. Surely Pussy knew best about things like that. He would as soon have thought of interfering with her housekeeping as of instructing her in the details of ladylike conduct. And indeed he had not observed that Gabriella was in the room until his wife, for her own purpose, had adroitly presented the fact to his notice. "Gabriella in the room?" he repeated in perplexity. "Why, you'd better go, hadn't you, Gabriella? Oughtn't she to go, Pussy?" "Just as you think best, dear, but it seems to me—" "Certainly she ought to go," said Uncle Merriweather decisively. "The less women and girls know about such matters, the better. I don't understand, Fanny, how you could possibly have consented to Gabriella's being present." "I didn't consent, Uncle Merriweather," protested poor Mrs. Carr, who could not bear the mildest rebuke without tears. "I only said to Pussy that Gabriella knew a great deal more already than she ought to, and I'm sure I'm not to blame for it. If I'd had my way, she would have been just as sheltered as other girls." "Don't cry, Mother. It isn't your fault," said Gabriella. "Uncle Merriweather, if you make Mother cry, I'll never forgive you. How can she help all these dreadful things going on?" She was sensible, she was composed, she was perfectly sweet about it. But, and this fact made Pussy gasp with dismay. She did not budge an inch from her position. With her clear grave eyes, which lost their sparkle when she grew serious, and her manner of eager sympathy, she appeared, indeed, to be the only one in the room who was capable of facing the situation with frankness. That she meant to face it to the end, Pussy could not doubt while she looked at her. "Oh, it doesn't matter about Gabriella. She knows everything," said Jane, with the prickly sweetness of suffering virtue. "But she's a young girl. Young girls oughtn't to hear such things," argued Uncle Merriweather, feeling helplessly that something was wrong with the universe, and that, since it was different from anything he had ever known in the past, he was unable to cope with it. Into his eyes, gentle and bloodshot above his fierce white mustache, the eyes of one who has never suffered the painful process of thinking things out, but has accepted his opinions as unquestioningly as he has accepted his religion or the cut of his clothes, there came the troubled look of one who was struggling against forces that he does not understand. For Gabriella was serious. There was not the slightest hope in the disturbed mind of Uncle Merriweather that she was anything but perfectly serious. Caprice, being a womanly quality, was not without a certain charm for him. He was quite used to it. He knew how to take it. He had been taught to recognize it from his childhood up. It was pretty, it was playful, and his mind, if so ponderous a vehicle could indulge in such activity, was fond of play. But after the first perplexed minute or two, he had relinquished forever the hope that Gabriella was merely capricious. Clearly the girl knew what she was talking about, and this knowledge, so surprising in one of her age and sex, gave him a strange, dreamy sense of having just awakened from sleep. "I must say I like girls to be girls, Fanny," he pursued testily. "I reckon I'm only an old fogey, but I like girls to be girls. When a woman loses her innocence, she loses her greatest charm in the eyes of a man, of the right sort of a man. Pluck the peach with the bloom on it, my poor father used to say. He didn't believe in all this newfangled nonsense about the higher education of women. None of his daughters could do more than read and write and spell after a fashion. And yet look what wives and mothers they made. Pokey married 3 times and was the mother of 14 children, 9 of them sons. And are we any better off now than then, I ask? Who ever heard of a woman running away from her husband before the war? And now here is poor Jane." "But it isn't my fault, Uncle Merriweather," cried Jane in desperation at his obtuseness. "I've tried to be the best wife I could. Ask Charlie if I haven't. He neglected me long before I let anyone know, even Mother. I forgave him again and again, and I'd go on forgiving him forever if he would let me. I've told him over and over that I was going to be a faithful wife to him if it killed me." "Of course, my dear, I'm not meaning to reproach you," said Uncle Merriweather, overcome by the effect of his words. "We all know that you've stood as much as any woman could and keep her self-respect. It isn't possible, I suppose, for you to go on living with Charlie?" "Oh, I couldn't bear a separation, not a legal one at any rate," groaned Mrs. Carr. "Of course she must come away for a time, but nobody must hear of it or it would kill me. They are one in the sight of God, and my dear old father had such a horror of separations." "Well, I'd kick him out. I'd kick him out so quickly he wouldn't know it," declared Jimmy. "If a daughter of mine were married to that scamp, she'd never lay eyes on him except over my dead body. I reckon God would enjoy the sight of him getting his deserts." Deep down in Cousin Jimmy, deeper than sentiment, deeper than tradition, deeper even than the solid bedrock of common sense, there was the romantic essence of his soul, which hated baseness with a fiery hatred. His ruddy face, still boyish in spite of his 50 years, blanched slowly, and there came into his soft dark eyes the look he had worn at Malvern Hill under the fire of the enemy. At the sight, Gabriella thrilled as she did when drums were beating and armies were marching. "Oh, Cousin Jimmy, don't let her go back," she cried. "I can't go back to him now. I can never, never go back to him again," intoned Jane with passionate energy. No, God bless her, she shan't go back, declared Jimmy, as profoundly stirred as Gabriella. But the children, what will become of the children? Demanded Mrs. Carr, not of Jimmy, but of the universe. Her helpless gaze, roving wildly from face to face and resting nowhere, was like the gaze of a small animal caught in a trap. If Jane separates the children from their father, what will people think of her? She asked, still vainly addressing heaven. As long as she is right, it doesn't matter what people think, retorted Gabriella, but her protest, unlike her mother's, was directed to the visible rather than to the invisible powers. The thought of Jane's children, of the innocent souls so unaware of the awful predicament in which they were placed that their bodies could be devouring bread and damson preserves in the laundry. The poignant thought of these children moved her more deeply than she had ever been moved before in her 20 years. A passion for self-sacrifice rushed through her with the piercing sweetness of religious ecstasy. Nothing like this had ever happened to her before, not when she was confirmed, not when she had stood at the head of her class, not when she had engaged herself to Arthur Peyton 2 years before. It was the pure flame of experience at its highest point that burned in her. "I will take care of the children," she said breathlessly. "I will give up my whole life to them. I will get a place in a store and work my fingers to the bone, if only Jane will never go back." For a moment there was silence, but while Gabriella waited for somebody to answer, she felt that it was a silence which had become vocal with inexpressible things. The traditions of Uncle Merriweather, the conventions of Mrs. Carr, the prejudices of Jimmy, and the weak impulses of Jane, all these filled the dusk through which the blank faces of her family stared back at her. Then, while she stood white and trembling with her resolve, with the passionate desire to give herself, body and soul, to Jane and to Jane's children, the voice of experience spoke pleasantly but firmly through Cousin Pussy's lips, and it dealt with Gabriella's outburst as experience usually deals with youth. "You are a dear child, Gabriella," it said, "but how in the world could you help Jane by going into a store?" In the midst of the emotional scene, Cousin Pussy alone remained sweetly matter-of-fact. Though she was not without orderly sentiments, her character had long ago been swept of heroics, and from her arched gray hair, worn à la pompadour, to her pretty foot in its small neat boot, she was a practical soul who had as little use for religious ecstasy as she had for downright infidelity. There seemed to her something positively unnatural in Gabriella's manner, a hint of that sudden conversion she associated with the lower classes, or with the Negroes. "You are a dear child," she repeated, biting her fresh lips. "But how will you help Jane by going into a store?" "I can trim hats," returned Gabriella stubbornly. "Mr. Brandywine will take me into his new millinery department. I know, for I said something to him about it the other day." "Oh, Gabriella, not in a store. It would kill Mother," cried Jane, with the prophetic wail of Cassandra. "Not in a store," echoed Mrs. Carr. "You couldn't work in a store. If you want to work," she concluded feebly, "why can't you work just as well in your home?" "But it isn't the same thing, Mother," explained Gabriella with angelic patience. "Nobody will get me to make hats at home, and besides, I've got to learn how to do it. I've got to learn business methods." "But not in a shop, my dear," protested Uncle Merriweather in the precise English of his youth. "Bless my heart," chuckled Cousin Jimmy. "Business methods. You're as good as a show, Gabriella, and by George, you've plenty of pluck. I like pluck, in man or woman." "I shouldn't encourage her if I were you, Mr. Wren," said Cousin Pussy, almost forgetting to be indirect. "Well, of course I don't approve of that store business," replied Jimmy deprecatingly, "but I can't help liking pluck when I see it. Look here, Gabriella, if you're bent on working, why don't you turn in and teach?" "Yes, let her teach, by all means," agreed Uncle Merriweather with genuine enthusiasm for the idea. "I've always regarded teaching as an occupation that ought to be restricted by law to needy ladies." "But I can't teach. I don't know enough. And besides, I'd hate it," protested Gabriella. "I'm sure you might start a school for very little children," said Mrs. Carr. "You don't have to know much to teach them, and you write a very good hand." "What about plain sewing?" asked Pussy in her ready way. "Couldn't you learn to make those new waists all the girls are wearing?" "I haven't the patience to sew well. Look how hard Mother works, making buttonholes with stitches so fine you can hardly see them, and yet she doesn't get enough to put bread into her mouth. But for her relatives, she'd have been in the poorhouse long ago. I'm tired of being on charity just because we are women. Now that Jane has come home for good, I am simply obliged to find something to do." "I don't mind your wanting to work, dear. I think it's splendid of you," returned Pussy. "But I do feel that you ought to work in a ladylike way, a way that wouldn't interfere with your social position, and your going to Germans and having attention from young men and all that." "Why don't you make lampshades, Gabriella?" demanded Jane in an emphatic burst of inspiration. "Sophie Madison earns enough from lampshades to send her sister and herself to the White Sulphur Springs every summer." "Sophie makes all the lampshades that anybody wants, and besides, she gets orders from the North. She told me so yesterday." "Gabriella crochets beautifully," remarked Mrs. Carr, a little nervously because of the failure of her first suggestion. "The last time I went to see Miss Matoaka Chambers in the old ladies' home, she told me she made quite a nice little sum for her church by crocheting mats." "And Gabriella can cook, too," rejoined Pussy, with exaggerated sprightliness, for she felt that Mrs. Carr's solution of the problem had not been entirely felicitous. "Why doesn't she try sending some of her angel food to the Women's Exchange?" Jimmy, who had listened to this advice with the expression of tolerant amusement he always wore when women began to talk about the more serious affairs of life in his presence, made an honest, if vulgar, attempt to lighten the solemnity of the situation with a joke. "Gabriella isn't trying to earn church money. You're out gunning for a living, aren't you, Ella?" he inquired. "I'm sick of being dependent," repeated Gabriella, while her face grew stern. "Do you think if Jane had had enough money to live on, that she would ever have stood Charlie for so long?" "Oh, yes, I should, Gabriella. Marriage is sacred to me," exclaimed Jane, whose perfect wifeliness atoned, even in the opinion of Jimmy, for any discrepancies in logic. "Nothing on earth could have induced me to leave him until this happened." The conviction that she had never at any moment since her marriage failed in her duty to Charlie lent a touching sanctity to her expression, while the bitter lines around her mouth faded in the wan glow that flooded her face. Whatever her affliction, however intense her humiliation, Jane was supported always by the most comforting of beliefs, the belief that she had been absolutely right and Charlie absolutely wrong through the 10 disillusioning years of their married life. Never for an instant, never even in a nightmare, had she been visited by the disquieting suspicion that she was not entirely blameless. "Well, you've left him now anyway," said Gabriella, with the disarming candor which delighted Jimmy and perplexed Uncle Merriweather. "So somebody has got to help you take care of the children." "She shall never come to want as long as Pussy and I have a cent left," declared Cousin Jimmy, and his voice expressed what Mrs. Carr described afterward as proper feeling. "And we'd really rather that you'd earn less and keep in your own station of life," said Pussy decisively. "If you mean that you'd rather I work buttonholes or crochet mats than go into a store and earn a salary, then I can't do it," answered Gabriella, as resolute, though not so right-minded, as poor Jane. "I'd rather die than be dependent all my life, and I'm going to earn my living if I have to break rocks to do it." End of Section 2. Recording by Nancy Halper. Summit, New Jersey. Section 3 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Poor Jane. Part 1. Supper was over, and Gabriella, still in the dress she had worn all day, was picking up the children's clothes from the floor of her room. According to Mrs. Carr's hereditary habit in sorrow or sickness, Jane had been served in bed with tea and toast, while several small hard cots had been brought down from the attic and arranged in the available space in the 2 bedrooms. As Gabriella looked at the sleeping children, who had kicked the covering away, and lay with round, rosy limbs gleaming in the lamplight, she remembered that Arthur Peyton was coming at 9 o'clock to take her to Florrie's party, and she told herself with grim determination that she would never go to a party again. The Berkeley conscience, that vein of iron which lay beneath the outward softness and incompetence of her mother and sister, held her, in spite of her tempting youth, to the resolution she had made. She had told Jimmy that she meant to earn her living if she had to break rocks to do it, and Gabriella, like Pussy, came of a race that did not easily change its mind. Turning to the bureau, she smoothed out the children's hair ribbons and pinned them, in 2 tight little blue and pink rolls, to the pincushion. Then, taking up a broken comb, she ran it through the soft lock of hair that fell like a brown wing over her forehead. Her bright dark eyes, fringed in short thick lashes, and set wide apart under arched eyebrows, gazed questioningly back at her from a row of German favors with which she had decorated the glass, and it was as if the face of youth, flickering with a flame-like glow and intensity, swam there for an instant in the dim greenish pool of the mirror. Beneath the charm of the face, there was the character which one associates not with youth, but with age and experience. Beneath the fine, clear lines of her head and limbs, the tall slenderness of her figure, the look of swiftness and of energy, which was almost bird-like in its grace and poise, there was a strength and vigor which suggested a gallant boy rather than the slighter and softer frame of a girl. While she stood there, Gabriella thought regretfully of all that it would mean to give up her half-dependent and wholly ladylike existence and go to work in a shop. Necessity, not choice, was driving her, and in spirit she looked back almost wistfully to the securely circumscribed lot of her grandmother. For there was little of the rebel in her temperament, and had she been free to choose, she would have instinctively selected, guided by generations of gregarious ancestors, the festive girlhood which Cousin Pussy had so ardently described. She wanted passionately all the things that other girls had, and her only quarrel, indeed, with the sheltered life was that she couldn't afford it. In the expressive phrase of Cousin Jimmy, the sheltered life cost money, and to cost money was to be beyond the eager grasp of Gabriella. The door opened as if yielding under protest, and Marthy entered, still hurriedly tying the strings of the clean apron she had slipped on over her soiled one before answering the doorbell. "Your beau done come, Miss Ella. Ain't you goin'?" "No, I'm not going to the party, Marthy, but ask him to wait just a minute." "He's sittin' over yonder in the parlor with his overcoat on." "Well, ask him to take it off. I'll be there in a moment." She spoke as gravely as Marthy had done, yet in her face there was a light play of humor. 2 years ago she would have thrilled with joy at the thought that Arthur was waiting for her. But in those 2 years since her engagement, she had grown to look upon her first love as the gossamer, fairy-like romance of a child. For months she had known that the engagement must be broken sooner or later, and she knew now, while she listened to Marthy's shuffling feet hastening to deliver her message, that she must break it tonight. In the dim pool of her mirror, a face looked back at her that was not the face of Arthur Peyton. She saw it take form there as one sees a face grow gradually into life from the dimness of dreams. It was, she told herself tonight, the very face of her dream that she saw. "Well, I must get it over," she said, with a sternness which gave her a passing resemblance to the St. Mamine portrait of the Reverend Bartholomew Berkeley. "I've got to get it over tonight, and whatever happens, I've got to be honest." Then, with a last glance at the sleeping children, she lowered the gas and went across the darkened hall, which smelt of pickles and bacon, because one end of it was used as a storeroom. The parlor had been swept since the family council had deliberated there over Jane's destiny. The scraps of cambric had been gathered up from the threadbare arabesques in the carpet. The chairs had been placed at respectable distances apart. The gas jets in the chandelier were flaming extravagantly under the damaged garlands. And the sewing machine had been wheeled into the obscurity of the hall, for it would have humiliated Gabriella's mother to think that her daughter received young men in a room which looked as if somebody had worked there. When Gabriella entered, Arthur Peyton was standing in front of the fireplace, gazing abstractedly at his reflection in the French mirror. Though his chestnut hair was carefully brushed, he had instinctively lifted his hand to smooth down an imaginary lock, and while he did this, he frowned slightly as if at a recollection that had ruffled his temper. His features were straight and very narrow, with the look of sensitiveness one associates with the thoroughbred, and the delicate texture of his skin emphasized this quality of high breeding, which was the only thing that one remembered about him. In his light gray eyes there was a sympathetic expression which invariably won the hearts of old ladies, and these old ladies were certain to say of him afterward, "Such a gentleman, my dear, almost of the old school, you know, and we haven't many of them left in this hurrying age." He had done well, though not brilliantly, at college, for his mind, if unoriginal, had never given anybody, not even his mother, the least bit of trouble. For 3 years he had worked with admirable regularity in the office of his uncle, Carter Peyton, one of the most distinguished lawyers in the Virginia of his period, and it was generally felt that young Arthur Peyton would have a brilliant future. For the present, however, he lived an uneventful life with his widowed mother in a charming old house, surrounded by a walled garden, in Franklin Street. Like the house, he was always in perfect order, and everything about him, from his loosely fitting clothes and his immaculate linen to his inherited conceptions of life, was arranged with such exquisite precision that it was impossible to improve it in any way. He knew exactly what he thought, and he knew also his reason, which was usually a precedent in law or custom, for thinking as he did. His opinions, which were both active and abundant, were all perfectly legitimate descendants of tradition, and the phrase, "Nobody ever heard of such a thing," was quite as convincing to him as to Mrs. Carr or to cousin Jimmy Wren. "Gabriella, aren't you going?" he asked reproachfully as the girl entered. "Oh, Arthur, we've had such a dreadful day. Poor Jane has left Charlie for good and has come home, with all the children. We've been busy dividing them among us, and we're going to turn the dining room into a nursery." "Left Charlie? That's bad, isn't it?" asked Arthur doubtfully. "I feel so sorry for her, Arthur. It must be terrible to have love end like that." "But she isn't to blame. Everybody knows that she has forgiven him again and again." "Yes, everybody knows it," repeated Gabriella, as if she drew bitter comfort from the knowledge, "and she says now that she will never, never go back to him." For the first time a shadow appeared in Arthur's clear eyes. "Do you think she ought to make up her mind, darling, until she sees whether or not he will reform? After all, she is his wife." "That's what Mother says, and yet I believe Charlie is the only person on earth Mother really hates. Now, Cousin Jimmy and I will do everything we can to keep her away from him." "I think I shouldn't meddle if I were you, dearest. She'll probably go back to him in the end because of the children." "But I am going to help her take care of the children," replied Gabriella staunchly. "Of course, my life will be entirely different now, Arthur," she added gently, Everything is altered for me, too, since yesterday. I have thought it all over for hours, and I am going to try to get a place in Brandywine's store." "In a store?" repeated Arthur slowly, and she saw the muscles of his mouth tighten and grow rigid. "Mother doesn't like the idea any more than you do, but what are we to come to if we go on in the old aimless way? One can't make a living out of plain sewing, and though, of course, Charlie will be supposed to provide for his children, he isn't exactly the sort one can count on. Brandywine's, you see, is only a beginning. What I mean is that I am obliged to learn how to support myself." "But couldn't you work just as well in your home, darling?" "People don't pay anything for homework. You must see what I mean, Arthur." "Yes, I see," he replied tenderly. But after a moment's thought, he went on again with the gentle obstinacy of a man whose thinking had all been done for him before he was born. "I wish, though, that you would try to hold out a little longer, working at home with your mother. In a year or two we shall be able to marry." "I couldn't," said Gabriella, shaking her head. "Don't urge me, Arthur." "If you would only consent to live with Mother, we might marry now," he pursued after a minute, as if he had not heard her. "But it wouldn't be fair to her, and how could I ask her to take Mother and Jane and the children? No, I've thought it all out, dear, and I must go to work." "But I'll work for them, Gabriella. I'll do anything on earth rather than see you ordered about by old Brandywine." "He won't order me about," answered Gabriella cheerfully. "But Mother feels just as you do. She says I am going out of my class because I won't stay at home and work buttonholes." "You couldn't go out of your class," replied Arthur, with an instinctive gallantry which even his distress could not overcome. "But I can't get used to the thought of it, darling. I simply can't. You're so sacred to me. There's something about the woman a man loves that's different from every other woman, and the bare idea of your working in a shop sickens me. I always think of you as apart from the workaday world. I always think of you as a star shining serenely above the sordid struggle." Overwhelmed by the glowing train of his rhetoric, he broke down suddenly and caught passionately at the cool hand of Gabriella. As he looked at her slender finger, on which he had placed her engagement ring 2 years before, it seemed to him that the situation was becoming intolerable, that it was an affront not only to his ideal of Gabriella, as something essentially star-like and remote, but to that peculiar veneration for women which he always spoke and thought of as Southern. His ideal woman was gentle, clinging, so perfectly a lady that she would have perished had she been put into a shop. And though he was aware that Gabriella was a girl of much character and determination, his mind was so constructed that he was able, without difficulty, to think of her as corresponding to this exalted type of her sex. By the simple act of falling in love with her, he had endowed her with every virtue except the ones that she actually possessed. I know," said Gabriella tenderly, for she saw that he suffered. Her training had been a hard one, though she had got it at home, and in a violent reaction from the sentimentality of her mother and Jane, she had become suspicious of any language that sounded flowery to her sensitive ears. With her clear-sighted judgment, she knew perfectly well that by no stretch of mind or metaphor could she be supposed to resemble a star, that she was not shining, not remote, not even ideal in Arthur's delicate sense of the word. She had known the horrors of poverty, of that bitter, genteel poverty which must keep up an appearance at any cost, and she could never forget the grim days after the death of Uncle Beverly Blair, when they had shivered in fireless rooms and gone for weeks without butter on their bread. For the one strong quality in Mrs. Carr's character was the feeling she spoke of complacently, though modestly, as proper pride, and this proper pride, which was now resisting Gabriella's struggle for independence, had in the past resisted quite as stubbornly the thought of an appeal to the ready charity of her masculine relatives. To seek a man's advice had been from her girlhood the primal impulse of Mrs. Carr's nature, but until fate had starved her into sincerity, she had kept alive the ladylike fiction that she was in need of moral, not material, assistance. "Of course, if there were any other way, Arthur," said Gabriella, remembering the earlier battles with her mother, and eager to compromise when she could do so with dignity. "But how can I go on being dependent on Cousin Jimmy and Uncle Merriweather? Neither of them is rich, and Cousin Jimmy has a large family." Of course she was reasonable. The most disagreeable thing about Gabriella, Jane had once said, was her inveterate habit of being reasonable. But then Jane, who was of an exquisite sensibility, felt that Gabriella's reasonableness belonged to a distinctly lower order of intelligence. When all was said, Gabriella saw clearly because she had a practical mind, and a practical mind is usually engrossed with material matters. "I understand exactly how you feel, dear, but if only you could go on just as you are for a few years longer," said Arthur, sticking to his original idea with a tenacity which made it possible for him to argue for hours and yet remain exactly where he had started. Though they talked all night, though she convinced him according to all the laws and principles of logic, she knew that he would still think precisely what he had thought in the beginning, for his conviction was rooted, deeper than reason, in the unconquerable prejudices which had passed from the brain into the very blood of his race. He would probably say at the end, "I admit all that you tell me, Gabriella, but my sentiment is against it." And this sentiment, overruling sense, would insist with sublime obstinacy that Gabriella must not work in a shop. It would ignore, after the exalted habit of sentiment, such merely sordid facts as poverty and starvation. Who ever heard of a woman of good family starving in Virginia? And at last, if Gabriella were really in love with Arthur, it would triumph over her finer judgment and reduce her to submission. But while she watched him, in the very minute when, failing for words, he caught her in his arms, she said to herself, suddenly chilled and determined, "I must get it over tonight, and I've got to be honest." The scent of the hyacinths floated to her again, but it seemed to bring a cold wind, as if a draught had blown in through the closed slats of the shutters. "Everything has changed, Arthur," she said, "and I don't think I ought to go on being engaged." Then, because her words sounded insincere, she added sternly, "Even if we could be married, and of course we can't be, I don't feel that I should want to marry. I am not sure that I love you enough to marry you." It was all so unromantic, so unemotional, so utterly different from the scene she had pictured when she imagined what breaking her engagement would be like. Then she had always thought of herself as dissolving in tears on the horsehair sofa, which had become sacred to the tragedy of poor Jane. But to her surprise, she did not feel now the faintest inclination to cry. It ought to have been theatrical, but it wasn't, not even when she took off her engagement ring, as she had read in novels that girls did at that decisive instant, and laid it down on the table. When she remembered this afterwards, it appeared rather foolish, but Arthur seemed not to notice it, and when Martha came in to light the fire in the morning, she found the ring lying on a copy of Gray's Elegy and brought it back to Gabriella. "I'll never give you up," said Arthur stubbornly, and knowing his character, she felt that he had spoken the truth. He could not give her up even had he wished it, for like a belief, she had passed from his brain into the fiber of his being. She had become a habit to him, and not love, but the inability to change, to cease thinking what he had always thought, to break a fixed manner of life, would keep him faithful to her in his heart. "I'm sorry, oh, I'm sorry," she murmured, longing to have it over and to return to Jane and the children. It occurred to her almost resentfully that love was not always an unmixed delight. "Is there anyone else, Gabriella?" he asked with a sudden choking sound in his voice. I have sometimes thought, in the last 4 or 5 months, that there might be, that you had changed, that—" He stopped abruptly, and she answered him with a beautiful frankness which would have horrified the imperishable, if desiccated, coquetry of her mother. "There is someone else and there isn't," she replied simply. "I mean, I think of someone else very often, of someone who isn't in my life at all, from whom I never hear." "Is it George Fowler?" She bowed her head, and though she did not blush, her eyes grew radiant. "And you have known him less than a year?" Again she bowed her head without speaking. What was there, after all, that she could say in justification of her behavior? A groan escaped him, smothered into a gentle murmur of protest. "And I thought women were more constant than men," he exclaimed, with something of the baffled and helpless feeling which had overtaken Uncle Merriweather while he regarded Gabriella. The generalization was not without interest for Gabriella. "I thought so too," she observed dispassionately. "I thought so too, and that is why it was such a dreadful surprise to me when it happened. You yourself aren't more shocked and surprised than I was in the beginning," she added. "But you've got used to the thought, I suppose." "Well, one has to, you see. What else is there to do? I always understood from Mother," she went on with the same eager interest, as if she were stumbling upon new and important intellectual discoveries. "I always understood that women never fell in love with men first. I mean, until they had had positive proof that their love would be returned. But in this case, that didn't seem to matter at all. Nothing mattered, and the more I fought against it and tried to be true to my engagement, the more I found myself being false. It's all very strange," she concluded, "but that is just how it happened." "And he knows nothing about it?" "Oh, no. I told him I was engaged to you, and then he went away." For an instant he was silent, and watching his face, so carefully guarded and controlled by habit that it had the curious blank look of a statue's, Gabriella could form no idea of the suppressed, inarticulate suffering in his heart. "And if he came back, would you marry him?" he asked. Before replying, she sat for a minute gazing down on her folded hands and weighing each separate word of her answer. "I should try not to, Arthur," she said at last. But I am not sure that I should be able to help it." When at last he had said good-bye, rather grimly, and gone out of the door without looking back, she was conscious of an immense relief, of a feeling that she could breathe freely again after an age of oppression. There was a curious sense of unreality about the hour she had just passed through, as if it belonged not to actual life, but to a play she had been rehearsing. She had felt nothing. The breaking of her engagement had failed utterly to move her. After bolting the front door, she turned out the gas in the parlor, pushed back the lump of coal in the grate in the hope of saving it for the morrow, and went cautiously down the hall to her room. As she passed her mother's door, a glimmer of light along the threshold made her pause for a minute, and while she hesitated, an anxious voice floated out to her. "Gabriella, is that you?" "Yes, Mother. Do you want anything?" "Jane has one of her heart attacks. I put her to bed in my room because it is more comfortable than the dining room. Don't you think you had better go back and wake Marthy?" "Is she ill? Let me come in," answered Gabriella, pushing open the door and brushing by Mrs. Carr, who stood, shrunken and shivering, in a gray flannel wrapper and felt slippers. Though Jane's attacks were familiar occurrences, they never failed to produce an immediate panic in the household. As a child of 9, Gabriella remembered being aroused in the middle of a bitter night, hastily wrapped in her mother's shawl and a blanket, and hurried up the staircase to Jane, who had broken her engagement to Charlie the evening before. Jane, pale, angelic, palpitating, appeared to draw her last breath as they entered, while the old doctor supported her in his arms, and Marthy, in a frenzy of service, rattled the dead embers in the grate. It had all been horribly vivid, and when Jane had murmured Charlie's name in a dying voice, they had stood, trembling and blue with cold, around her bed, waiting for the end. But the end had not come, and 3 months later, Jane was married to Charlie Gracie. After that scene, Gabriella had associated Jane's attacks with a freezing January night and a fireless grate, though the last but one had occurred in mid-August, and she was relieved now to find a fire burning in her mother's room and a kettle singing merrily on the fender. The elder children, with their flannel petticoats pinned over their thin little shoulders, were sitting straight and stiff on a box couch which had been turned into a bed, and their strange little faces looked wan and peaked in the firelight. Jane was really ill, Gabriella decided, after a glance at her sister. Nothing except acute suffering could have given her that ghastly pallor or made her eyes sink so far back in her head. She lay quite motionless on the far side of the big tester bed, staring straight up at the ceiling with an expression which terrified Gabriella, though she had seen it on her sister's face at least a dozen times before tonight. "Has Arthur gone?" asked Mrs. Carr in a voice that sounded as if she were running. "Yes. Did you want him, Mother?" "I thought we might send him for the doctor and for Charlie. Don't you think Charlie ought to be told of her condition? She has asked for the children." "Have you given her the digitalis?" "I can't make her swallow it. There are the drops on the table by the bed. My hands tremble so I had to measure them 3 times. Taking the glass from the table, Gabriella bent over her sister and implored her to swallow the drops. But without appearing to hear her voice, Jane still stared blankly upward, with the rigid, convulsed look of a woman who has been stricken with dumbness. Her flaxen hair, damp with camphor, which Mrs. Carr had wildly splashed on her forehead, clung flat and close to her head, while the only pulse in her body seemed to beat in irregular, spasmodic throbs in her heart. "Don't go, Mother, I'll wake Marthy," cried Gabriella, for Mrs. Carr, inspired by the spirit of panic, was darting out of the door in her felt slippers. Then, while the children, crying distractedly, rushed to Jane's bedside, the girl ran out of the house and along the brick walk to the kitchen and the room above it where Marthy lived the little life she had apart from her work. In answer to Gabriella's call, she emerged entirely dressed from the darkness, and at the news of Jane's illness, she was seized with the spurious energy which visits her race in the moment of tragedy. She offered at once to run for the doctor, and suggested, without a hint from Gabriella, that she had better leave word on her way home for Master Charlie. "I knowed it was coming just as soon as I lay eyes on her," she muttered, for she was an old family servant. "There ain't no use in trying to come between them the good Lord has done joined together for worse. A bad husband. Hi! There ain't a woman alive, I reckon, that wouldn't rather own a bad husband than no husband at all. You all has got to take 'em the way they's made, and there's mighty few of 'em that is made right." Still muttering, she stumbled down the walk and out of the gate, while Gabriella returned to her mother's room and hurried the weeping children into their shoes and stockings. Mrs. Carr, still in her flannel wrapper, with her little flat gray curls screwed up on pins for the night, and her thin ankles showing pathetically above her felt slippers, ran nervously to and fro with mustard plasters and bottles of hot water, which she continually refilled from the kettle on the fender. Occasionally she paused long enough to hold the camphor to Jane's nose, or to lift the quilt from the bottom of the bed and then put it carefully back in the very spot where it had lain before she had touched it. And because she was born to take 2 steps to every one that was necessary, because she could not accomplish the simplest act without a prodigious waste of energy and emotion, because she died 20 deaths over the slightest anxiety, and most of all, because she was the last person on earth who ought to have been burdened with poverty and hard work and an unhappily married daughter. Because of all these things, Mrs. Carr wore herself to a shadow in the quarter of an hour they spent waiting for the doctor and Charlie Gracie. Though she had brought Jane through at least a dozen attacks, she still lost her presence of mind as completely as on that January night when, utterly distraught, she had hurried Gabriella to the first deathbed scene of her sister. She still grew as forgetful of herself and her own feelings, and, in obedience to some profound law of her nature, she still as confidently expected the worst. For Mrs. Carr's philosophy, like Jane's, was of that active but dreary sort that thrives best upon misery. Just as Jane, who had lost every illusion about Charlie, went on loving him in spite of it, so Mrs. Carr, having lost her illusions about life, retained a kind of wistful fondness for the thing that had wounded her. End of Section 3. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 4 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Poor Jane. Part 2. The doorbell rang sharply, and Gabriella went to let in the doctor, a brisk, authoritative young man of the new school, who had learned everything there was to be known about medicine, except the way to behave in a sick room, and who abhorred a bedside manner as heartily as if it were calomel or castor oil. His name was Darrow, and he was the assistant of old Dr. Walker, Mrs. Carr's family physician, who never went out at night since he had passed his 70th birthday. Gabriella, who liked him because he was not anecdotal and gave small doses of medicine, hastily led the way to her mother's room before she ran back to meet Charlie Gracie at the door of the dark parlor. "You can't see her now. The doctor is with her," she whispered. "I'll make a light in here and you can wait." "Let me," said Charlie, quite as pleasantly as if he were not a bad husband, while he found a match and struck it on the sole of his foot. Then, as the gas flared up, he exclaimed with a low whistle, "By Jove, you're a sight, Gabriella." "Well, it's your fault," replied Gabriella sharply, letting him see, as she told herself, exactly what she thought of him. "You've made Jane so ill, we thought she was dying." "I'm sorry for that," he said, suddenly smitten with gravity. "Is she really so bad?" His charming freckled face, with its irrepressible humor, grew almost grotesquely solemn, while the habitual merriment faded slowly from his light gray eyes, leaving them empty of expression. He was a short, rather thick-set man, not particularly good-looking, not particularly clever, but possessing a singular, if unaccountable, charm. Everybody liked Charlie, though nobody respected him. He was a scamp, but a lovable scamp, while Jane, with the best intentions in the world, had managed to make every virtue unattractive. When people condemned him, they said that he was utterly unprincipled. When they softened in their judgment, they admitted that he had the best heart in the world. "I suppose it isn't any worse than other attacks," answered Gabriella, "but you know what they are like." "Yes, I know," replied Charlie. "Oh, Lord, don't I?" "She asked Mother to send for you," continued Gabriella. "She wants you to know that she has forgiven you." "Has she?" said Charlie, without elation. Turning away, he stared for a minute or two at the engraving of the children feeding fish in a pond. Then, with his eyes still glued to the picture, he burst out passionately, "Gabriella, I'd hoped she wouldn't this time." "If I were she," retorted Gabriella crushingly, "I would never speak to you again until the day of my death." "If she were you," rejoined Charlie with barefaced audacity, "I'd have been a good husband." "Why, I was simply starving to be a good husband when I married Jane. It's my ideal in life. I'm all for the domestic thing by nature. I was tired, positively dog-tired of the other kind. I wanted a wife. I've always adored babies." "If that is true," returned Gabriella sternly, for she was not disposed to soften to Charlie, and in her heart she deeply resented what she called Jane's weakness. "If that is true, why do you behave so outrageously to Jane and the children? Why can't you be decent?" "I could," answered Charlie, with engaging lucidity, "if she were less so. It's her infernal virtue I can't stand, Gabriella. No man could stand it without taking to drink." "But you knew she was that way. She was always trying to make people better. It is her mission. Why, I remember one winter night before you were married, Mother got me out of bed in the cold to come and hear Jane forgive you beautifully about something." "That was the first time, and it was very touching. I suppose the first time always is touching. Of course, I didn't know she meant to keep it up. No man could possibly have kept it up," said Charlie with bitterness. "But she married me to reform me, and it is the only thing she has really enjoyed about her marriage. She's a born reformer. I haven't eaten a thing I cared about, nor drank a drop I wanted, nor used a bad word I was fond of, since I married, without being nagged at about it. She loved me for my vices, and yet she hasn't let me keep a single one, not even the smallest, not even cigarettes. Nag! Good God! She's nagged me to perfection ever since the day of our wedding when she made me sign the pledge before she let me kiss her." "Well, that doesn't make it any easier for us or for the children," replied Gabriella without sympathy. "And if you don't think of Jane, you might at least think of your children." "Of course it's hard on the kids," admitted Charlie ruefully. "But as for Jane... Now, will you tell me what would become of Jane after she had reformed me? Why, she'd be bored to death. She'd be a martyr without any martyrdom. When she made me give up tobacco, she lost interest in everything for a week. She was like your Uncle Merriweather after the surrender. There wasn't anything left to fight about, and fighting was all he could do." I really believe you have been drinking," interrupted Gabriella with cold disgust. "Suppose Jane were to die." "She won't die. She'll be all right as soon as she has forgiven me." He was not only bad, she told herself, he was perfectly shameless. He appeared to have been born without the faintest sense of responsibility. And yet, while Gabriella listened to him, she realized that in some ways he might be a less trying companion than poor Jane. His candor was as simple, as unaffected as the serene artlessness of a child. It was impossible not to believe in his sincerity. Though she despised him, as she told herself, still she was obliged to admit that there was something to be said on his side. The harsh judgment of youth that never tries to understand, that never makes allowances, softened under the influence of Charlie's reprehensible charm. Even badness, Gabriella conceded grudgingly, might be easier to live with in some circumstances than a too exalted self-righteousness. "If you'll bring Jane to that way of thinking," retorted Charlie with vulgar frankness, "I'll give you $500 down. If you'll thoroughly corrupt her mind and persuade her to neglect her duty to me, I'll make it 1,000. He was jesting. It was monstrous, with Jane lying ill in her mother's room. It was indecent. It was grossly immoral. But he was actually jesting. Not even scandal, not even the doctor's presence in the house, could suppress his incorrigible spirit of levity. "If I were Jane, I'd never speak to him," thought Gabriella, and the question flashed through her mind, how in the world could she ever have loved him? It was impossible for her to conceive of any situation when Charlie could have made a girl fall in love with him. Though she had heard stories of his early conquests, she had never believed them. There were times when she almost liked him, but it was the kind of liking one gave to an inferior, not to an equal. She admitted his charm, but it was the charm of an irresponsible creature, the capricious attraction of a child or an animal. Her common sense, she told herself, would keep her from making a mistake such as Jane had made with her life. And besides, She was utterly devoid of the missionary instinct which had lured Jane to destruction. "If I ever marry, it will be different from that," she thought passionately. "It will be utterly different." The door of Mrs. Carr's room opened suddenly. Marthy's name was called in a high voice, and the doctor was heard saying reassuringly, "She is over the worst. There is no need to worry." "Don't send me in there alone, Gabriella," begged Charlie piteously. "I'd rather face bullets than Jane in an attack." His bravado had deserted him, and he appeared positively craven. The stiffness seemed to have gone not only out of his character, but out of his clothes also. Even his collar had become limp with emotion. "Well, I don't care," answered Gabriella. "You've got to stand it. There's no use squirming when you've only yourself to blame." With a malicious pleasure, she watched the consternation in Charlie's face, while the doctor's footsteps came rapidly down the hall and stopped at the threshold of the parlor. "You may go in, Mr. Gracie. Your wife is asking for you, but be very careful not to say anything that might disturb her. Just keep her as quiet as you can for a few hours." Then the door in the distance opened again, and Mrs. Carr, in the hollow tones of destiny, called, "Gabriella, Jane is waiting to speak to her husband." "Come, Charlie," ordered Gabriella grimly, and a moment later she pushed him across her mother's threshold and turned back into the hall. "I hope she'll make him squirm," she said to herself with relish. Nothing, she felt, except the certainty of Charlie's squirming, could make up to her for the half hour she had just spent with him. She was still standing there when Jane's medicine came from the druggist at the corner, and for a while she waited outside the door, fearing to lighten Charlie's punishment by her entrance. The medicine had to be measured in drops, and she went into the dining room, where the children were huddled together in an improvised bed, and diluted the mixture with water before she could persuade herself to go into her mother's room. Even then she hesitated, until she remembered that the doctor had said Jane must take the first dose immediately. Not by her, if she could help it, should the divine wrath of the Furies be appeased. But with the first touch of her hand on the knob, Charlie's flippant voice greeted her with, "Won't you come in, Gabriella?" And swallowing her angry retort, she entered stiffly, with the glass held out straight before her. Charlie, on his knees beside the bed, with an arm under his wife's pillow, stared up at his sister-in-law with the guilty look of a whipped terrier, while Jane, pallid, suffering, saintly, rested one thin blue-veined hand on his shoulder. Her face was the color of the sheet. Her eyes were unnaturally large and surrounded by violet circles, and her hair, drenched with camphor, spread over the pillow like the hair of a drowned woman. Never had she appeared so broken, so resigned, so ineffably spiritual. And Gabriella's solitary comfort was the thought that Jane's attack had conquered Charlie as completely as it had conquered the rest of them. "Gabriella, I've forgiven him," said Jane with fainting sweetness, "and he wants you and Mother to do so. He has promised to be good in the future." "Well, I shan't forgive him for keeping me up all night," answered Gabriella resentfully, and she felt that even if it killed Jane, she could not keep back her reply. "I can't answer for Mother, but I haven't forgiven him, and I never shall." She felt her anger harden to a rock inside of her, and it hurt her so that she put the glass hurriedly down on the table and ran out of the room. As she closed the door behind her, she heard Jane saying gently, "Yes, I forgive you, Charlie, but I can't help feeling that you don't love me as you ought to." An old cape of her mother's was lying on a chair in the hall, and throwing it over her shoulders, Gabriella went out on the porch and stood breathing quickly in the cold air, with her hand pressed on her bosom, which rose and fell as if she had been running. She was not only furious, she was grossly affronted, though she had known from the beginning, she said to herself, exactly how it would end. She had never trusted Jane, no, not a minute. She had never really trusted her mother. Something had told her that Jane had never meant in her heart to leave Charlie, that she was only making a scene, after the immemorial habit of women, before going back to him. And yet, though she had suspected this all along, she was as indignant as if she had been deceived by a conspiracy of the three of them. Her sense of decency was outraged. She despised Jane because she had no strength of character, but even while this thought was still in her mind, she admitted that Jane had had sufficient strength of character to upset the household, bring Charlie to repentance, and emerge, faint but victorious, from the wreck of their peace. Yes, she despised Jane, though it was impossible to deny that Jane's methods were successful, since she had got what she wanted. The street was very quiet, for it was in the small gray hours between midnight and dawn, and a solitary policeman, strolling by on his beat, appeared as wan and spectral as the bare boughs of the poplar trees beneath which he moved. The wind was still blowing over the brow of the hill, and now and then it tossed a wisp of straw or a handful of dust on the porch where Gabriella was standing. As it swept onward, it drove a flock of shadows, like blackbirds, up the open street, into the clear space under the old-fashioned gas lamp at the corner. All the lights were out in the neighboring houses, but from a boarding house down the block there floated suddenly the gay snatch of a waltz, played on a banjo with a broken string. Then the music stopped, the policeman passed, and Gabriella and the wind were alone in the street. Overhead the stars shone dimly through a web of mist, and it seemed to her that the sadness of the sky and the sadness of the earth had mingled there in the long straight street, where the wind blew with a melancholy sound between rows of silent and darkened houses. A noise in the hall made her turn, and, looking up, she saw the gaunt figure of Miss Amelia Peterborough standing in the bend of the staircase. In her hand the old maid held a twisted candlestick of greenish brass, and the yellow flame of the candle cast a trembling, fantastic shadow on the wall at her back. Her head, shorn of the false front she wore in the day, appeared to have become all forehead and beaked nose. Her eyes had dwindled to mere points of blackness. Her mouth, sunken and drawn over toothless gums, was like the mouth of a witch. The wind, blowing in gusts through the open door, inflated her gray shawl and the skirt of her dressing gown, while with each flutter of her garments, the grotesque shadow on the white wall danced and gibbered behind her. And as she gazed down on the girl, it was as if the end of life, with its pathos, its cruelties, its bitterness and its disillusionment, had stopped for a fleeting instant to look back at life in the pride and ignorance of its beginning. "There was so much moving about, I thought something might have happened," said Miss Amelia apologetically, while Gabriella, closing the door, shut the draught from the staircase. "Jane had one of her heart attacks," answered the girl. "I'm so sorry we waked you." But she was thinking while she spoke. So this is old age. So that is what it means to be old. There was a vague compassion in the thought, but it held no terror, for the decay of Miss Amelia seemed as utterly remote and detached from her own life as one of the past ages in history. The youth in her brain created a radiant illusion of immortality. By no stretch of imagination could she picture herself like the infirm and loveless creature before her. Yet she knew without realizing it that Miss Amelia had once been young, that she had once even been beautiful. There was a legend, fading now into tradition, that her lover had been killed in a duel, fought for her while she was still a girl, and that she had worn only white or black since that day, she, who was now well over 80. She had known love. A man had died for her. It was said that she had been a famous coquette in the 30s. And now she stood there, grotesque and sexless, with her eyes empty of dreams and of memories, and her face as gray and sinister as the face of her shadow. "I hope she is better, poor child," she said, for like the rest of Richmond, she believed Jane to be all saint and Charlie all sinner. "If I can be of any help, be sure to let me know." "Yes, I'll let you know, thank you. I hope we didn't disturb Miss Jemima." The younger Miss Peterborough, called the Happy One by Gabriella and Mrs. Carr because she was always cheerful, though, as far as anyone could tell, she had nothing and had never had anything to be cheerful about, was named Jemima. A chronic invalid, from some obscure trouble which had not left her for 20 years, she was seldom free from pain, and yet Gabriella had never seen her, except at funerals, for which she entertained a perfectly healthy fondness as diversions free to the poor, without a smile on her face. "Sister Jemima doesn't wake easily. She is a sound sleeper, and she's getting a little hard of hearing." And, lifting the candlestick to light her way, Miss Amelia turned back up the stairs, while the flame flitted like a golden moth into the dimness. "Poor old thing," thought Gabriella, imagining in her ignorance that she could understand the tragedy of Miss Amelia's life. "Poor old thing, she must have had a terrible time." As she approached her mother's door, Charlie came out, glanced at her sheepishly, and hurried to where his hat hung on the walnut hat rack in the front room. Then, as if overcoming his first impulse to avoid her, he beckoned to her furtively, and said in a sepulchral whisper, "Gabriella, be very careful what you say to her." The audacity of it! This from Charlie, the abandoned, the depraved, the unutterably abhorrent in her sight. Without replying, she turned indignantly away and opened her mother's door. Lying in the middle of the bed now, and slightly propped with pillows, Jane was sipping a second dose of medicine from a glass Mrs. Carr held to her lips. "I know you don't understand my forgiving him, Gabriella," she said very gently, "but some day, after you are married, you will realize that I do it from a sacred duty, from a sacred duty," she repeated firmly, while the shining light of martyrdom illumined her features. "Well, it's none of my business," answered Gabriella crossly, "but the sooner you do it, I suppose the sooner you will have to do it again." If only for once Jane would be direct, if only she would be natural, if only she would speak the truth and not fiction. "Oh, no, dear, you don't understand him any better than you do me," said Jane, as sweetly as ever in spite of Gabriella's deplorable loss of temper. "He is really dreadfully penitent, and he sees that he hasn't always treated me as he ought to have done. But you'll know what I mean when you marry, Gabriella. She'll understand me then, won't she, Mother?" "I'm sometimes tempted to hope that Gabriella will never marry," replied Mrs. Carr, with the uncompromising bitterness of abject despair. "The Carrs all seem to marry so badly." In her normal mood, she would never have uttered this heresy, for she belonged to a generation that regarded even a bad marriage as better for a woman than no marriage at all. But the night had worn her out, and one of her spells of neuralgia, which followed fatigue, was already beginning in her face. The purple crocheted fascinator she had caught up at the doctor's entrance was still on her head, and her long, pale face, beneath the airy scallops, appeared frozen in an expression of incurable melancholy. For the rest, she had been too frightened, too forgetful of herself and her own comfort, even to put on her stockings, though Gabriella had begged her to do so. "Don't think about me. Attend to poor Jane," she had repeated over and over. "Mother, go into my room and get into bed," commanded Gabriella, whose patience, never abundant, was ebbing low. "If you don't get some sleep, your neuralgia won't be any better." "It isn't any better. I don't expect it to be any better." "Well, you must go to bed or it will get worse. I'll heat you a cup of milk and wrap you in some warm blankets." "Don't worry about me, dear. Think of poor Jane." We've been thinking of Jane all night, and you need it now more than she does. I can tell by your eyes how you are suffering." In the first streak of dawn, which was beginning to glimmer faintly on the window panes, Mrs. Carr looked as if she had withered overnight. "It's only my left temple," she said dully. "Otherwise I am quite well. No, dear, I must rub Jane's forehead until she falls asleep. The doctor said it was important that we should keep her soothed." But it was a law of Gabriella's nature that she never knew when she was beaten. Failure aroused the sleeping forces within her, and when these forces were once liberated, the spasmodic efforts of Mrs. Carr and the indirect methods of Jane were alike powerless to oppose them. At such times a faint flush rose to her pale cheeks. Her eyes shone with a burning darkness, while her mouth lost its fresh young red and grew hard in outline. "You must go to bed, Mother," she repeated, in a voice which Mrs. Carr would have obeyed had it issued from the wall or a piece of furniture. 15 minutes later, Gabriella stood authoritatively beside the bed, while her mother, with a mustard plaster at the back of her neck, obediently sipped hot milk from a teacup. Mrs. Carr had surrendered to the conquering spirit of her daughter, but her surrender, which was unwilling and weakly defiant, gave out presently a last feeble flicker of resistance. "Don't you think, Gabriella, we might arrange to live with Jane?" she asked. "It would be a saving of expense for us both, and we might be so helpful about the children." "And about Charlie, too, I suppose," suggested Gabriella maliciously. Mrs. Carr, having been born without a sense of humor, never understood the broadest joke unless it was illustrated. But even to her it became evident, after a moment's anxious thought, that Gabriella was teasing her. "You seem to forget that he is her husband," she replied, with a pathetic clutch at her dignity, which, owing perhaps to the purple fascinator and the mustard plaster, she failed completely to recapture. Then, as she finished the milk and handed back the empty cup to her daughter, she added wearily, for life, as she often said to herself of late, was becoming almost too much for her, and she was feeling worn out and old. "My one comfort, Gabriella, is the thought that Arthur Peyton loves you. There couldn't be anybody more unlike Charlie." "There couldn't be," agreed Gabriella mildly, for she felt that another blow would prostrate her mother. End of Section 4. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 5 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. A Start in Life. Part 1. In the late 70s and early 80s, the most important shop in the town of Gabriella's birth was known to its patrons, chiefly ladies in long basques, tightly tied-back skirts, and small eccentric bonnets, as Brandywine and Plummer's dry goods store. At that period, when old Mrs. Carr, just completing her 90th year with a mind fixed upon heaven, would have dropped dead at the idea that her granddaughter should ever step out of her class, Gabriella's mother bought her dresses, grosgrain of the very best quality, from Major Brandywine. To be sure, even in those days, there were other shops in the city, for was not Broad Street already alluded to in the newspapers as the shopping thoroughfare of the South? But, though they were as numerous as dandelions in June, these places were by no means patronized so widely by the best people. Small shops, of course, carrying a single line of goods and supplying their particular products to an exacting and discriminating class, held their own even against the established reputation of Brandywine's and Plummer's. O'Connell's linen store, Twitlow's china store, Mrs. Tonk's doll store, and Green and Brady's store for notions, All these were situated in Broad Street, hardly a stone's throw from the Second Market. But none of these, excellent as they were, could bear comparison with the refined atmosphere, so different from the vulgar bustle of a modern department store, which enveloped one in the quiet gloom of Brandywine and Plummer's. In the first place, one could be perfectly sure that one would be waited on by a lady, for Brandywine and Plummer's, with a distinguished Confederate soldier at its head and front, provided an almost conventual shelter for distressed feminine gentility. There was, for instance, Miss Merrier of the black silk counter, whose father had belonged to Stuart's cavalry and had fallen at Yellow Tavern. There was Miss Meeson of the glove counter, and there was Mrs. Burwell Smith of the ribbon counter, for though she had married beneath her, it was impossible to forget that she was a direct descendant of Colonel Micajah Burwell, of Crow's Nest Plantation. Then, if one happened to be in search of cotton goods, one would be almost certain to remark on the way home, "Miss Peters, who waited on me in Brandywine's this morning, has unmistakably the manner of a lady." Or, "That Mrs. Jones in Brandywine's must be related to the real Joneses. She has such a refined appearance." And at last, in the middle 90s, after the opening of the new millinery department, which was reached by a short flight of steps, decorated at discreet intervals with baskets of pink paper roses, customers were beginning to ask, "May I speak to Miss Gabriella for a minute? I wish to speak to Miss Gabriella about the hat she is having trimmed for me." For here also, because of what poor Jane called her practical mind, the patrons of Brandywine and Plummer's were learning that Gabriella was the sort you could count on. As far as the actual work went, she could not, of course, hold a candle, this was Mr. Plummer's way of putting it, to Miss Kemp or Miss Treadway, who had a decided talent for trimming, but no customer in balloon sleeves and bell-shaped skirt was ever heard to remark of these young women as they remarked of Gabriella, "No, I don't want anybody else, please. She takes such an interest." To take an interest in other people might become quite as marketable an asset, Mr. Plummer was discovering, after 50 years of adherence to strictly business methods, as a gift for the needle. And added to her engaging interest, Gabriella appeared to know by instinct exactly what a customer wanted. "I declare Miss Kemp has almost persuaded me to take that brown straw with the green velvet bandeau before I thought of asking Gabriella's advice," Mrs. Spencer was overheard saying to her daughter, as she paused, panting and breathless, at the head of the short flight of steps. "Oh, Gabriella always had taste. I'll ask her about mine," Florrie tossed back gaily, in the high fluting notes which expressed so perfectly the brilliant, if slightly metallic, quality of her personality. Beside her mother, a plump, bouncing person, with a noisy though imperfectly articulate habit of speech, and the prominent hips and bust which compose the fine figure of the period, Florrie seemed to float with all the elusive, magic loveliness of a sunbeam. From the shining nimbus of her hair to her small tripping feet, she was the incarnation of girlhood, of that white and gold girlhood which has intoxicated the imagination of man. She shed the allurement of sex as unconsciously as a flower sheds its perfume. Though her eyes were softly veiled by her lashes, every male clerk in Brandywine and Plummer's was dazzled by the deep blue light of her glances. In her red mouth, with its parted lips, in the pure rose and white of her flesh, in the rich curve of her bosom, which promised already the fine figure of her mother, youth and summer were calling as they called in the velvet softness of the June breeze. Innocent though she was, the powers of life had selected her as a vehicle for their inscrutable ends. "Where is Miss Carr? I must speak to Miss Carr, please," she said to one of the shop girls who came up, eager to serve her. "Will you tell her that Miss Spencer is waiting to speak to her?" Responding to the girl's artless stare of admiration, she threw a friendly glance at her before she turned away to try on a monstrous white leghorn hat, decorated around the crown with a trellis of pink roses. Unless she happened to be in a particularly bad humor, and this was not often the case, Florrie was imperturbably amiable. She enjoyed flattery as a cat enjoys the firelight on its back, and while she purred happily in the pleasant warmth, she had something of the sleek and glossy look of a pretty kitten. "How does this look on me, Mother?" she asked over her shoulder of Mrs. Spencer, who was babbling cheerfully in her loud tones to Miss Lancaster, the forewoman. Though some of the best blood in Virginia, profusely diluted with some of the worst, flowed comfortably in Mrs. Spencer's veins, it was impossible even for her relatives to deny that she could be at times decidedly vulgar. Having been a conspicuous belle in beauty of a bold and dashing type in her youth, she now devoted her middle age to the enjoyment of those pleasures which she had formerly sacrificed to the preservation of her figure and her complexion. Though she still dyed her somewhat damaged hair and strenuously pinched in her widening waist, she had ceased, since her 50th birthday, to forego the lesser comforts of the body. As she was a person of small imagination and of no sentiment, it is probable that she was happier now than she had been in the days when she suffered the deprivations and enjoyed the triumphs of beauty. "What's that, Florrie?" she inquired shrilly. "No, I shouldn't get that if I were you. It doesn't flare enough. I'm crazy about a flare." "But I want a pink bandeau, Mother," replied Florrie a little pettishly as she patted her golden red fringe. "I wonder where Gabriella is. Isn't she ever coming, Miss Lancaster?" "I thought I saw her when I came in," observed Mrs. Spencer, craning her handsome neck, which was running to fat, in the direction of the trimming room. "Florrie, just turn your head after a minute and look at the hat Patty Carrington is buying. Pea green, and it makes her face look like a walnut. She hasn't the faintest idea how to dress. Do you think I ought to speak to her about it?" "No, let her alone," replied Florrie impatiently. "Is this any better than the Leghorn?" "Well, I must say I don't think there is much style about it, though, of course, with your hair you can carry off anything. Isn't it odd how exactly she inherited my hair, Miss Lancaster? I remember her father used to say that he would have fallen in love with a gatepost if it had had golden red hair." Miss Lancaster, a thin, erect woman of 50, with impassive features, and iron-gray hair that looked as if it were rolled over wood, glanced resignedly from Mrs. Spencer's orange-colored crimps to the imprisoned sunlight in Florrie's hair. "I'd know you were mother and daughter anywhere," she remarked in the non-committal manner she had acquired in 30 years of independence. "And she is going to have your beautiful figure, too, Mrs. Spencer." "Well, I reckon I'll lose my figure now that I've stopped dieting," remarked the lively lady, casting an appreciative glance in the mirror. "Florrie tells me I wear my sleeves too large, but I think they make me look smaller." "They are wearing them very large in Paris," replied Miss Lancaster, as if she were reciting a verse out of a catalogue. She had, as she sometimes found occasion to remark, been born tired, and this temperamental weariness showed now in her handsome face, so wrinkled and dark around her bravely smiling eyes. Where she came from, or how she spent her time between the hour she left the shop and the hour she returned to it, the two women knew as little as they knew the intimate personal history of the Leghorn hat on the peg by the mirror. Beyond the fact that she played the part of a sympathetic chorus, they were without curiosity about her life. Their own personalities absorbed them, and for the time at least appeared to absorb Miss Lancaster. "I like the Leghorn hat," said Florrie decisively as she tried it on for the third time, "but I'll wait till I ask Gabriella's opinion." "I hope she's getting on well here," said Mrs. Spencer, who found it impossible to concentrate on Florrie's hat. "Don't you think it was very brave of her to go to work, Miss Lancaster?" "I understood that she was obliged to," rejoined Miss Lancaster, with the weary amiability of her professional manner. "She might have married, I happen to know that," returned Mrs. Spencer. "Arthur Peyton has been in love with her ever since she was a child, and there was a young man from New York last winter who seemed crazy about her. Florrie, don't you think George Fowler was just crazy about Gabriella?" "I'm sure I don't know, Mother. He paid her a great deal of attention, but you never can tell about men. Julia Caperman told me, and of course she's very intimate with George's sister, that he went back to New York because he heard that Gabriella was engaged to Arthur. Florrie, do you suppose she is really engaged to Arthur? Thus appealed to, Florrie removed the leghorn hat from her head and answered abstractedly, Jane thought so, but if she is engaged, I don't see why she should have started to work. I know Arthur would hate it. But isn't he too poor to marry? Inquired Mrs. Spencer, whose curiosity was as robust as her constitution. Haven't you always understood that the Peytons were poor, Miss Lancaster, in spite of the lovely house they live in? Her large, good-humored face, which had once been as delicate as a flower, but was now growing puffed and mottled under a plentiful layer of rice powder, became almost violently animated, while she adjusted her belt with a single effective jerk of her waist. Though Bessie Spencer was admitted to have one of the kindest hearts in the world, she was chiefly remarkable for her unhappy faculty of saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. An inveterate, though benevolent gossip, she would babble on for hours, reciting the private affairs of her relatives, her friends, and her neighbors. Everybody feared her, and yet everybody was assured that she never meant any harm. The secrets of the town flowed through her mind as grist flows through a mill, and though she was entirely without malice, she contrived, in the most innocent manner, to do an incalculable amount of injury. Possessing a singularly active intelligence, and having reached middle age without acquiring sufficient concentration to enjoy books, she directed a vigorous, if casual, understanding toward the human beings among whom she lived. She knew everything that it was possible to know about the people who lived in Franklin Street, and yet her mind was so constituted that she never by any chance knew it correctly. Though she was not old, she had already passed into a proverb. To receive any statement with the remark, "You have heard that from Bessie Spencer," was to cast doubt upon it. "You don't think I'm getting any stouter, do you, Miss Lancaster?" she inquired dubiously, with her hands on her hips and her eyes measuring the dimensions of her waist. "I'm making up my mind to try on one of those B&T corsets that Mrs. Murray is wearing. She told me it reduced her waist at least 3 inches. "Oh, you aren't like Mrs. Murray. She didn't measure a fraction under 30 inches, replied Miss Lancaster with her patient politeness. Then, after a pause, which Mrs. Spencer's nimble wit filled with a story about the amazing number of mint juleps Mrs. Murray was seen to drink at the White Sulphur Springs last summer, Florrie exclaimed eagerly, "Why, there is Gabriella. Won't you get her for us, Miss Lancaster?" Near one of the long windows, beyond which large greenish flies were buzzing around the branch of a mulberry tree in the alley, Gabriella was trying a purple hat on a prim-looking lady who regarded herself in the mirror with a furtive and deprecating air, as if she were afraid of being unjustly blamed for her appearance. "I'm not sure, but I don't think it suits me exactly," she appeared to murmur in a strangled whisper, while she twisted her mouth, which held a jet-headed hatpin, into a quivering grimace. "She's waiting on Mattie French," said Mrs. Spencer, and she added impulsively, "I wonder what it is that men see in Gabriella. You wouldn't call her really pretty, would you, Miss Lancaster?" "Well, not exactly pretty, but she has an interesting face. It is so full of life." "Can't you get her, Mother?" asked Florrie, and Mrs. Spencer, always eager to oblige, rustled across the room and pounced vivaciously upon the prim lady and Gabriella. "We've been looking for you everywhere, Gabriella," she began, nodding agreeably to Miss French. "Florrie has tried on all the hats in the room, and she wants you to tell her if that white leghorn is becoming. Good morning, Mattie. That blue wing is so stylish. I think you are very sensible to wear colors, and not to stick to black as Susie Chamberlain does. It makes her look as old as the hills, and I believe she does it just to depress people. Life is too short, as I said when I left off mourning, to be an ink blot wherever you go. And it doesn't mean that she grieves a bit more for her husband than anybody else does. Everybody knows they led a cat and dog's life together, and I've even heard, though I can't remember who told me, that she was on the point of getting a divorce when he died. Are you going? Well, I'm glad you decided on that blue hat. I don't believe you'll ever regret it. Goodbye. Be sure to come and see me soon. Gabriella, will you help Florrie about her hat now? I declare I thought Maddie would never get through with you. And of course we didn't want anybody but you to wait on us. We were just saying that you had the most beautiful taste, and it is so wise of you to go out to work and not sit down and sew at home in order to support your position. A position that can't support itself isn't much of a prop, my husband used to say. But I don't believe you'll stay here long, you sly piece. You'll be married before the year is up, mark my word. The men are all crazy about you, everybody knows that. Why, Florrie met George Fowler in the street this morning, and when he asked after you, his face turned as hot as fire, she said. Gabriella's face, above her starched collar with its neat red tie, was slowly flooded with color. Her brown eyes shone golden under her dark lashes, and Mrs. Spencer told herself that the girl looked almost pretty for a minute. If she wasn't so sallow, she'd be really good-looking. Happily unaware that her face had betrayed her, Gabriella slid back a glass door, took a hat out of the case, and answered indifferently, while she adjusted the ribbon bow on one side of the crown. I didn't know Mr. Fowler had come back. I haven't seen him for ages. From her small, smooth head to her slender feet, she had acquired in 3 months the composed efficiency of Miss Lancaster, and one might have imagined, as Mrs. Spencer remarked to Florrie afterwards, that she had been born in a hat shop. But instead of the weary patience of Miss Lancaster, she brought to her work the brimming energy and the joyous self-confidence of youth. It was impossible to watch her and not realize that she had given both ability and the finer gift of personality to the selling of hats. Had she started life as a funeral director instead of a milliner, it is probable that she would have infused into the dreary business something of the living quality of genius. Oh, Florrie hadn't seen him for ages either, chirped Mrs. Spencer, with her restless eyes on the hat in Gabriella's hand. I don't know whether I ought to tell you or not, but you and Florrie are so intimate I suppose I might as well. Julia Caperton told Florrie that George came back because he heard in some way that you had broken your engagement to Arthur. Of course, as I told Julia afterwards, you hadn't mentioned a word of it to me, but I've got eyes, and I can't help using them. I was obliged to see that George was simply out of his mind about you. It would be a splendid match, too, for they say his father has made quite a large fortune since he went to New York. Mother, interrupted Florrie sternly over her shoulder, you know Julia told you not to breathe a single word as coming from her. She is the bosom friend of George's sister. But, Florrie, I haven't told a soul except Gabriella, and I know she wouldn't repeat a thing that I said to her. Now, isn't that exactly like Mother? Observed Florrie, with the casual disapprobation of youth. She was on the point of telling Miss Lancaster all about it when I stopped her. Why, Florrie, I didn't say a word except that men were crazy about Gabriella. You know I didn't. Of course, I talk a great deal, she pursued in an aggrieved, explanatory tone to Gabriella, but I never repeat a word, not a single word that is told to me in confidence. If Julia had asked me not to tell Gabriella what she said, I shouldn't have dreamed of doing so. Oh, it doesn't matter in the least, Mrs. Spencer, said Gabriella hastily, only there isn't a word of truth in it. The becoming flush was still in her cheeks, and she poised a hat over Florrie's head with a swift flying grace which Mrs. Spencer had never noticed in her before. I wonder if Gabriella can really care about George, she thought quickly. But if it is George she is in love with, why on earth did she start to work in a shop? Then suddenly, following a flash of light, she reasoned it out to her complete satisfaction. It must have been that she didn't know that George cared. That is why she is blushing so at this minute. An hour or so later, when Florrie and her mother had fluttered volubly downstairs, and the exhausted assistants were putting the hats away before closing the cases, Gabriella went into the dressing-room, where Miss Nash, a stout, pleasant-looking girl, was sitting in a broken chair, with her shoes off, her blue serge skirt rolled back from her knees, and her head bowed, over her crossed arms, on the window-sill. At Gabriella's entrance, she glanced up and remarked cheerfully, "My feet were killing me. I just had to take off my shoes." "They do get dreadfully tired," assented Gabriella, in the tone of sympathetic intimacy she had caught from the other girls. Her naturally friendly spirit had refused to hold aloof from her companions, as her mother had begged her to do, and at the end of 3 months she had learned things about most of them which interested her profoundly. One supported an invalid father, another had a family of 6 little brothers and sisters to care for, and still another had lost her lover through a railroad accident only 2 days before her marriage. Several of them were extravagantly loud, 1 or 2 were inclined to be vulgar, but the others were quite as refined and gentle as the girls with whom she had grown up, and what impressed her about them all was their courageous and yet essentially light-hearted Southern spirit. To her surprise, she found an utter absence of jealousy among them. The elder women were invariably kind and helpful, and though she liked the girls, she soon discovered in herself a growing feeling of respect for these older women. They represented a different type, for the hardness she noticed in some of the younger girls was entirely lacking in the women of Miss Lancaster's generation. Many of them even her mother would have called well-born, and one and all they were almost painfully ladylike. With their thin, erect figures, their wan, colorless faces, their graying hair, and their sweet Southern voices, they imparted a delicate social air to the shop. Usually Gabriella stopped to talk to the girls who were crowded in from the workroom, brushing shreds of silk or ribbon from their skirts. But today her mind wandered while she answered Miss Nash, and when, a minute later, Miss Lancaster spoke to her on the way out, and asked her to match the flowers for Florrie's hat, she was obliged to make an effort before she could recall her roving attention. She was thinking not of Florrie's hat, but of Mrs. Spencer's words. "He has come back because he heard that your engagement was broken." And at the first insurgent rise of emotion, she ceased to be the businesswoman and became merely an imaginative girl dreaming of love. "They aren't quite the right shade, are they?" she asked with an uncertainty which was tactful rather than sincere. "Or perhaps the ribbon might be darker?" Her eyes questioned Miss Lancaster, who moved a step nearer the window as she held the bolt of ribbon toward the daylight. "Well, we'd better look at it again in the morning. You are in a hurry, Miss Carr?" "Oh, no, I've all the time in the world," answered Gabriella, though she longed to be out with the June scents and her dreams. "But I am sure the ribbon ought to be a deeper blue to tone with the ragged robins." "You've a wonderful eye for color. That's why I asked your advice," said the other, and a sudden friendliness shone in her tired eyes, for she had liked Gabriella from the beginning. That the girl possessed a genuine gift of taste, the elder woman had already discovered. For herself, Miss Lancaster had always hated the sight of hats, and had taken up the work merely because a place in Brandywine and Plumbers had been offered her shortly after her father, a gallant fighter but a poor worker, had gone to end his kindly anecdotal days in the Home for Confederate Soldiers. She was a repressed, conscientious woman, who had never been younger than she was now at 50, and who regarded youth not with envy, but with admiring awe. For she, also, patient and uncomplaining creature, belonged to that world of decay and inertia from which Gabriella had revolted. It was a world where things happened today just as they happened yesterday, where no miracles had occurred since the miracles of Scripture, where people hated change, not because they were satisfied, but because they were incapable of imagination. Miss Lancaster, who had never wanted anything with passion, except to be a perfect lady, was proud of the fact that she had been 20 years in business without losing her shrinking manner. "Yes, you have an eye for color," she repeated gently. "If you could only learn to sew, you might command a most desirable position." "I despise sewing," replied Gabriella with serene good humor, "and I could never learn, even at school, anything that I despised. But I suppose I can always tell somebody else how it ought to be done." Then, because her work always interested her, she forgot the disturbing words Mrs. Spencer had spoken. She forgot even her impatience to feel the June air in her face. Her best gift, the power of mental control, enabled her to bring the needed discipline to her emotion, and when the moment of her release came, she found that the brief restlessness had passed from her mind. "There's no use letting myself get impatient," she thought. "I've got to stick to it, so it won't do a bit of good to begin wriggling." All the other girls had gone home before her, and on the sidewalk Miss Meeson, of the glove counter, stood talking about the spring sales to Mr. Brandywine. As Gabriella passed them, in her white shirtwaist and dark belted skirt, they looked thoughtfully after her until her sailor hat, with the scarlet band, crossed Broad Street and disappeared on the opposite side. "She's a remarkable girl," observed Mr. Brandywine with his paternal manner. "I hope she is beginning to feel at home with us." "I believe she'd feel at home anywhere," replied Miss Meeson. "And she's obliged to get on. There's no doubt of it." "A pleasant face, too. Not exactly pretty, I suppose, but you would call it a pleasant face." "Oh, well, I'd call her pretty in her way," answered Miss Meeson. "Her eyes are lovely, and she has a singularly bright expression. I always say that a bright expression makes up for anything." "Her mother was a beauty in her day," said Mr. Brandywine reminiscently. "She was the snow and roses sort, and her eldest daughter took after her, though she is a wreck now, poor lady." "That's Charlie Gracie," remarked Miss Meeson tartly, for she had the self-supporting woman's contempt for the rake. "Yes, she was lovely as a girl. I remember as well as if it were yesterday how happy she looked when I sold her wedding gloves. She is a beautiful character, too, they say, but somehow Gabriella, even as a child, appealed to me more. She has 3 times the sense of her sister." Then they shook hands and parted, while Gabriella, tripping through the Second Market, was saying to herself, "There's not the least bit of sense in your thinking about him, Gabriella." End of Section 5. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 6 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. A Start in Life. Part 2. In Hill Street, maple and poplar trees were in full leaf, and little flakes of sunshine, as soft as flowers, were scattered over the brick pavement. Beyond the housetops the sky was golden, and at the corners the rusty ironwork of an old balcony had turned to the color of bronze. The burning light of the sunset blinded her eyes, while an intense sweetness came to her from the honeysuckle clambering over a low white porch. And this light and this sweetness possessed an ineffable quality. Life, which had been merely placid a few hours before, had become suddenly poignant. Every instant was pregnant with happiness. Every detail was piercingly vivid. Her whole being was flooded with a sensation of richness and wonder, as if she had awakened with surprise to a different world from the one she had closed her eyes on a minute before. As she crossed the street, she saw her mother's head above a box of clove pinks in the window, and a little later the front door opened and Miss Polly Hatch, a small, indomitable spinster who sewed out by the day, walked rapidly between the iron urns and stopped under the creamy blossoms of the old magnolia tree in the yard. "It's too late for your ma to be working, Gabriella. You'd better stop her." Pausing in the middle of the walk, she comfortably tucked under her arm an unwieldy bundle she carried, and added, with the shrewdness which was the result of a long and painful experience with human nature, "It's funny, ain't it, how downright mulish your ma can be when she wants to." "I can't do a thing on earth with her," answered Gabriella in distress. "You have more influence over her than I have, Miss Polly." Miss Polly, who had the composed and efficient bearing of a machine, shook her head discouragingly as she opened the gate and passed out. "I reckon she's set for good and all," she remarked emphatically, and went on her way. "Mother, it's time to stop sewing and think about supper," called Gabriella gaily as she ran into the room and bent to kiss her mother, who turned a flat, soft cheek in her direction and remarked gloomily, "Gabriella, you've had a visitor." Not for worlds would Mrs. Carr have surrendered to the disarming cheerfulness of her daughter's manner, for since Gabriella had gone to work in a shop, her mother's countenance implied that she was piously resigned to disgrace as well as to poverty. It was inconceivable to her that any girl with Berkeley blood in her veins could be so utterly devoid of proper pride as Gabriella had proved herself to be. And the shock of this discovery had left a hurt look in her face. There were days when she hardly spoke to the girl. When refusing food, she opened her lips only to moisten her thread, when the slow tears seemed forever welling between her reddened eyelids. As they had just passed through one of these painful periods, Gabriella was surprised to find that, for the moment at least, her mother appeared to have forgotten her righteous resentment. Though it could hardly be said that Mrs. Carr spoke cheerfully, since cheerfulness was foreign to her nature, at least she had spoken. Of her own accord, unquestioned and unurged, she had volunteered a remark to her daughter, and Gabriella felt that, for a brief respite, the universe had ceased to be menacing. "Gabriella, you have had a visitor," repeated Mrs. Carr, and it was clear that her sorrow, she never yielded to passion, had been overcome by a natural human eagerness to tell her news. "Not Cousin Jimmy?" asked the girl lightly. "No, you could never guess if you guessed all night." "Not Charlie Gracie, surely? I wouldn't speak to him for the world." Though Jane had returned to Charlie, and even Mrs. Carr, feeling in her heart that her younger daughter had dealt her the hardest blow, had been heard to say that she pitied her son-in-law more than she censured him, Gabriella had not softened in her implacable judgment. "Of course it wasn't Charlie. I shouldn't have mentioned it if it had been, because you are so bitter against him. But it was somebody you haven't seen for months. Do you remember Evelyn Randolph's son, who paid you so much attention last winter?" "George Fowler? Has he been here?" asked Gabriella, and her voice quivered like a harp. "I told Marthy to say you were out. Of course, I wasn't fit to see company, but he caught sight of me on his way to the gate, and came back on the porch to speak to me. He remembered all about my having gone to school with his mother, and it seems she had told him about the time she was Queen of May and I Maid of Honor. I asked him how Evelyn stood living in New York, but he said she likes it better than his father does. Archie Fowler insists that he is coming back to Virginia to end his days. They seem to have plenty of money. I expect Archie has made a fortune up there, or he wouldn't be satisfied to live out of Virginia." "Did George ask when I'd be at home?" inquired Gabriella. Though she knew that it was unwise to divert her mother's attention from the main narrative, her whole body ached with the longing to hear what George had said of her, and she felt that it was impossible to resist the temptation to question. "He said something about you as he was going away, but I can't remember whether he asked when you would be in or not." In spite of the fact that Mrs. Carr had the most tenacious memory for useless detail, she was never able to recall the significant points of an interview. "He didn't ask where I was?" The question was indiscreet, for it jerked Mrs. Carr's mind back with violence from its innocent ramble into the past, while it reminded her of Gabriella's present unladylike occupation. She shut her lips with soft but obstinate determination, and Gabriella, watching her closely, told herself that wild horses couldn't drag another word out of her mother tonight. The girl longed to talk it over, but she might have tried as successfully to gossip with the angel on a marble tombstone. She wanted to hear what George had said, to ask how he was looking, and to wonder aloud why he had come back. She wanted to throw herself into her mother's arms and listen to all the little important things that filled the world for her. If only the aloof virtue in Mrs. Carr's face would relax into a human expression. Taking off her hat, Gabriella went into the bedroom, and then, coming back again after a short absence, remarked with forced gaiety, "I suppose he didn't have anything interesting to tell you, did he?" No. Though the light had almost waned, Mrs. Carr broke off a fresh piece of thread and leaned nearer the window while she tried to find the eye of the needle. "Let me thread your needle, Mother. It is too late to work anyway. You will ruin your eyesight." "I have never considered my eyesight, Gabriella." "I know you haven't, and that's why you ought to begin." As it was really growing too dark to see, Mrs. Carr rolled the thread back on the spool, stuck the needle into the last buttonhole, and folding the infant's dress on which she was working, laid it away in her straw work-basket. "Will you light the gas, Gabriella?" "Don't work any more tonight, Mother. It is almost supper time." Without replying, Mrs. Carr moved with her basket to a chair under the chandelier. Once seated there, she unfolded the dress, took the needle from the unfinished buttonhole, and tried again unsuccessfully to run the thread through the eye. Then, while Gabriella rushed to her aid, she removed her glasses and patiently polished them on a bit of chamois skin she kept in her basket. "Don't you feel as if you could eat a chop tonight, Mother?" "I haven't been able to swallow a morsel all day, Gabriella." "I've saved you a little cream. Shall I make you a toddy?" "I don't want it. Drink it yourself, dear." After this, there followed one of those pauses which fill not only the room, but the universe, with a fury of sound. There were times when Gabriella felt that she could stand anything if only her mother would fly into a rage, when she positively envied Florrie Spencer because her plebeian parent scolded her at the top of her voice instead of maintaining a calm and ladylike reticence. But Mrs. Carr was one of those women who never, even in the most trying circumstances, cease to be patient, who never lose for an instant so much as the palest or the thinnest of the Christian virtues. Going into the bedroom, Gabriella changed from her shirtwaist into a gown of flowered muslin, with sleeves that looked small beside the balloon ones of the season, and a skirt which was shrunken and pale from many washings the summer before. She had worn the frock when she met George, and though it was old, she knew it was becoming, and she told herself joyfully that if she put it on tonight, something must come of it. As she smoothed her hair by the dim gas jet over the mirror, she saw again the face of George as it had first smiled down on her beneath the boughs of a mimosa tree in Mrs. Spencer's front garden. At the time, a year ago, she was engaged to Arthur. She had even called the placid preference she felt for him being in love. But while she talked to George, she had found herself thinking, "I wonder how it would feel to be engaged to a man like this instead of to Arthur." Then, since all Southern engagements of the period were secret, she had seen a good deal of George during the summer, and in the autumn, while she was still trying to make believe that it was merely a friendship, he had gone back to New York without saying goodbye. She had tried her best to stop thinking of him, and until this evening, she had never really let herself confess that she cared. But if she didn't care, why was she so happy tonight? If she didn't care, why was there such intoxicating sweetness in the thought of his return? If she didn't care, why had she dressed herself so carefully in the flowered muslin he had once said that he liked? Her face, smiling back at her from the mirror, was suffused with a delicate glow, not pink, not white, but softly luminous, as if a lamp shining behind it enkindled its expression. She had never seen herself so nearly pretty, and with this thought in her mind, she went back to her mother, who was still working buttonholes under the chandelier. "Marthy has brought the lamp, Mother. Why don't you move over to the table?" "I can see perfectly. Thank you, Gabriella. I hate to see you working. Let me finish those buttonholes. I'd rather get through them myself, dear. Have you seen Jane today? No. Has Cousin Pussy been here? No. Did you get out for a walk? No. The appalling silence again filled the room like a fog, and Gabriella, moving cautiously about in it, began straightening chairs and picking up shreds of cambric from the carpet. She felt suddenly that she could not endure the strain for another minute, and glancing at Mrs. Carr's bent head, where the thin hair was wound into a tight knot and held in place by a tortoiseshell comb with a carved top, she wondered how her mother could possibly keep it up day after day as she did. But if she had only known it, this silence, which tried her nerves to the breaking point, was positively soothing to her mother. Mrs. Carr could keep it up not only for days and weeks, but had it been necessary, she could have kept it up with equal success for half a lifetime. While she sat there, working buttonholes in a bad light, she thought quite as passionately as Gabriella, though her mental processes were different. She thought sadly but firmly, with a pensive melancholy, not untinged with pleasure, that life was becoming almost too much for her. It seemed incredible to her that, after all her struggles to keep up an appearance, things should have turned out as they had. It seemed incredible that, after all her sacrifices, her children should not consider her more. They have no consideration for me, she reflected, while she took the finest stitch possible to the needle she held. If Jane had considered me, she would never have married Charlie. If Gabriella had considered me, or anybody but herself, she would not have gone to work in a store. No, they had never considered her. They had never asked her advice before acting, though she had brought them into the world and had worked like a slave in order to keep them in that respected station of life in which they had been born. Then, her sorrow getting the better of her resolution, she turned her head and spoke. I know you never tell me anything on purpose, Gabriella, but I think I have a right to know whether or not you have discarded Arthur for good. I told you all about it, Mother. I told you I found I was mistaken. I suppose you never thought for a moment how much it would distress me? Though Lydia Peyton is so much older than I am, she was always my best friend. We often stayed in the room together when we were girls. I had set my heart on your marrying her son. I know that, Mother, and I'm very sorry, but when it came to the point, I couldn't marry him. You can't make yourself care. I should have thought that my wishes might influence you. I should never wish you to do anything that wasn't for your good, Gabriella. Of course, Mother, you've given up your life to us. I know that, and Jane knows it as well as I do. That's why I want to earn money enough to let you rest. I want you to stop work for good and be happy. There are worse things than work, replied Mrs. Carr, in a tone which implied that Gabriella had brought them upon her. After a pause, in which her needle flew mournfully, she added, I hope for your own sake that you will marry some good man before you lose your attractions. Poor Becky Bolingbroke proved to me how unfortunate it is for a woman to remain unmarried. For an instant, Gabriella looked at her mother without replying. She felt tempted, strongly tempted, she told herself, to say something cross. Then the sight of the bent gray head, of the bowed shoulders, of the knotted, needle-pricked fingers, pierced her heart. Though she could not always agree with her mother, she loved her devotedly, and the thought that she must lose her some day had been the most terrible nightmare of her childhood. Don't worry about me, Mother dear, she answered tenderly. I can always take care of myself. I can manage my life. You know that, don't you? Then she stopped quickly while her heart gave a single bound and lay quiet. She had heard the click of the gate, and a minute later, As Mrs. Carr gathered up her sewing, there was a ring at the bell. "It can't be a visitor before supper, can it, Gabriella?" "I think not, Mother, but I shouldn't run away if I were you." "I'd better go. I don't feel dressed. Wait a minute, Marthy, and let me get out of the room before you open the door." She fled, clutching her work basket, while Gabriella, turning to lower the flaming wick of the lamp, heard George's voice at the door and his footsteps crossing the hall. "I knew something would happen," she thought wildly as she went forward to meet him. "I saw you pull down the shade as I was going by," he began rather lamely, and she hardly heard his words because of the divine tumult in her brain. Her heart sang, her pulses throbbed, every drop of her blood seemed to become suddenly alive with ecstasy. Under the tarnished garlands of the chandelier his face looked younger, gayer, more intensely vivid than it had looked in her dreams. It was the face of her dreams made real, but with what a difference! She saw his crisp brown hair brushed smoothly back from its parting, his blue eyes, with their gay and conquering look, the firm red-brown of his cheek, and even the bluish shadow encircling his shaven mouth. In his eyes, which said enchanting things, she could not read the trivial and commonplace quality of his soul, for he was not only a man, he was romance, he was adventure, he was the radiant miracle of youth. "Florrie told me this morning that you had come back," she answered coldly as she held out her hand. Her words seemed to come to her from a distance, from the next room, from the street outside, from the farthest star. But while she uttered them, she knew that her words meant nothing. She shed her joy as if it were fragrance, and her softness was like the magnolia-scented softness of the June night. Even her mother would not have known her, so greatly had she changed in a minute. Of the businesslike figure in the sailor hat and trim shirtwaist, of the Gabriella who had said, "I can manage my life," there remained only an outline. The very feet of the capable woman had changed into the shrinking and timid feet of a lovesick girl. She was afraid to go forward, afraid to move, afraid to breathe lest she break the wonderful spell of the magic. Not only her basic common sense, but the very soul that shaped her body had become as light, as sweet, as formless as liquid honey. But of course she knew nothing of this. She was innocent of deception. She was innocent even of any definite purpose to allure. The thought in her mind, if there were any thought, which is doubtful, was that she must be composed, she must be indifferent if it killed her. "I know I've come at an awkward hour, but I simply couldn't go by after I saw you." "Won't you stay?" she asked, trying in vain to shut out the ominous sound of Marthy bringing their scant supper. She remembered with horror that she had ordered only 2 chops, and a wave of rebellion swept over her, because life always spoiled its divine instants. "No, I can't stay. I've an engagement for supper. I merely wanted to see you. You've no idea how I've wanted to see you." "Have you?" said Gabriella, in so low a voice that he hardly heard her. Then, lifting her glowing eyes, she added softly, "I am glad that you wanted to." "There were times when I simply couldn't get you out of my mind," he responded, and went on almost joyously, with the romantic look which had first enchanted her imagination. "You see, I believed that you were going to marry Arthur Peyton. Julia told me that your engagement was broken. That was why I came back. Didn't you guess it?" "Yes, I guessed it," she answered simply, and all the softness, the sweetness, the beauty of her feeling passed into her voice. Then, in the very midst of her happiness, there occurred one of those sordid facts which appear to spring, like vultures, upon the ineffable moments. She heard the bell, the awful supper bell which her mother insisted upon having rung because her parents had had it rung for generations before her. As the horrible sound reverberated through the house, Gabriella felt that the noise passed through her ears, not into her brain, but into the very depths of her suffering soul. "There, I must go," said George, without embarrassment, for which she blessed him. From his manner, the supper bell might have made a delightful harmony instead of a hideous discord. "I'll see you tomorrow, if I may. May I, Gabriella?" He smiled charmingly as he went, and looking after him, a minute later, over the clove pinks in the window box, she saw him turn and gaze back at her from the opposite pavement. End of Section 6. Recording by Nancy Halper. Summit, New Jersey. Section 7 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Mirage. Part 1. On a bright Sunday in October, Mrs. Carr stopped on her way from church to tell Mrs. Peyton of Gabriella's engagement. A crepe veil, slightly scented with camphor, hung from her bonnet, and in her gloved hands she carried a bunch of yellow chrysanthemums, for she intended to go on to Hollywood, where her husband was buried. The sermon had been unusually inspiring, and there was a pensive exultation in her look as she laid her hand on the gate of the walled garden. "If it couldn't be Arthur, and of course my heart was set on her marrying Arthur, I suppose George is the one I should have chosen," she said to Mrs. Peyton with tender melancholy as she turned her soft, clammy cheek, which was never warm even in summer, to be kissed. There was nothing against George that she could advance even to Gabriella. He was well born, for his mother had been a Randolph. He was comfortably rich, at least his father was. He was good-looking. He was almost arrogantly healthy. Yet, because she was obliged to regret something, she found herself clinging fondly to the memory of Arthur. "If it could only have been Arthur," she repeated sadly, gazing through the French window of the drawing-room to the garden where beds of scarlet sage flaunted brilliantly in the sunshine. "I hope and pray that dear Gabriella will be happy," replied Mrs. Peyton, a beautiful old lady, with wonderful white hair under the widow's ruching in her bonnet. The exquisite simplicity of her soul was reflected in the rose-leaf delicacy of her skin, in her benignant and innocent smile, in the serene and joyous glance of her eyes. Never in her life had she thought evil of anyone, and she did not mean to begin on the verge of the grave, with the hope of a peaceful eternity before her. If dear Gabriella had discarded dear Arthur, then she could only hope and pray that dear Gabriella would not live to regret it. "She will be married at once, I suppose?" she said, and beamed as happily as if Gabriella had not disappointed the dearest hope of her heart. "There is no need to wait, is there?" "They have decided on the 17th of November. I wanted you to know it first of all, Lydia, so I haven't mentioned it to a soul, except to Cousin Jimmy Wren." "You will live with dear Jane, will you not? Poor child, what a blessing you will be to her." "No, I shall be with Jane only for a month or two, until Gabriella and George have taken a house in New York. She wouldn't consent to be married so soon until I promised to live with them. But how on earth shall I ever manage to go so far away, Lydia? To think of being so far from Hollywood almost breaks my heart, and yet, what can I do?" Mrs. Peyton's loving gaze enfolded not only her visitor, but the house and the dreamy garden where frost was already blighting the flowers. "I understand your feeling, of course, Fanny," she said, "but you must think of Gabriella. How different it will be for her if her mother is with her. I shall miss you every minute, but for the sake of that splendid child of yours, I must not allow myself to be sorry." If Mrs. Carr's features could have lost the fixed impression of a lifetime, they would have appeared almost cheerful while her old friend held her hand and gazed benignly upon her. But so relaxed had the muscles of her face become, that even when her spirits rose, Her countenance did not alter, and the flicker of light in her smile only served to illumine its profound melancholy. "I try to think of Gabriella," she answered, "but I oughtn't to forget poor Jane. Whenever I remember her, I begin to reproach myself." "Don't reproach yourself, Fanny. There is nothing on earth for which you can justly be blamed. I am sure you have never considered your own wishes for a minute in your life. If ever a mother gave up everything for her children, you have done so, Fanny, and you needn't deny it. But tell me about Gabriella. How thankful you ought to be that she has given up that work in a store." "If it had been God's will, I suppose I must have borne it, Lydia, but I felt as if it was killing me." "The dear child has a strong character," observed Mrs. Peyton, and it seemed to her, while she thought of Gabriella, that a strong character was a beautiful and wonderful thing. "You would hardly know Gabriella, she is so changed," replied Mrs. Carr. "I declare I sometimes think that I never saw a girl so wildly in love as she is. She positively worships George. And when I look at her, I remember Becky Bolingbroke saying that a smart woman in love is worse than a silly one. She has that much more to get foolish with, poor Becky used to say." "How happy it must make you," murmured the other. "There is nothing in life I'd rather see than my Arthur happily married." "I always thought that he and Gabriella were made for each other, but one never can tell." "That must be Gabriella now," said Mrs. Peyton as the bell rang. "Is she coming for you?" "Yes, Cousin Jimmy was to bring her, and then drive me out to Hollywood." "Isn't that Arthur's voice talking to her?" "Poor boy," whispered Mrs. Peyton, and then she rustled forward and enveloped Gabriella in a warm embrace. "My darling girl, your mother has just told me," she said. "And Gabriella has just told me," added Arthur at her elbow. Though there was a hurt look in his eyes, his manner was perfect. Years afterwards, whenever Gabriella thought of him, she remembered how perfect his manner was on that morning. "I wanted you to know first of all," said Gabriella. As the old lady looked at her with loving eyes, it seemed to her that the girl was softly glowing with happiness. She accepted joy as she accepted sorrow, with quietness, but there was a look in her face which made her appear, for the moment, transfigured. A radiance like that of a veiled flame shone in her eyes. The cool tones of her voice had grown richer and gentler, and at last, as Mrs. Peyton said to herself, Gabriella, the sensible and practical Gabriella, was sweet with the honeysuckle sweetness of Jane. "She must be over head and ears in love," she thought, and the next minute, "I wonder how it will end." The question brought a pang to her kind old heart, which longed to make everybody, and particularly her boy Arthur, happy. Then, because her eyes were filling, she stroked the girl's arm gently and said, "That's a pretty dress, my dear. I never saw you look better." "She's really getting pretty," remarked Mrs. Carr. "Cousin Jimmy was saying only yesterday that if Gabriella keeps it up, she'll be a better-looking old lady than Jane." "Well, I think her a very pretty young one," replied Mrs. Peyton. "She hasn't such small features as Jane has, but there is more in her face. Now, I'm willing to wager that George thinks her a beauty." Gabriella laughed happily. "He hasn't the faintest idea what I look like, but he declares he won't be a bit disappointed if he finds out some day that I am ugly." The glow of youth, of hope, of love, gave to her expressive face an almost unearthly brightness. She seemed to draw to her all that was vital and alive in the dim old house, so filled with memories, and in the October pageantry of the garden. It was the day of her miracle, and against the splendor of the scarlet sage, she shone with an unforgettable radiance. When, a little later, Mrs. Carr in Cousin Jimmy's buggy, with her bunch of chrysanthemums held rigidly in her lap, drove off at an amble to Hollywood, and Gabriella, turning to wave her hand, had vanished behind the corner of the gray wall. Mrs. Peyton said gently, "She looked very happy, dear boy. You and I must pray for her happiness." The beauty which all her life she had created through faith awoke in Arthur's suffering heart while she spoke to him. She demanded nobility of being, and it existed. She exacted generosity of nature, and it was there. By her mere presence, by the overflowing love in her heart, she not only banished jealousy and envy, but made the very idea of them unthinkable. "She is obliged to be happy. It is her nature," answered Arthur, for his disposition was hardly less perfect than his manner. Crossing Broad Street, which wore its look of Sabbath sleepiness, Gabriella hurried on to Hill Street, and saw George waiting for her between the two green-painted urns filled with the summer's fading bloom of portulaca. He was staring straight upward at one of the poplar trees, where a gray squirrel was playing among the branches, and for several minutes before he was aware of her presence, she watched him with her impassioned, yet not wholly uncritical gaze. The sunlight sparkled in his eyes, which shone brightly blue against the red-brown of his flesh, and between his smiling lips, which were thick and somewhat loosely molded, she saw the gleaming whiteness of his teeth. She could not explain, she had never even tried to understand, why this face, which was not in the least a remarkable one, should so profoundly appeal to her. When George was absent, his look haunted her with the intensity of a hallucination. When at last she saw it again, she felt that nothing else in the world mattered to her, so supreme was the contentment that swept over her. Though she was more intelligent than Jane, not even Jane herself had surrendered so unconditionally to the primal force. At least Jane had made exactions, but so complete was the subjugation of Gabriella that she exacted nothing, not even a return of her love. To give was all she asked, and in the giving she bloomed into a beauty and fullness of nature which Jane's small, closed soul could never attain. "George!" she called, and went swiftly toward him. He turned, threw away the cigar in his hand, and held open the gate while she entered. "There's a jolly little beggar up in the poplar," he said. "I've been watching him for 10 minutes. Then, as she passed before him into the parlor, he shut the door, and catching her in his arms, kissed the back of her neck. "Oh, George!" she murmured, and her voice was like music. Even to his short-sighted vision there was pathos at the heart of her happiness, the pathos of ignorance, of innocence, of the reckless generosity of soul that spends its best for the pure joy of spending. With the instinctive miserliness of the man who realizes that passion to last must be hoarded, not scattered, he had drawn back almost unconsciously from the simple abandonment of her love. He wanted her because the deep discomfort of his nature could not be satisfied without her, but in possessing her, he did not mean to give up anything else. Never for an instant had he deluded himself with the mystic ecstasies of Gabriella. The passion which had changed her whole being as if by a miracle had altered neither his fundamental egoism nor his superficial philosophy. He loved her, he knew, as much as it was possible for him to love any woman, but he was still able to take a profound and healthy interest in his physical comfort. In one thing, however, they were passionately agreed, and that was that the aim and end of their marriage was to make George perfectly happy. "You are sweet enough to eat this morning," he said as he kissed her. "I told Mrs. Peyton that you didn't know whether I was pretty or ugly," she answered merrily. "It isn't beauty that takes a man, though women think so," he rejoined lightly, and yet as if he were imparting one of the basic facts of experience. "I don't know what it is, but it's something else, and you've got it, Gabriella." She looked at him with luminous eyes. "I've got you," she answered in a whisper. "That's all. Nothing else on earth matters. I want nothing but love." "But you let me go away for 6 months. I could never understand that." "I had to, George. I couldn't be mean even for you, could I?" "Well, I don't know." His gaze dwelt on her moodily. "Sometimes I wonder if you haven't too much conscience in your body." Careless as were his words, they brought stinging tears to her eyes. Her throat ached with the longing to pour out her love, but it seemed to her suddenly that a wall of personality had risen between them, and that she could only beat blindly against the impenetrable mass that divided them. She knew now that he could never understand, and yet the knowledge of this intensified, rather than diminished, her love. The mere physical attraction, which she had glorified into passion, was invested with the beauty and the mystery of an unattainable ideal. "I believe you were going to cry, darling. Don't be so serious," he said, laughing. "But tell me you know that I love you." "Of course I know it. Am I blind or a fool?" Then, before the glowing worship in her face, he caught her in his arms while he said over and over, "I love you, I love you." He held her close, thrilling at her touch, seeking her warm lips with an eagerness which comforted her, because she was too inexperienced to understand how ephemeral was its nature and its sweetness. "Promise to love me always, George, as you do now," she said, passionately trying to make the fugitive joy immortal. "If you'll tell me how to help it, I shall be grateful," he retorted, as gaily as if her eyes had not filled with tears. "Swear it." "I swear it. Now are you satisfied?" "I don't believe it. I'll never believe that you love me as much as I love you. Nobody could." In his heart, he agreed with her. That Gabriella loved him more than he loved her was a fact to which he was easily reconciled. He loved her quite as much as he could love anybody except himself and be comfortable, and if she demanded more, she merely proved herself to be an unreasonable person. Women did love more than men, he supposed, but what else were they here for? During the 6 months when he had thought that she belonged to another, she had, he told himself, almost driven him out of his mind. But, possession once assured, he had speedily recovered his health and his sanity. Her worship flattered him, and in this flattery she had, perhaps, her strongest hold on his heart. Nothing in his engagement had pleased him more than the readiness with which she had given up her work at his request. He abhorred independence in a wife, and Gabriella's immediate and unresisting acquiescence in his desire appeared to him to establish the fact of her essential and inherent femininity. Had not all laws, as well as all religions, proclaimed that women should be content to lay down not only her life, but her very identity for love, and that Gabriella was womanly to the core of her nature, in spite of her work in Brandywine's millinery department, was impossible to doubt while he kissed her. There were times, indeed, when the exaltation of Gabriella's womanliness seemed to have left her without a will of her own, when, in a divine submission to love, she appeared to exist only for the laudable purpose of making her lover happy. "I'd do anything on earth for you, Gabriella," said George suddenly. "I wonder if you would make a sacrifice for me if I asked it." From his face, as he looked down on her, it was evident that he was not speaking from impulse, but that he had seized an opportune moment. "You know I would, George. I'd give up the whole world for you. I'd beg my bread with you by the roadside." "Well, it isn't so bad as that, darling. It's only about your mother coming to us so soon. I've had a letter from home, and it seems that Father has had losses and can't help me out as he intended to do. He's always either losing or making piles of money, so don't bother your precious head about that. In 6 months he'll probably be making piles again, but in the meantime, Mother suggests that we should postpone taking a house and come and live with her for a few months." I'd rather live on your income, George, no matter how small it is. I'm an awfully good manager, and you'd be surprised to see how far I can make a little money go. Why can't we take an apartment somewhere in an inexpensive neighborhood, one just big enough for Mother and you and me? We couldn't live half so well in the first place, and besides, I'd hate like the devil to see you working yourself to death and losing your looks. That's just exactly what Patty is doing. She was the family's greatest investment, you know. Everything we had for years was spent on her because she was such a ripping beauty, and Mother set her heart on her marrying nothing less than a duke. So we sent her abroad to be educated and squandered a fortune on her clothes, and then, just as Mother was gloating over her triumphs, the very day after the Duke of Toxbridge proposed to her, Patty walked out one morning and married Billy King at the little church around the corner. Billy, of course, hasn't a cent to his name except what he makes painting blue pictures, and that's precious little. They're up on the west side now, living in 4 rooms, with neighbors who fry onions at 9 o'clock in the morning next door to them. And half the time Patty hasn't even a maid, I believe, and has to do her work with the help of a charwoman. And is she happy? There was eagerness in Gabriella's voice, for she was sure that she should love Patty. Oh, yes, Patty is happy, but Mother isn't. It's rough on Mother. I think she ought to have told your mother before she married. Well, Patty thought she could stand the fuss better after she'd done it than she could before. She said she needed the support of knowing they couldn't stop it. Cheeky, wasn't it? And is she really so beautiful? Ripping, said George, simply ripping. I know I shall love her. Is she dark or fair? I never thought about it, but she's a towering beauty, something between dark and fair, I suppose. She has golden hair, you know. His arm was around her, and lifting her earnest face to his, Gabriella began in her softest voice. I shouldn't mind a bit living like that, George. Honestly, I shouldn't. Yes, you would. It would be rotten. I wish you would tell me just how much we shall have to live on, dear. Even if it is very, very little, it would be so much better not to expect anything from your father. If the worst comes to the worst, I can always go back to work, you know, and I feel as if I ought to help because you were so generous about wanting Mother to live with us. He frowned slightly, while a dark flush rose to his forehead. Already Gabriella was learning how dangerously easy it was to irritate George. Serious discussions always appeared to disturb him, and at the first allusion to the responsibilities he had assumed, she could see the look of bored restlessness creep into his face. It was evidently abhorrent to him to hear her talk about business, but with her practical nature and her fundamental common sense, it was impossible that she should be content to remain in a fool's paradise of financial mysteries. She had only the vaguest idea how he earned a living, and a still vaguer one of what that living represented. There was an impression in her mind that he worked in his father's office somewhere in Wall Street. He had once given her the number, and that he went downtown every morning after breakfast and did not get home to luncheon. Cousin Jimmy had once told her that George's father was a stockbroker, but this information conveyed little to her mind. The men she knew in Richmond were lawyers, doctors, clergymen, or engaged, like Cousin Jimmy, in the tobacco business, and she supposed that a stockbroker must necessarily belong to a profession which was restricted to New York. The whole matter was hazy in her thoughts, but she hoped in time, by intelligent and tactful application, to overcome her ignorance, as well as George's deeply rooted objection to her enlightenment. Well, you see, my income is uncertain, Gabriella. It depends a good deal upon the stock market and the sort of stuff we've been buying. Look here, darling, don't for heaven's sake get the business bee in your bonnet. A mannish woman is worse than poison, and the less you know about stocks, the more attractive you will be. Mother has lived for 30 years with Father, and she doesn't know any more how he makes his money than you do at this minute. This was as lucid, she suspected, as George was ever likely to be on the subject, and since he was becoming visibly annoyed, she abandoned her fruitless search for information. After she was married, there would be time and opportunity to find out all that she wanted to know. And even if he never told her anything more, well, she was quite accustomed to the masculine habit of never telling women anything more. Her mother and Jane were as ignorant of finance as they had been in their cradles. Cousin Pussy spoke of the tobacco business as if it were a sacred mystery superior to the delicate feminine faculties. And while Gabriella was engaged to Arthur, he had fallen into the habit of gently reminding her that she knew nothing of law. "Very well, dearest, I shan't bother you," she said cheerfully. "Only, of course, I couldn't possibly leave Mother with Jane and Charlie. She doesn't realize it, but she would be perfectly miserable." "She told me that leaving Richmond was like death to her." "That's only because she knows she's going," answered Gabriella, but her endeavor to explain her mother's habit of mind appeared to her to be so hopeless that she added unconvincingly, "You can't imagine how dependent she is on me. Jane doesn't know how to manage her at all, though they are so much alike." "Well, of course, if we live at home—" "But you promised me we'd be to ourselves, George. You can't have forgotten it. We talked it over, every bit of it. And I told you in the beginning I couldn't leave Mother." "If you loved me enough to marry me, I should think you'd be willing to give up your family for me." He spoke doggedly. It was his way to speak doggedly when he was driving a point. "It isn't that, dear. You know it isn't that." Taking a letter from his pocket, he drew a sheet of blue notepaper, closely interlined, from the envelope, and handed it to her. "You can see for yourself how it is," he said in an aggrieved voice. By his tone he had managed to put her in the wrong as utterly as if she, not he, were trying to break her word. Yet she had told him in the very beginning that she could not leave her mother. She had refused to engage herself to him until he had offered Mrs. Carr a home with them. It had all been carefully arranged at the start, and now, within a month of their marriage, he had apparently forgotten that the matter was settled. Leaning forward until the light fell on the paper, she read with trembling lips. "My dear son, your letter was a blow to me because you had said nothing of Gabriella's plan to bring her mother to New York to live with her, and of course this makes it out of the question that you should come straight to us. Now that Patty has gone, poor child, I am afraid she will live to repent her rashness. Your father and I had quite looked forward to having you young people in the house, but we haven't room, even if I could bring myself to face the prospect of a rival mother-in-law under the same roof with me, and frankly, I can't. And your father has simply put his foot down on the idea. As you know, he hasn't been very well of late. The doctor says he's threatened with diabetes, so my one thought is to spare him every useless anxiety. He sleeps very badly, and doesn't seem able, even at night, to detach his mind from his business worries. If he hadn't had such a bad summer, he might have been able to help you start housekeeping, but there have been a great many failures in the last few months, and he says he is obliged to cut down all his expenses in order to tide over the depression in the market. We are trying to retrench in every possible way, and for this reason, I fear we shall hardly be able to go down to your wedding. This is a terrible disappointment to us both, and your father is particularly distressed because he will not be able to add to your income this year. Of course, if you should change your mind and decide to come to us, we can get Patty's old room ready for you at once and turn yours into a sitting room. Think this over and let me know as soon as you possibly can. I see Patty occasionally. She is in high spirits, but looking a little thinner, I think. Billy has painted a portrait of Mrs. Plethridge, but it isn't a bit flattering, and he wouldn't let her wear her pearls, so I'm afraid she won't buy it. I don't believe he will ever make anything of himself. What a waste, when Patty might have been Duchess of Toxbridge. Though I am not a bit worldly, I can't help regretting all that she has lost. Your loving mother, Evelyn Fowler. End of Section 7. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 8 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Mirage, Part 2. When she had folded the letter and given it back to him, Gabriella dropped her hands in her lap and sat gazing thoughtfully at the square of sunlight by the window. "If you cared as much as I do, you'd be willing to give up your family," he said suddenly, encouraged not only by her manner, which appeared yielding, but by his secret ineradicable conviction that her love was greater than his. Across the romantic screen of his features there flashed a swift change of expression, like the flicker of light on a colored mask. If she could only have looked through the charming vacancy of his face, she would have been surprised to discover the directness and simplicity of his mental processes. He wanted his way, and he meant, provided it was humanly possible, to have whatever he wanted. "It isn't that, George. Love has nothing to do with it. It is a question of right." For a minute he surveyed her moodily. Then, rising from her side of the sofa, he took 2 steps to the window and looked up at the boughs of the poplar tree. The gray squirrel was still there, and he watched it attentively while he pondered his answer. Yes, the whole trouble with Gabriella was too much conscience. This conscience of hers had gotten his way before now, and he had suddenly an uneasy feeling, as if he had struck against the vein of iron which lay beneath the rich bloom of her passion. The thought of her opposition, of her secret hardness, bitterly angered him. He wanted her, no other woman could satisfy him, but he wanted her utterly different from what she was. He was seized with an indomitable desire to make her over, to change her entirely from that Gabriella with whom he had fallen in love. Of course, she was right as far as the mere facts of the case were concerned. He had promised that her mother should live with them, but he felt indignantly that it was an act of disloyalty for her to be right at his expense. She ought to have given in, and she ought to have given in gracefully. There was no question of that. When a woman loved a man as much as she loved him, it was unreasonable of her to let these innumerable little points of fact come between them. It was ungenerous of her to cling so stubbornly to her advantage. Her very quietness, that look of gentle obstinacy which refused either to fight back or to surrender, irritated him almost to desperation. His temper, always inflammable, suddenly burst out, and he felt that he wanted to shake her. He wanted, indeed, to do anything in the world except the sensible thing of walking out of the house and leaving her to reflection. "I should think your first duty would be to your husband," he said, while the streak of cruelty which was at the heart of his love showed like a livid mark on the surface of his nature. His mind was conscious of but a single thought while he stood there in the wind which fluttered the curtains and filled the room with the roving scents of October, and this was that the bitter longing to make Gabriella over into the girl that he wanted her to become. Though it cost him her love, he felt that he must punish her for being herself. "Do you mean always to put your mother before me?" he asked passionately after a minute. Still she did not answer, and in the deep, earnest eyes that she turned on him he saw not anger, not sorrow even, but wonder. As he stretched out his hand, it fell on Mrs. Carr's window box, where a rose geranium remained bright green in the midst of the withered stems of the clove pinks, and the scent of the leaves, as he crushed them between his fingers, evoked a swift memory of Gabriella in one of her soft moods, saying over and over, "I love you, oh, I do love you." At the image his temper changed as if by magic, and crossing the room he bent down and kissed her with a fierceness that bruised her lips. "I adore you, Gabriella," he said. Though she had seen these sudden changes in him before, she had never grown wholly used to them. Her deeper nature, with its tranquil brightness, untroubled by passing storms, was unprepared for the shallow violence which swept over him, leaving no visible trace of its passage. No, she could not understand him. She could only hope that after they were married the blindness would pass from her love, and she would attain that completer knowledge for which she was striving so patiently. The transforming miracle of marriage, she trusted, would reveal this mystery, with so many others. "How can you hurt me so, George?" she asked with reproachful tenderness. "It's because you are so stubborn, darling. If you weren't so stubborn, I shouldn't do it. Do you know you get almost mulish at times?" he added, laughing, while she moved nearer and rubbed her cheek softly against his sleeve. "You frighten me," she whispered. "I was just beginning to believe that you really meant it." "Oh, lovers always quarrel. There's nothing in that." "But I hate to see you angry. It would almost kill me if it lasted longer than a minute. Never let it last, will you, George?" "Of course not, Goosey. It never has lasted, has it?" Goosey was one of his favorite names for her. He liked it because it gave him a merry feeling of superiority when he said it, and Gabriella liked it for perhaps the same reason. In the first ardor of her self-surrender, she caught eagerly at any straw that she might cast on the flame of her passion. "And I'm not really stubborn, dear. Tell me that I'm not really stubborn." "You darling, I was only teasing you." "I'll do anything on earth for you that I can, George." "I know you will, dearest. And you don't honestly care more for your family, do you?" "I love you better than all the rest of the world put together. There are times when I think it must be wrong to love any man as much as I love you. My grandmother used to say that when you loved like that, you tempted Providence. Isn't it dreadful to believe that you could tempt Providence by loving?" He kissed her throat where a loosened strand of dark hair had fallen against the whiteness. "Will you do what I ask, Gabriella?" So it was all to begin over again. He had not really given in. He had not really yielded, even while he was kissing her. She closed her eyes, leaning her head on his shoulder. For a moment she felt as if a physical pain were pressing into her forehead. "Will you do it, Gabriella?" It was as if he put his soul into his voice, wooing her tenderly away from her better judgment. He was testing his power to dominate her, and never had she felt it so vividly. Never had her will been so incapable of resisting him as at that instant. Moving slightly in his arms, she looked at the clear red-brown of his throat, at his sensitive mouth with the faint dent in the lower lip, at his bright blue eyes, which had grown soft while he pleaded. His physical power over her was complete, and he knew it. Her flesh had become as soft as flowers in his arms, while her eyes, like dark flames, trembled and fell away from his look. "It isn't only the thing itself, darling, but I don't like you to refuse me. It hurts me that you won't do what I ask of you." "If it were anything else, George." "But it isn't anything else. It's just that I want you to myself, all to myself, after we are married." "Don't ask me, dearest. If you only knew how it makes me suffer." Her voice was a caress when she answered, but, as he told himself passionately, she had not yielded an inch. Once again he had run against the iron hidden under the bloom. "Then you refuse absolutely?" he asked, and though his voice quivered still, it was no longer from tenderness. He hated stubbornness, and most of all he hated it in the woman who was going to be his wife. A life of continual contradiction, he felt, would be intolerable. A strong will, which he had always admired in himself, became a positive failing in Gabriella. A woman's strength lay, after all, not in force of character, but in sweetness of nature. And yet how lovely she was! How soft, how sweet she looked as she gazed up at him with her radiant eyes! There was a fascination for him in her tall slenderness, in the graceful curve of her head, which drooped slightly like a dark flower on its stem. Everything about her charmed him, and yet he had never called her beautiful in his thoughts. "I told you how it was, dear, when you first asked me to marry you," she said with infinite patience. I told you that it wasn't fair to ask you to take Mother, but that I couldn't possibly leave her alone in her old age. Jane's home is wretchedly unhappy. She can never tell when Charlie is to be counted on, and it would kill Mother to be dependent on Charlie, even if he were willing. I see your side, George. Indeed, indeed I do. But I simply can't act differently. I have always known it was my duty to look after Mother. Nothing can change that, not even love. She worked for us while we were little, and it is trouble that has made her what she is today. You must see that I am right, George. You can't possibly help it. But he couldn't see it. If the truth had been twice as evident, if Gabrielle had been twice as reasonable, he could still have seen only his wishes. I am only asking you to do what is best for us both, Gabriella. But how can it be best for me to become an ungrateful child, George? Neither of them wanted to quarrel, yet in a minute the barbed words were flying between them. In a minute they faced each other as coldly as if they had been strangers instead of adoring lovers. At the last he looked at her an instant in silence while she sat perfectly motionless, with her deep eyes changing to gold in the sunlight. Then, turning on his heel without a word, he left the house, and walked rapidly over the colored leaves on the pavement. As he passed under the poplar tree, the gray squirrel darted gaily along a bough over his head, but he did not look up, and a minute later Gabriella saw him cross the street and vanish beyond the pointed yew tree in the yard at the corner. I wonder if this is the end, she thought bitterly, and she knew that even if it were the end, that even if she died of it, she could never give way. Something stronger than herself, that vein of iron in her soul, would not bend, would not break, though every fiber of her being struggled against it. All the happiness of her life vanished with George as he passed beyond the yew tree at the corner, yet she sat there with her hands still folded, her lips still firm, watching the tree long after its pointed dusk had hidden her lover's figure. Had she followed her desire as lightly as George followed his, she would have run after him as he disappeared, and bringing him back to the room he had left, dissolved in tears on his breast. She longed to do this, but the vein of iron held her firm in spite of herself. She could not move toward him. She could not even have put out her hand had he entered. The bell rang, and her blood drummed in her ears, but it was only Cousin Jimmy bringing Mrs. Carr back from the cemetery. Hardy, deep-chested, meticulously brushed and groomed, he wore his Sunday frock with an unnatural stiffness, as if he were still hearing Pussy's parting warning to be careful about his clothes. His dark hair, trained for 20 years from a side parting, shone with the luster of satin, and his shining eyes, so like the eyes of adventurous youth, wore their accustomed Sabbath look of veiled and ashamed sleepiness. "So you're going to take the old lady to New York with you, Gabriella?" "I can't bear to think of it, Cousin Jimmy," remarked Mrs. Carr, while she adjusted her crepe veil over the back of her chair. "I don't see how I can stand living in the North." "Well, what about our friend Charlie? Do you think you could get on any better with Charlie for a son-in-law?" "You oughtn't to joke about it, Cousin Jimmy. It is too serious for joking." "I beg your pardon, Cousin Fanny. But where is George, Gabriella? I thought he was to meet you here." "He had to go just before you came. Don't you think Mother is looking well?" "As well as I ever saw her. I was telling her so as we drove back from Hollywood. All she needs is to leave off moping for a while, and she'd lose 10 years of her age. Why, I tell you, if it were I'd jump at the chance to go to New York for a few years. If there wasn't a single thing there except the theaters, I'd jump at it. You can go to a different show every night of your life, Cousin Fanny." "I have never been inside of a theater in my life. You ought to know me better than to think it," replied Mrs. Carr, while the corners of her mouth drooped. She had laid her bag of grosgrain silk on the table at her elbow, and untying the strings of her bonnet, she neatly rolled them into 2 tight little wads, which she fastened with jet-headed pins. "You make her go, honey, when you get hold of her. said Jimmy to Gabriella in a sympathetic aside. "What she needs is bracing up. I was saying so to Pussy only this morning. If you could just brace up Cousin Fanny, she'd be as well as you or I," was what I said to her. Now, I don't believe there's a better place on earth to brace a body up than old New York. I remember I took my poor old father there just a month or two before his last illness, when he was getting over a spell of lumbago, and it worked on him like magic. We stayed at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. You must be sure to get a dinner at the Fifth Avenue Hotel, Cousin Fanny. And went to a show every blessed night for a week. It made the old man young again, upon my word it did. And he was still talking about it when he came down with his last illness. Well, I must be going home to Pussy now. The boys and I went out squirrel hunting yesterday, and Pussy promised me Brunswick stew for dinner. Now don't you forget to brace up, Cousin Fanny. That's all on earth you need. The world ain't such a bad place after all when you sit down and think right hard about it. He went out gaily, followed by Mrs. Carr's accusing eyes to the hat rack, where he stopped to take his glossy silk hat from a peg. Turning in the buggy as he drove off, he waved merrily back at them with the whip before he touched the fat flanks of his gray. "Cousin Jimmy means well, but he has a most unfortunate manner at times," observed Mrs. Carr. "What is the matter, Gabriella? Have you a headache?" "Oh, no, but the sunshine is so strong." "Then you'd better lower the shade. Why, what in the world has happened to my rose geranium? I was just going to pot it for the winter." "I'm sure it isn't hurt, Mother. George broke the leaves when he was looking out of the window." "I thought he was going to stay for dinner. Did you make the jelly and syllabub?" "I made it, but he wouldn't stay." "Well, we'll send some upstairs to Miss Jemima. Do you know she had to have the doctor this morning? I met him as I was going out, and he said he was sorry to hear I was going to leave Richmond. I can't imagine where on earth he could have heard it, for I haven't mentioned it to a soul except Lydia Peyton. Yes, I believe I did speak of it to Bessie Spencer at the meeting of the Ladies' Aid Society the other day. Where are you going, Gabriella? Would you mind putting my bonnet in the bandbox?" No, Gabriella wouldn't mind, and taking the folds of crepe in her arms, she went to get the green paper bandbox out of the closet. Though she had sacrificed her happiness for her mother, she felt that it would be impossible for her to listen with a smiling face to her innocent prattle. In the afternoon, when Mrs. Carr, with a small and inconspicuous basket in her hand, had set out on her Sunday visit to the old ladies' home, and Marthy, attired in an apron with an embroidered bib, had taken the jelly and syllabub upstairs to Miss Jemima, Gabriella sat down in her mother's rocking chair by the window and tried desperately to be philosophical. The sound of the old maids from the floor above descending on their way to a funeral disturbed her for a minute, and she thought with an extraordinary clearness, "That is what my life will be if George never comes back. That is what it means to be old." And there was a morbid pleasure in pressing this thought, like a pointed weapon, into her heart. "That is all there will be for me. That will be my life," she went on after an instant of throbbing anguish. "I had no right to think of marriage with Mother dependent on me, and the best thing for me to do is to start again with Mr. Brandywine. George was right in a way. Yes, it is hard on him, and I was wrong ever to think of it, ever to let him fall in love with me." The mere thought that George was right in a way gave her singular comfort, and while she dwelt on it, the discovery seemed to throw a vivid light on the cause of the quarrel. Of course she had expected too much of him. It was natural that he should not want to be burdened with her family. What she had looked upon as selfishness was only the natural instinct of a man in love with a woman. He had said that he wanted her to himself, and to want her to himself appeared now to be the most reasonable desire in the world. Yes, she had acquitted George, but in acquitting him, it was characteristic of her that she should not have yielded an inch of her ground. She drew comfort from declaring him innocent, but it was the tragic comfort of one who blesses while she renounces. George's blamelessness did not alter in the least her determination to cling to her mother. The afternoon wore on, The soft golden light on the pavement was dappled with shadows, and the wind, blowing over the iron urns in the yard, scattered the withered leaves of portulaca over the grass. Though the summer still lingered, and flowers were blooming behind the fences along the street, the faint violet haze of autumn was creeping slowly over the sunshine. Now and then an acquaintance, returning from afternoon service, looked up to bow to her, and while the daylight was still strong, Marthy, resplendent in Sunday raiment, came out of the little green gate at the side of the yard and passed mincing in the direction of the Negro church. Then the door opened slowly, and the two old maids came in and stopped for a minute at the parlor door to see if Gabriella had company. "Such a lovely evening, my dear." They never used the word afternoon. "We went all the way to the cemetery. She was buried in her grandfather's lot, you know, in the old part up on the hill. It was a beautiful drive, but Amelia and I couldn't help thinking of the poor young thing all the time." It was Miss Jemima who had spoken, and her kind plain face, all puffs and pleasant wrinkles, had not yet relaxed from the unnatural solemnity it had worn at the funeral. She was seldom grave and never despondent, though to Gabriella she appeared to lead an unendurable life. Unlike Miss Amelia, she had not even a happy youth and a lover to look back upon. She had nothing, indeed, except her unfailing goodness and patience to support her. "I don't like to see you alone, honey," she said, untying the strings of her black silk bonnet, which fitted her cheerful features like a frame. "If the doctor hadn't told me to go to bed as soon as I came in, we'd sit a while with you for company." She felt that it was morbid and unnatural in Gabriella to sit alone in a dim room when there were so many young people out in the streets. "You mark my words, there's some reason back of Gabriella's moping all by herself," she remarked to Miss Amelia as she took off her things a few minutes later. "It wouldn't surprise me a bit to hear that she'd had a fuss with her sweetheart." "I declare, Sister Jemima, you are too sentimental to live," observed Miss Amelia as she filled the tea kettle on the fender. "Anybody would think to hear you talk that there was nothing in life except making love." "Well, there isn't anything else so interesting when you're young. You used to think so yourself, Sister Amelia." Standing gaunt and black, with the tea kettle held out stiffly before her, Miss Amelia turned her tragic face on her sister. "Well, I reckon you don't know much about it," she responded, with the unconscious cruelty of age. Having been once the victim of a great passion, she had developed at last into an uncompromising realist, wholly devoid of sentimentality, while Miss Jemima, lacking experience, had enveloped the unknown in a rosy veil of illusion. "You don't have to know a thing to think about it, Sister Amelia," replied the invalid timidly, as she put on her flannel wrapper and fastened it with a safety pin at the throat. "Well, I reckon it's all right for a girl like Gabriella," said Miss Amelia crushingly, "but when you look back on it from my age, you'll know it isn't worth a row of pins in a life." And beside the window downstairs, Gabriella was thinking passionately, "Shall I ever grow old? Is it possible that I shall ever grow old like that?" With the bare question, terror seized her, the terror of growing old without George, the terror of dying before she had known the full beauty of life. Looking ahead of her at the years empty of love, she saw them like a gray road, leaf-strewn, wind-swept, deserted, and herself creeping through them, as bent, as wrinkled, as disillusioned as Miss Amelia. The very image of a life without love was intolerable to her since she had known George, for love meant George, and only George, in her thoughts. That she could ever be happy again, ever take a natural pleasure in life if she lost him, was unimaginable to her at the instant. She loved him. She had loved him from the first moment she saw him. She would never, though she lived 1,000,000 years, love anyone else. It was as absurd to think that she could love again as that a flower could bloom afresh when its petals were withered. No, without George there was only loveless old age. There was only the future of Miss Amelia before her. And she clung to this idea with a horror which Miss Amelia, who seldom reflected that she was loveless, and by no means considered herself an object of pity, would have despised. I have no right to marry George, and yet, if I don't marry him, I shall be miserable all my life, she told herself with a sensation of panic. It would be so long, the rest of her life, and without George it was as desolate as the gray road of her vision. All the beauties of the universe, all the miracles of hope, of youth, of spring, her health, her intellect, her capacity for work and for taking pleasure in little things, all these were as nothing to her if she lost George out of her life. I oughtn't to marry him, she repeated, but if I don't marry him, I shall be miserable every minute until I die. Then a terror more awful than any she had yet suffered clutched at her heart. Suppose he should never come back. Suppose he had really meant to leave her for good. Suppose he had ceased to love her since he went out of the house. The possibility was so agonizing that she rose blindly from her chair and turned from the window as if the quiet street, filled with the dreamy sunshine of October, had offered an appalling, an unbelievable sight to her eyes. If he had ceased to love her, she was helpless, and this sense of helplessness awoke a feeling of rage in her heart. If he did not come back, she could never go after him. She could only sit and wait until she grew as old and as ugly as Miss Amelia. While the minutes, which seemed hours, dragged away, she wept the bitterest tears of her life, tears not of wounded love, but of anger because she could do nothing but wait. While she wept, the bell rang. When she did not answer it, it rang again, and after an interminable pause the footsteps of Miss Amelia were heard descending the stairs. Then the door opened and shut, the footsteps began their slow ascent of the stairs, and after an eternity of silence, she knew that George had entered the room. Wiping her eyes on the ruffle of the sofa pillow, she sat up and faced him while her pride hardened again. "Gabriella, I have come back." "I see you have," she answered coldly and choked over a sob. "What are you crying about, Gabriella?" I have a headache." "Have you thought about me at all today?" "A little." He laughed softly, the laugh of a conqueror. "I'm glad at least that I didn't give you the headache." "You didn't. I had it anyway." He was radiant. He was as fresh as the wind. Never in his life had he looked so gay, so handsome, so kind. His blue eyes were brimming with light. The mere fact of being alive appeared to fill him with ecstasy. And she loved him for his gaiety, for his lightness, for the ease with which he took for granted her unchangeable love. She longed with all her soul and body to prove this love by a surrender more complete than any she had made in the past. She longed to say, "I am yours to do with as you please, and nothing in the universe matters but you and my love for you." The very core of her nature longed to say this to him, but her indomitable pride, which even passion could not overcome, kept her sitting there in silence while she felt that her heart was bursting with happiness. "Have you thought it over, Gabriella?" She nodded. To save her life, she felt she could not utter a word without sobbing. "And you have absolutely and finally decided to have your way?" This time she shook her head, but the tears fell on her cheeks and she did not brush them away. From his voice she knew that she had triumphed, but there was no delight in the knowledge. She did not want to triumph. She wanted only to yield to him, and to make him happy by yielding. "Oh, George!" she cried suddenly, and held out her arms to him. As he looked down at her, his expression changed suddenly to one of intense sadness. From his face, which had grown pale, he might have been contemplating the eternal verities, though in reality he was considering nothing more exalted than the dreary prospect of a lifetime spent in the society of Mrs. Carr. Then, as Gabriella enfolded him, he laughed softly. He had given in, but he knew in the very instant of his defeat that he should someday turn it to victory. End of Section 8. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 9 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The New World. Part 1. Gabriella stood in front of the station, ecstatically watching George while he struggled for a cab. In the pale beams of the early sunshine, her face looked young, flushed, and expectant, as if she had just awakened from sleep, and her eyes, following her husband, were the happy eyes of a bride. She wore a new dress of blue broadcloth, passionately over-trimmed by Miss Polly Hatch. On her head, a blue velvet toque from Brandywine's millinery department rested as lightly as a benediction, and her hands clasped Arthur's wedding present, a bag of alligator skin bearing her initials in gold. 1 blissful month ago, she and George had been married, and now, on the reluctant return from a camp in the Adirondacks, they were confronting the disillusioning actuality of the New York streets at 8 o'clock in the morning. While Gabriella waited, shivering a little, for the air was sharp and her broadcloth dress was not warm, she amused herself planning a future which appeared to consist of inexhaustible happiness. And mingling with her dreams, there were divine memories of the last month and of her marriage. After that one quarrel, George, she told herself, had been simply perfect. His manner to her mother had been beautiful. He had been as eager as Gabriella to obliterate all memory of the difference between them, though, of course, after his yielding that supreme point, she had felt that she must give up everything else. And the giving up had been rapture. He had shown not the faintest disposition to crow over her when at last, after consulting Mrs. Carr, she had told him that her mother really preferred to stay with Jane until summer, though he had remarked with evident relief, "Then we'll put off looking for an apartment. It's easier to find one in the summer anyway, and in the meantime you can talk it over with Mother." After this, everything had gone so smoothly, so exquisitely, that it was more like a dream than like actual life when she looked back on it. She saw herself in the floating lace veil of her grandmother, holding white roses in her hand, and she saw George's face, the face of her dreams come true, looking at her out of a starry mist, while in the shining wilderness that surrounded them, she heard an organ playing softly, the voice that breathed o'er Eden. Then the going away, the goodbyes at the station in Richmond, her mother's face, pathetic and drawn against the folds of her crape veil, Cousin Jimmy, crimson and jovial, Florrie's violent waving as the train moved away, Miss Jemima, with her smiling, pain-tortured eyes, flinging a handful of rice, the last glimpse of them, the slowly vanishing streets, where the few pedestrians stopped to look after the cars, the park where she had played as a child, the brilliant flower beds filled with an autumnal bloom of scarlet cannas, the white-aproned Negro nurses and the gaily decorated perambulators, the clustering church spires against a sky of pure azure, the Negro hovels with frost-blighted sunflowers dropping brown seeds over the paling fences, the rosy haze of it all, and her heart saying over and over, "There is nothing but love in the world. There is nothing but love in the world." "I've got a cab, the last one," said George, pushing his way through the crowd and laying his hand on her arm with a possessive and authoritative touch. "Let me put you in, and then I'll speak to the driver." As he gave the address, she watched him, still fascinated with the delicious strangeness of it all. It was like an adventure to have George whisk her so peremptorily into a cab, and then stand with his foot on the step while he curtly directed the driver. Nothing could surpass the romance, the supreme, exciting romance of life. Every minute was an event. Every act of George's was as thrilling as a moment in melodrama. As they drove through the streets, over the pale bands of sunshine, she had a sense of lightness and wonder, as if she were driving in a world of magic toward ineffable happiness. "Isn't it strange to be here together, George?" she said. "I can hardly believe it." But in her heart she was thinking, I shall never want anything but love in my life. If I have George, I shall never want anything else. The bedraggled, slatternly figures of the women sweeping the pavements in the cross street through which they were driving filled her with a fugitive sadness, so faint, so pale, that it hardly dimmed the serene brightness of her mood. I wish they were all as happy as I am, she thought, and they might be, if they only knew the secret of happiness, if they only knew that nothing in the world matters when one has love in one's heart. You'll believe it soon enough when we turn into Fifth Avenue, replied George, glancing with disgust out of the window. A month of intimacy had increased the power of his smile over her senses, and when he turned to her again after a minute, she felt something of the faint delicious tremor of their first meeting. Already she was beginning to discover that beyond his expressive eyes, he had really very little of importance to express, that his prolonged silences covered poverty of ideas rather than abundance of feeling, that his limited vocabulary was due less to reticence than to the simple inarticulateness of the primitive mind. Through the golden glamour of her honeymoon, there had loomed suddenly the discovery that George was not clever, but cleverness mattered so little, she told herself, as long as he loved her. I hope your mother will like me, she said nervously after a minute. I'll be sorry for her if she doesn't. Do I look nice? Of course you do. I never saw you when you didn't. I feel so dreadfully untidy. I never tried to dress in a sleeping car before. It did rock, didn't it? I'll never travel again at night if I can help it. There's a cinder in your eye. Let me get it out for you. It thrilled her pleasantly to remove the cinder with the corner of her handkerchief, and to order him to sit still whenever the cab jolted. It was incredibly young, incredibly foolish, but it was all a part of the wonderful enchantment in which she moved. The cinder had made an agreeable episode, but when it had been removed, there was nothing more for them to talk about. In 4 weeks of daily and hourly companionship, they had said very easily, Gabriella had found, everything they had longed so passionately to say to each other. It was strange, it was positively astounding how soon they had talked themselves empty of ideas and fallen back upon repetition and ejaculation. Before her marriage, she had thought that a lifetime would be too short to hold the full richness of their confidences. And yet now, after a month, though they still made love, they had ceased, almost with relief, to make conversation. After turning into Fifth Avenue, they drove for ages between depressing examples in brownstone of an architecture which, like George, was trying rather vaguely to express nothing, and then, rolling heavily into 57th Street, stopped presently before one of the solemn houses which stood in the dignity of utter ugliness midway of a long block. They are all so alike, I don't see how I shall ever know where I live, thought Gabriella. Then, as George helped her out of the cab, the door opened as if by magic, and beyond the solemn manservant, she saw the short, stout figure of a lady in a tightly fitting morning gown of black silk. Hurrying up the steps, she was pressed against a large, smooth bosom, which yielded as little as if it had been upholstered in leather. "My dear daughter, my dear Gabriella!" exclaimed the lady in a charming voice, and looking down after the first kiss, Gabriella saw a handsome, slightly florid face, with the vivacious smile of a girl, and a beautiful forehead under a stiffly crimped arch of gray hair, which looked as hard and bright as silver. "I've been up since 7 o'clock waiting for you. You must be famished. Come straight in to breakfast. Your father is already at the table, George. Poor man, he has to start downtown so dreadfully early." Bright, effusive, vivacious, and as emphatically Southern as if she had never left Franklin Street, Mrs. Fowler took off Gabriella's hat and coat, kissed her several times while she was doing so, and at last, still talking animatedly, led them into the dining room. "Archibald, here they are," she said in a tone of unaffected delight, while a thin, serious-looking man with anxious eyes, pale, aristocratic features, and skin that had a curious parchment-like texture, put down the Times and came forward to meet them. Though he did not speak as he kissed her, Gabriella felt that there was sincere, if detached, friendliness in his little pat on her shoulder. He led her almost tenderly to her chair, and as soon as she was comfortably seated and supplied with rolls and bacon, resigned her contentedly to his wife and the butler. His manner of gentle abstraction, which Gabriella attributed first to something he had just read in the paper, she presently discovered to be his habitual attitude toward all the world except Wall Street. He ate his breakfast as if his attention were somewhere else. He spoke to his son and his daughter-in-law kindly, but as if he were not thinking about them. He treated his wife, whom he adored, as if he had not clearly perceived her. In the profound abstraction in which he lived, every impression appeared to have become blurred, except the tremendous impression of whirling forces. Every detail seemed to have been obscured, except the gigantic details of business. His manner was perfectly well bred, but it was the manner of a man who moves through life rehearsing a part of which he barely remembers the words. From the first minute, it was evident to Gabriella that her father-in-law adored his wife as an ideal, though he seemed scarcely aware of her as a person. He had given her his love, but his interests, his energies, his attention were elsewhere. "Is that the way George will treat me, as if I were only a dream woman?" thought Gabriella, while she watched her father-in-law over the open sheet of the Times. Then, with her eyes on her husband, she realized that he was of his mother's blood, not his father's. Business could never absorb him. His restlessness, his instability, his love of pleasure would prevent the sapping of his nature by one supreme interest. The table, like everything else in the room, was solid, heavy, and expensive. On the floor, a heavy and expensive carpet with a pattern in squares stretched to the heavy and expensive molding which bordered a heavy and expensive paper. Mrs. Fowler's taste, like Jimmy's, he was her third cousin, leaned apparently toward embossment, for behind a massive repoussé silver service she sat as handsome and substantial as the room, with her face flushing in splotches from the heat of her coffee. Some 20-odd years before the house had been furnished, at great cost, according to the opulent taste of the early 70s, and unchanged by severer and more frugal fashions, it remained a solid monument to the first great financial deal of Archibald Fowler. It was at the golden age, when, still young and energetic, luck had come to him in a day, that he had bought the brownstone house in 57th Street, and his wife, also young and energetic, had gone out to get whatever she liked. Trained in a simple school during the war, and brought up in the formal purity of high-ceiled rooms furnished in Chippendale and Sheraton, her natural tastes were, nevertheless, as ornate as the interiors of the New York shops. Though the blood of colonial heroes ran in her veins, she was still the child of her age, and her age prided itself upon being entirely modern in all things, from religion to furniture. As she sat there, behind the mammoth coffee urn from which a spiral of steam floated, her handsome face irradiated the spirit of kindness. Because of her rather short figure, she appeared at her best when she was sitting, and now, with her large, tightly laced hips hidden beneath the table, and her firm, jet-plastered bosom appearing above it, she presented a picture of calm and matronly beauty. Not once did she seem to think of herself or her own breakfast. Even while she buttered her toast and drank her steaming coffee, her bright blue eyes traveled unceasingly over the table, first to her husband's plate, then to Gabriella's, then to her son's. It was easy to see that she was the dominant and vital force in the household. She ruled Archibald, less indirectly perhaps, but quite as consistently as Cousin Pussy ruled Cousin Jimmy. "My dear, you must eat your breakfast," she said urgently to her daughter-in-law. "Archibald, let me give you your second cup of coffee. Remember what a trying day you have before you, and make a good breakfast. It is so hard to get him to eat," she explained to Gabriella. "I have to coax him to drink his 2 cups of coffee, for if he doesn't, he is sure to come home with a headache." "Well, give me a cup, Evelyn," replied Mr. Fowler in his gentle voice, yielding apparently to please her. In his youth he must have been very handsome, Gabriella thought. But now, though he still retained a certain distinction, he had the look of a man who has been drained of his vitality. What surprised her, for she had heard him described as a hard man in business, was the suggestion of the scholar in his appearance. With his narrow, carefully brushed head, his dreamy and rather wistful blue eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses, his stooping, slender shoulders, and his long, delicate hands covered with prominent veins, he ought to have been either a poet or a philosopher. "You must be happy with us, my dear," he had said to Gabriella, showing a minute later such gentle eagerness to return to a part of his newspaper which Gabriella had never read and did not understand, that his wife remarked pityingly, "Read your paper, Archibald, and don't let our chatter disturb you. There are 1,000 things I want to say to the children." "Well, it's time for me to be going, Evelyn," Mr. Fowler responded, reluctantly folding the pages. "I'll look into this on the way down. Remember, dear, that Judge Crowborough is coming to dinner." "I'll remember. Is there anyone else?" "Mrs. Crowborough, of course, and Colonel Buffington, and 1 or 2 others. Nobody that you will care for except the judge and Patty and Billy." "I shan't forget, but I may be a little late getting home. Goodbye, my dear, until evening." Bending over her chair, he kissed her flushed cheek, while George remarked carelessly, "I'll see you later, Father, when I've had a bath and a shave." After the gentle tones of Mr. Fowler, the vitality of George's voice sounded almost brutal, and he added just as carelessly when the front door had shut softly, "The old man looks seedy, doesn't he, Mother?" A worried look brought out 3 startling lines in Mrs. Fowler's forehead, and Gabriella observed suddenly that there were tiny crow's feet around her blue eyes where the whites were flecked ever so faintly with yellow. Though she was well into the mid-50s, her carefully preserved skin had kept the firmness and the texture of youth, and she still flushed easily and unbecomingly as she had done as a girl. "He hasn't been a bit well, George. I'm very anxious about him. You know when he worries over his business, he doesn't eat his meals, and as soon as he stops eating he begins to have nervous dyspepsia. He has just had a bad attack. That's why he looks so run down and haggard." "Can't the doctor do anything for him?" "He gave him some drops, but it is so hard to get your father to take medicine. Rest is what he needs, and of course that is out of the question while things are so unsettled. You must help him all you can, my boy, and Gabriella and I will manage with each other's company." Her bright smile was still on her lips, but Gabriella noticed that she pushed her buttered roll away as if she were choking. In the early afternoon, when George had gone to join his father in the office, and Gabriella, seated at a little white and gold desk in the room which had been Patty's, was just finishing a letter to her mother, Mrs. Fowler came in, and pushing a chintz-covered chair close to the desk, sank into it and laid her small, nervous hand on the arm of her daughter-in-law. She was wearing a velvet bonnet with strings, and a street gown of black broadcloth, which fitted her like a glove and accentuated, after the fashion of the 90s, her small, compact waist and the deep, substantial curves of her bosom and hips. Her eyes, behind the little veil of spotted tulle which reached to the tip of her nose, were bright and wistful, and though her color was too high, a smile of troubled sweetness lent it a peculiar charm of expression. "How nice you look, my dear," she said with her pleasant manner, which no anxiety, hardly any grief, could dispel. "Are you very busy, or may I talk to you a little while?" Drawing closer to her, Gabriella raised the plump little hand to her lips. Beneath the surface pleasantness of Mrs. Fowler's life, that pleasantness which wrapped her like a religion, she was beginning to discern a deep disquietude. "I want to talk to you, Mamma," she said, and her manner was a caress. "You love George very much, dear?" asked Mrs. Fowler, so suddenly that Gabriella looked at her startled. For a minute the girl could not speak. Oh, yes, she answered presently, and choked over the words. "We wanted so much to go to your wedding. We were afraid you would think it strange that we stayed away, but Archibald had his attack just then, and on top of it he was terribly worried about his affairs. We have had a very hard year, and we feel so sorry, both of us, that we can't do more for your pleasure. As it is, we are cutting down our expenses in every way, and I have even decided to give up my carriage the first of next year." I know, said Gabriella, who had never had a carriage, and to whom the giving up of one seemed the smallest imaginable sacrifice. "We mustn't add to your cares," she went on after a minute. "Wouldn't it be better, really better, if we were to take an apartment at once instead of waiting until June?" "Until June?" repeated Mrs. Fowler vaguely, and she added quickly, "It is the greatest pleasure to have you here. Since Patty went, I get so terribly lonely, and I don't think it would be at all wise for you to go to yourselves. George has hardly anything except what his father is able to give him, you know. The poor boy hasn't the least head for business." "But we shouldn't need much. I am sure I could manage just with what George makes, no matter how little it is." For an instant, Mrs. Fowler looked at her thoughtfully. "You could, but George couldn't," she answered. "You mean he is extravagant?" "He has never had the slightest idea of the value of money. That is one of the things you must teach him. He is a dear boy, but he has never made a success of anything he has undertaken, and his father thinks he is too unpractical ever to do so. But you must try to get him to live within your means, my dear, or you will both be miserable. Try to keep him from borrowing." "But he refuses to talk to me about his work. It bores him," said Gabriella, and her simple soul, trained to regard debt as a deeper disgrace than poverty, grew suddenly troubled. In her childhood they had gone without food rather than borrow, she remembered. "The matter with dear George," pursued Mrs. Fowler, and from the sweetness of her manner she might have been paying him a compliment, "is that he has never been steady. He doesn't stick at anything long enough to make it a success. If he were left to himself, he would speculate wildly, and this is why his father is obliged to overlook all that he does in the office. It is just here that you can be of such wonderful help to him, Gabriella, by your influence. This is why I am telling you." But had she any influence over him? In spite of his passion for her, had she ever turned him by so much as a hair's breadth from the direction of his impetuous desires? Once only she had withstood him. Once only she had triumphed, and for that triumph she had paid by a complete surrender. She had been too glad to yield, too fearful of bringing a cloud over the sunny blue of his eyes. "I want to help him. I want you to tell me how I can help him," she said earnestly. "While we are with you this winter, you must teach me how to do it. Before we begin housekeeping in the summer, I want to learn all I possibly can about George's affairs. He won't talk to me about practical matters, so you must do it." "But where are you going, Gabriella? I thought you had decided to live with us." "But didn't George tell you? Surely he must have told you. We are to take an apartment in June, so my mother can come to us. I felt, of course, that I couldn't leave Mother, and George understands. He was perfectly lovely about it." I see, murmured Mrs. Fowler, as if she were thinking of something else. Well, that will all come right, dear, I hope. Rising abruptly, she began to draw on her gloves. If you only knew how I long to make you happy, she said softly, as happy as I have been with George's father. They are so unalike, answered Gabriella, and the next day when she remembered the admission, she wondered how it had slipped from her. Yes, they are unlike, agreed Mrs. Fowler. George takes after me, and I am a frivolous person. But there doesn't live a better man than my husband, she added, glowing. I've been his wife for 30 years, and in all that time I don't believe he has ever thought first of himself. Yes, it was 30 years ago that I drove through the streets with my bridal veil on, and felt so sorry for all the girls I saw who were not going to be married. Today, I feel exactly the same way, sorry for all the women who couldn't have Archibald for a husband. I've lived with him 30 years, I've borne him children, and I'm still sorry for all the other women, even for you, Gabriella. He seems so kind, said Gabriella. I felt that about him, and it's the best thing, after all, isn't it? It was the best thing, and yet she knew that George was not kind, that he was not even good-tempered. Yes, it's the best thing, after all, in marriage, answered the older woman. It's the thing that wears. I have always wanted the best of life, rejoined Gabriella thoughtfully, and she went on gravely after a moment. I couldn't love George any more than I do, but I wish that in some ways he would grow like his father. The boy has a very sweet nature, replied George's mother, and I hope marriage will steady him. It was a warning, Gabriella knew, and she wondered afterwards if her silent acquiescence in Mrs. Fowler's judgment had not been furtive disloyalty to George. A great deal will depend on you, dear, for he is very much in love, resumed Mrs. Fowler when Gabriella did not speak, and she repeated very solemnly, I hope marriage will steady him. In her heart, Gabriella was hoping so too, but all she said was, I promise you that I will do all I can. She had given her word, and looking into her eyes, Mrs. Fowler understood that her daughter-in-law was not one to give her word lightly. Gabriella would keep her promise. She would do her best, whatever happened. End of Section 9. Recording by Nancy Halper. Summit, New Jersey. Section 10 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The New World. Part 2. The older woman, with her life's history behind her, watched the girl for a minute in silence. There was so much that she longed to say, so much that could never be spoken even between women. She herself was an optimist, but her optimism had been wrung from the bitter core of experience. Her faith was firm, though it held few illusions, for if she was an optimist, she was also a realist. She believed in life not because it had satisfied her, but because she had had the wisdom to understand that the supreme failure had been not life's, but her own. If she could only have lived it again and lived it differently from the beginning. If she could only have used her deeper wisdom not to regret the past, but to create the future. Much as she had loved her husband, she knew now that she had sacrificed him to the world. Much as she had loved her children, she would have sacrificed them also, had it been possible. To the tin gods she had offered her soul. To the things that did not matter, she had yielded up the only things that mattered at all. And she knew now that, in spite of her clearness of vision, the worldliness which had ruined her life was still bound up in all that was essential and endurable in her nature. She still wanted the illusions as passionately as if she believed in their reality. She still winced as sharply at the thought of Patty's marriage and of all that Patty had given up. In the case of George, she admitted that it was her fault, that she had spoiled him, but how could she have helped it? She remembered how he had looked as a child, with his round, flushed face, his chestnut curls, and his eager, questioning eyes. He had been a beautiful child, more beautiful even than Patty, and because of his beauty, she had been able to refuse him nothing. Then she thought of his boyhood, of his reckless extravagance at college, of the tales of his wildness to which she had shut her ears, of his debts, and still of his debts, which she had paid out of the housekeeping money because she was afraid to let his father know of them. Yes, George, in spite of his sweet nature, had given them a great deal of trouble, so much trouble that she had been quite reconciled to his marriage with any respectable girl. The memory of a chorus girl with whom he had once entangled himself still gave her a shiver at the heart when she recalled it. Money, always more money, had gone into that, and at last, just as she had grown hopeless of saving him, he had met this fine, sensible Gabriella, who looked so strong, so competent, and there had come an end to the disturbing stories which reached her at intervals. Surely it was proof of her son's inborn fineness that from the pink perfection of girlhood he should have chosen the capable Gabriella. At first she had regretted his choice, hoping, as the worldly and the unworldly alike hope for their sons, that the object of George's disinterested affection would prove to be wealthy. Then, at the sight of Gabriella, she had surrendered completely. The girl was fine all through. This she could see as soon as she looked at her. She liked her noble, though not beautiful face, with the broad, clear forehead from which the soft dark hair was brushed back so simply, and most of all, she liked the charm and sympathy in her voice. George had chosen well, and if she could trust his choice, why could she not trust him to be true to it? "I wonder if you would like to put on your hat and come with me?" she asked, obeying an impulse. "I'm going to drive up to Patty's with some curtains for her bedroom." "Oh, I'd love to," replied Gabriella with eagerness, for she hated inaction, and it was impossible to spend a whole afternoon merely thinking about one's happiness. "It won't take me a minute to get ready." While she put on her hat and coat, Mrs. Fowler watched her thoughtfully, saying once, "It is quite cool. You'd better bring your furs, dear." When Gabriella answered frankly, "I haven't any. I never had any furs in my life," a tender expression crept into the rather hard blue eyes of her mother-in-law, and she said quickly, "Well, I've a set of white fox that I am too old to wear, and you shall have it." "But what of Patty?" asked Gabriella, for she had grown up thinking of other people, and she couldn't break the habit of 20 years in a minute. "Oh, Patty has all the furs she'll need for years. We spent every penny we had on Patty before she married," answered Mrs. Fowler, but she was saying to herself, "Yes, the girl is the right wife for him. I am sure she is the right wife for him." The park was brilliant with falling leaves, and as they drove beneath a perfect sky beside a lake which sparkled like sapphire, Gabriella, lifting her chin above the white furs, said rapturously, "Oh, I am so happy. Life is so beautiful." A shadow stole into the eyes with which Mrs. Fowler was watching the passing carriages, and the fixed sweetness about her mouth melted into an expression of yearning. Tears veiled the faces of the women who spoke to her in passing, for she was thinking of her first drive in the park with her husband, and though her marriage had been a happy one, she felt a strange longing, as if she wanted to weep. "I never saw such wonderful horses," said Gabriella. "Cousin Jimmy would be wild about them." And she added impetuously, "But the hats aren't in the least like the one I am wearing." A misgiving seized her as she realized that her dresses, copied by Miss Polly with ardent fidelity from a Paris fashion book, were all hopelessly wrong. She wondered if her green silk gown with the black velvet sleeves was different in style from the gowns the other women were wearing under their furs. Had sleeves of a different color from the bodice, which Miss Polly considered the last touch of elegance, Really gone out of fashion? The carriage passed out of the park, and turning into one of the streets on the Upper West Side, stopped presently before a small, dingy apartment house, where a dozen ragged children were playing leapfrog on the pavement. "Patty has the top floor. There's a studio." Drawing her skirts away from the children, for her generation feared contact with the lower classes, Mrs. Fowler walked briskly to the low brown steps, on which an ash can stood waiting for removal. Inside, where the hall smelled uninvitingly of stale cooking, they rang for the elevator under a dim yellow light which revealed 100 secret lines in their faces. "I can't imagine how Patty puts up at the place," remarked Patty's mother dejectedly. "You wouldn't believe the trouble we went to start her well. She was the acknowledged beauty of her winter. Everybody was crazy about her looks. And the very week before she ran off with Billy, she had a proposal from the Duke of Toxbridge. Of course, if I ever dreamed she had a fancy for Billy, I'd have kept him out of her sight instead of allowing him to paint her portrait whenever she had any time she could spare. But who on earth would have suspected it? Billy King, whom she had known all her life, as poor as a church mouse, and the kind of painter whose work will never take if he lives to be 1,000. His portraits may be good art. I don't pretend to know anything about that. But I do know pictures of pretty women when I see them, and his women are frights, every last one of them. If you're thin, he paints your skeleton, and if you're fat, he makes you as square as a house. And thin or fat, he always gives you a blue and yellow complexion. He wouldn't even make Patty white, though I implored him to do it, and he made her look exactly 10 years older than her age." "I've never seen any portraits of living people, only of ancestors," said Gabriella, "and I am so much interested." "Well, you mustn't judge them by Billy's, my dear, even if he did get all those prizes in Paris. But I always said the French were queer, and if they hadn't been, they would never have raved so over the things Billy painted. Now, Augustus Featherfield's are really charming. One can tell to look at his portraits that he paints only ladies, and he gives them all the most perfectly lovely hair, whether they have it or not. Some day I'll take you to his studio and let you see for yourself." The elevator descended, creaking beneath the weight of a Negro youth who seemed half asleep, and a little later, creaking more loudly, it bore them slowly upward to the top of the house. "I feel as if I were taking my life in my hands whenever I come here," observed Mrs. Fowler, in the tone of dispassionate resignation with which she always discussed Patty and the surroundings amid which Patty lived. Marching resolutely, though disapprovingly, down a long hall, she pressed a small bell at the side of a door, and stood holding tightly to the bundle of curtains, while her expression of unnatural pleasantness grew almost painful in its determination. Here also they waited some time, and when at last the door was opened by an agitated maid without an apron, and they were led into a long, queerly furnished studio, with a balcony from which they had a distant, cloudless view of the river, Gabriella felt for a minute that she must have fallen into a dream. Long afterwards she learned that Billy's studio was charming, with its blurred Italian tapestries, which had faded to an exquisite tone, with its broken torsos of old marble, warming to deep ivory in the sunlight, with its ecstatic haloed saints praying against dim Tuscan landscapes, with its odd and unexpected seats of carved stone, on which the cushions made strange splotches and pools of color. At the time, seen through provincial eyes, it seemed merely queer to her, and queerer still appeared the undraped figures of women, all lean lines and violet shadows, which, unframed and unhung, filled the dusty corners. "The river is lovely, but it is so far away," she said, turning her abashed eyes from the nude figures, and thinking how terribly they would have shocked the innocence of Cousin Jimmy. "I always look at the river when I come here," responded Mrs. Fowler, and her tone implied that the river, at least, was perfectly proper. A month ago the colors were wonderful. In the drive, which they could see from a corner view, a few old men, forgotten by time, warmed themselves in the sunlight. Far below, the river reflected the changeable blue of the sky, while the autumnal pageantry on the horizon was fading slowly, like a burned-out fire, to the color of ashes. "Mother dear, I'm so glad," said a gay voice in the doorway, and turning quickly, Gabriella stared with wide eyes at the vision of Patty in some soft tea-gown, which borrowed its tone from the old tapestries on the wall, with her honey-colored hair hanging over her shoulders, and her eyes as fresh as blue flowers in the ivory pallor of her face. "And this is Gabriella," she added, holding out her arms. "What a darling you are to come so soon, Gabriella." She was a tall girl, so tall that she stooped to kiss Gabriella, whose height measured exactly 5 feet and 7 inches. And she was beautiful with the faultless beauty which is seen only once or twice in a generation, but which, seen once, is never forgotten. For Patty's beauty, as a poet once wrote of a dead woman, was the beauty of destiny, the beauty that changes history and turns men into angels or into beasts. Though Gabriella had seen lovely skins on southern women, rose-leaf skins, magnolia skins, peach blossom skins, she had seen nothing that resembled the exquisite color and texture of Patty's face. "The curtains were finished, so I brought them," said Mrs. Fowler, pointing to the bundle. "I wanted Gabriella to see the park. You are coming tonight without fail, aren't you, Patty?" "Without fail, even if we have to walk," answered Patty. "You can't imagine how much it costs to get about when one lives so far uptown. That's one reason we are anxious to move. Billy has been looking for a studio for weeks, and do you know, he has really found one at last. Harry Allen is moving out of the Rubens building, and we are going to take his studio on the top floor. We're awfully lucky, too, to get it, for it is the first vacancy there for years." "But it's over a stable, isn't it?" asked Mrs. Fowler. "How could you possibly live there? And the east side way down there is just as bad as up here." "I believe there is a stable, but it won't bother us. We're too high," replied Patty. "Well, we can't stop. Gabriella hasn't unpacked her trunks," returned Mrs. Fowler. "But be sure to come early, Patty. I want your father to see you." "I wish there wasn't going to be anybody else. I want to talk to my sister. Isn't it lovely to have a sister? And Mama was too selfish to give me one. Do you call her Mama too, Gabriella?" "Of course she calls me Mama," answered Mrs. Fowler before Gabriella could speak, "and she is a much better daughter already than you ever were." "And a much better son, too, than George ever was?" asked Patty slyly. "We aren't talking about George. George has settled down," said Mrs. Fowler quickly. Too quickly, it occurred to Gabriella, who was eager to hear all that the daring Patty would say. "Don't you think those white furs look well on Gabriella? She looks like the Snow Queen in them. Does it matter what I wear tonight? Who is coming?" "Nobody you will care about, only Judge and Mrs. Crowborough and Colonel Buffington." "That old bore of a colonel. And why do you have to ask the judge again so soon? He looks like a turkey gobbler, Gabriella, and he has so much money that it is impossible to judge him by the standards of other people. Everybody says that, even Billy." "Hush, Patty. You mustn't corrupt Gabriella." "If the judge doesn't, I shan't, Mamma." "Well, your father has the greatest respect for him, and as for asking him often to dinner, it isn't by any means so easy to get him as you think. I don't suppose there's another man in New York who is invited out so often and goes out so little." "Papa is a sweet innocent," observed Patty maliciously. "But if you can stand the judge, Mamma dear, I am sure I can, especially as I shan't have to sit by him. That honor will be reserved for poor Gabriella. I wish you didn't have to go, but you really must, I suppose." "Yes, we must go. Come, Gabriella, or you won't have time to get into your trunks before dinner." On the drive home, Mrs. Fowler was grimly silent, while the sweetness about her mouth ebbed slowly away, leaving the faintest quiver of the muscles. For the first time, Gabriella saw George's mother look as she must look in her sleep, when the artificial cheerfulness of her expression faded into the profound unconsciousness which drowns not only happiness, but the very pretense of happiness. So here also was insincerity. Here also was the striving, not for realities, but for appearances. In a different form she saw her mother's struggle again, that struggle without beginning and without end, which moved always in a circle and led nowhere. Was there no sincerity, no reality, even in love? Was George, too, only a shadow? And the visible sadness of the November afternoon, with its faint haze like the haze of a dream landscape, seemed a part of this invisible sadness, which had sprung from nothing and which would change and pass away in a breath. If things would only last, she thought, looking with wistful eyes on the gold and purple around her. If things would only last, how wonderful life would be. To think that all Patty's beauty should have been thrown away, said Mrs. Fowler suddenly. Though Gabriella had never seen Billy, she was inclined at the moment, in her mood of dissatisfaction with the universe, to sympathize with Mrs. Fowler's view of the matter. To her frugal mind, trained to economy of material, it seemed that Patty was altogether too much for a poor man, even though he could paint her in lean lines and violet shadows. Upstairs she found her trunks in her bedroom, and after she had unpacked her wedding gown of white satin, removed the tissue paper stuffing from the sleeves, and shaken out the creases with gentle hands, she sat down and pondered deeply the problem of dressing for dinner. By removing the lace yoke, she might make the gown sufficiently indecorous for the fashion of the period, and her only evening dress, the white muslin she had worn to dances in Richmond, she reflected gloomily, would appear absurd in New York. "I wish I didn't look such a fright," she said aloud as she ripped and sewed. Then, in a flash, her mind wandered from herself, and she thought, "I wonder why George didn't tell his mother that we are going to take an apartment. I wonder why he didn't tell her that Mother is coming in June. When he comes, I must ask him." Looking at the clock, she saw that it was after 7, and hurriedly taking the last few stitches, she laid the gown on the bed, bathed her face in cold water, and then, sitting down before her dressing table, drew the pins from her hair. In some obscure way she felt herself a different person from the bride who had watched George so ecstatically at the station that morning. She could not tell how she had altered, and yet she felt perfectly conscious that an alteration had taken place in her soul, that she was not the same Gabriella, that life could never be again exactly as it had been before. Nothing, and yet everything, seemed to have happened to her in a day. Her face, gazing gravely back at her from the mirror, looked young and wistful, the face of one who, like a bird flying suddenly out of darkness against a lamp, is bewildered by the first shock of the light. When her hair was arranged in the simple way she had always worn it, she slipped her dress over her bare shoulders and fastened it slowly, for Miss Polly had no patience with back fastenings, while she told herself again that George would not be satisfied. She knew that her gown was provincial, knew that she lacked the dash she admired in women, and from the first she had been mystified by a love which could, while still passionately desiring her, wish her different in so many ways. "I'd like him to be proud of me, but I suppose he never will be," she thought dejectedly. "And yet he fell in love with me just as I was, and he did not fall in love with any of the dashing women he knows," she added quickly, consoled by the reflection. "And of course, in a few things, I wish him different too. I wish he wasn't so careless. He is so careless that I shall have to be twice as careful. I shall have to look after him all the time. Even tonight he has forgotten about the dinner, and he'll be obliged to dress in a hurry, which he hates." Glancing at the clock again, she saw that it was 8:15, and still George had not come. End of section 10. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 11 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Old Serpent, Part 1. At 5 minutes of 8 o'clock he came in, with a lighted cigar in his mouth. For the first few days after her marriage, there had been a pleasant excitement in the scent of George's cigars in her bedroom. Now, however, habit had dulled the excitement, and the smell of tobacco gave her a headache. "Oh, George, you are late!" she exclaimed, sinking the lesser into the greater offense after the habit of wives. As if he had all night instead of 5 minutes before him in which to dress, he stood in the center of the room, blandly looking her over. "You're all right," he said after a pause. "I met a fellow at the club I hadn't seen for a year. He had been hunting big game in Africa, and he was telling me about it. By Jove, that is life." They had been married but a month. It was their first day at home, and he could linger at the club to talk of big game while she waited for him. Flushed, excited, he stood there on the white bearskin rug midway between the bed and the wood fire, while she felt his charm stealing like a drug over her senses. Though she had begun to realize the thinness of his mental qualities, she was still as completely in the power of his physical charm as she had been on the day of her wedding. In the flickering light of the fire he appeared to diffuse the glamour of romance, of adventure, and she felt that this single day in New York had left a vital impression upon him. It was as if he had become suddenly more alive, more inexplicable in his simplicity. And though she had grasped vaguely the fact that his personality was composed of innumerable reactions, she had never really understood before how entirely he was the creature of his environment. It was as if the very essence of his soul floated there, a variable and fluid quantity, forever changing form and color beneath the shallow ripples of his personality. She had seen him in many moods, but never in this one. Did he possess a deeper subtlety than she had imagined, or was it the sincerity of his nature that defied analysis? "Did you enjoy yourself?" she asked cheerfully. "Tell me about it." "Oh, it was rather jolly," he replied, and she knew that this was as much as she should ever get out of him. Beyond a few stock phrases, words hardly existed for him at all, or existed only in foreign languages. For having been educated abroad, he spoke French and German fluently, if without felicity. Already his inarticulateness was like an encumbering veil between them, a veil in which she struggled as helplessly as a moth in a net. And only a month ago she had believed that the very immensity of his nature rendered him dumb. "Then you had better hurry, dear. Dinner is at 8, and you have only a minute." "You go down and tell them not to wait. I was detained downtown, but it won't take me a second to dress." As he passed under the electric light by the mirror, she saw his face with exaggerated distinctness, as if it were held under a microscope, and a heaviness, which she had never noticed before, marred the edge of his profile. If he hadn't been George, would she have said that he looked stupid at the moment? For a flashing instant of illumination, she saw him with a vision that was not her own, but a stranger's, with a pitiless clearness unsoftened by any passion. Then the clearness faded rapidly before an impulse of tenderness, and she told herself that he was merely handsome, gay, and careless, as he had been on their honeymoon. If he would only talk to her, she felt that he would be perfect. "Yes, I'm going. Come as soon as you can," she said, and catching up her satin train, she descended the oak staircase to the drawing-room, where a fire was burning and the lights were shaded in crimson. 20 minutes later, seated at the round table, which was bright with chrysanthemums in tall silver vases, she looked with a feeling of resentment at George's empty place. Why was he so careless? Time had for him, she realized, as little meaning as words had. Then, in the midst of her disquietude, she caught the serene blue eyes of George's mother fixed upon her. With her young face, her red lips, and her superb shoulders rising out of the rich black lace of her gown, Mrs. Fowler looked almost beautiful. Had Patty not been present, with her loveliness like a summer's day, her mother would have seemed hardly more than a girl. But who could shine while Patty, beside that long, lean man with the gray imperial, smiled with lips that were like a scarlet flower in her face. There were only 4 guests, but these 4, as Mrs. Fowler had said, counted for something. The long, lean man beside Patty was one Colonel Buffington, a Virginia lawyer who had wandered north in search of food in the barren years after the war. As his mind was active in a patient, accumulative fashion, he had become in time a musty storehouse of war anecdotes, and achieving but moderate success in his law practice, his chief distinction, perhaps, was as a professional Southerner. Combining a genial charm of manner with as sterile an intellect as it is possible to attain, he was generally regarded as a perfect example of the old school, and this picturesque reputation made him desirable as a guest at club dinners, as well as at the larger gatherings of the various Southern societies. His conversation, which was entirely anecdotal, consisted of an elaborate, endless chain of more or less historical stories. Social movements and the development of civilization interested him as little as did art or science, for which he entertained a chronic suspicion due to the indiscretions of Darwin. Change of any kind was repugnant to his deeper instincts, and of all changes, the ones relating to the habits of women appeared to him to interfere most unwarrantably with the Creator's original plan. For the rest, he had the heart of a child, would strip the clothes from his back to give to a friend, or even to an enemy, and possessed an infallible gift for making a dinner successful. On Colonel Buffington's right sat Mrs. Hamilton, a very pretty, very sprightly widow, with her hair coiled into the fashionable Psyche knot, and the short puffs of her sleeves emphasizing the hourglass perfection of her figure. Next to Mrs. Hamilton there was Billy King, who wore a white flower in his buttonhole and looked like a soldier out of uniform. And beyond Billy sat Mrs. Crowborough, whom he was trying despairingly to entertain. She, renowned and estimable woman, was planning in her mind what she should say at a board meeting of one of her pet charities on the morrow, a charity which, like all of her favorite ones, concerned itself with the management and spiritual elevation of girl orphans. Tall, raw-boned, strung with jet, Mrs. Crowborough, who had been married for her money, looked as sympathetic as a moral principle or an organized charity. Unfortunately, for she was rather heavy in company, Judge Crowborough was obliged by custom to bring her to dinner, and she came willingly, inspired less by sociability than by the virtuous instinct which animated her being. Mr. Fowler had taken her in to dinner, and while she lent an inert attention to Billy's jests, he talked across Gabriella to Judge Crowborough, who was eating his soup with the complete absorption of a man to whom the smallest of his appetites is sacred. It was a grievance of Mrs. Fowler's that her husband would never, as she said, pay any attention to women, and in order to feel assured of even so much as a cheerful noise at his end of the table, she was obliged to place within hearing distance of him somebody who could talk fluently, if not eloquently, of the stock market. To Gabriella's surprise, her father-in-law, who had appeared inert and listless at breakfast, became, in the stimulating presence of the judge, not only awake, but mildly animated. She had felt before the charm in his scholarly face, with its look of detached spirituality, so strangely out of keeping with the calling he pursued, and she recognized now the quality of controlled force which had enabled him to hold his own in the financial whirlpool of his country. Had the girl known more of life, she would have understood that in the American business world there were hundreds of such men winning their way and leaving their mark at that moment of history, men whose natures were redeemed from grossness by the peculiar idealism they infused into their material battles. Of Scotch-Irish inheritance, the direct descendant of one Gregory Truesdale, who had died a martyr for Presbyterianism, Archibald Fowler was inspired by something of the austere devotion which had fortified his religious ancestor. Since his college days, his private life had been irreproachable. Though he was a stronger character than his wife, he regarded her with almost superstitious reverence, and made no decision above Wall Street without consulting her. His heart, and much of his time as he could spare from business, were hers, and she made the most of them. Women, as women, did not attract him, and he avoided them except at his own table, where custom constrained him to be polite. After a few courteous words to Mrs. Crowborough, he had turned with relief to her husband. "You've got a bright chap in your office, Stanley," he said. "That fellow Latham. I was talking to him this morning. He's from Colorado, isn't he?" "Oh, yes, they're all from the West now," responded the judge. He had sat on the bench in his youth. 10 years ago, the bright ones were from the South, but you Southerners are outstripped today, and it's the men from the West who are doing it. There's a fundamental reason there, I suppose, if you go deep enough," he added, fingering the ends of his short gray mustache while keeping an eye on his champagne glass. "We've done with mere classifying and imitation, and we're waiting for a fresh explosion of raw energy. Now, for a pure constructive imagination, the North and South don't hold a candle. They simply don't hold a candle to the West. Mark my words, in 25 years, there'll hardly be a big railroad man in the country who wasn't born in sight of the Rockies." Unlike Mr. Fowler, whose mind ran in a groove leading directly to business, the judge had a natural bent toward generalization, and when dining, preferred to discuss impersonal topics. He was a tall, florid man with an immense paunch flattened by artificial devices, and a vitality so excessive that it overflowed in numberless directions, in his hearty animal appetites, in his love of sports, in his delight in the theater and literature, particularly in novels of the sentimental and romantic school, in his fondness for the lighter operas, and in his irrepressible admiration for pretty women. His face, large, ruddy, with a hooked nose, where the red was thickly veined with purple, and protruding lips over square yellow teeth that gripped like the teeth of a bulldog, aroused in Gabriella a quick repulsion which only the genial humor of his smile overcame. That he should have married his wife for her money was less amazing to the girl than that his wife should have married him for any reason whatsoever. Only a moral principle or a charitable institution, she felt, could have endured him and survived. But in spite of his repulsiveness, he had evidently experienced the natural activities of humanity. He had taken a wife, he had begotten children, he had judged other men, he had dug into the bowels of the earth for mines, and had built railroads on its surface. He had made grass grow in deserts, and had turned waste places into populous cities. He had read romances and heard music. He had attained a social position securely founded upon millions of dollars. And all these things he had achieved through his unconquerable, colossal vitality. "I wonder why they put him by me," thought Gabriella. "I shall never get on with him." Then he turned to her and said bluntly, between 2 mouthfuls of lobster, "So you're George's wife. Handsome chap, George, but he hasn't much head for business. He lacks the grip of the old man. Where's he tonight?" "He got home so late that he wasn't ready for dinner. He'll be down in a minute." "It's a bad habit. He oughtn't to be late. Now, I haven't been late for dinner for 20 years. "I'm afraid he doesn't pay much attention to time. I'll try to change him." "You won't. No woman alive ever changed a man's habits. All you can do is to hide them." That his blunt manner was an affectation, she was quick to discern. While he talked to her, he looked at her knowingly with his light, fishy eyes, and by his look and his tone he seemed to establish an immediate intimacy between them, as if he and she were speaking a language which was foreign to the rest of the table. He appeared to be kind, she thought, and on his side he was thinking that she was a nice girl, with an attractive face and remarkable eyes. On the whole, he preferred brown eyes, though his wife's were the color of slate. "Why the deuce did she marry that fool?" he questioned impatiently. Across the table, Billy King was working hopelessly but valiantly to engage Mrs. Crowborough's attention. What a splendid figure he had, and how clean and fine was the modeling of his features. He was just the man a girl like Patty would fall in love with, and Gabriella no longer felt that Patty's beauty was wasted. Once or twice she caught fleeting glances between them, and these glances, so winged with happiness, spoke unutterable and ecstatic things. A hush dropped suddenly on the table, and in this hush she heard the voice of Colonel Buffington telling a story in dialect. It was an immemorial anecdote of Cousin Jimmy's. She had heard him tell it a dozen times, and while she listened, it made her feel comfortably at home. "Uncle Amos," I said to him, "we've been together 30 years, but we've got to part. You're a drunkard and a thief and a worthless darky all round, and you've lived on my place ever since the war without doing a lick of work for your keep. I've stood it as long as I can, but there's an end to human endurance. Yes, Amos, the time has come for us to part." "Hi, Marse Beverly," said the old rascal. "Where are you going?" "Capital," ejaculated the judge softly. "Capital." And he added for Gabriella's ear, "Buffington tells the best Negro stories of any man I know. Ought to have heard him at the club the other night." Gabriella did not answer. Cousin Jimmy's story had made her think of Cousin Jimmy, with his soft heart and his dark shining eyes like the eyes of a good and gentle dog. Then she thought of her mother, and reminded herself that she must ask George when they were to begin the hunt for an apartment. He had said they were very hard to find when you wanted them. Another hush fell, and Colonel Buffington was just beginning a second story, one of Uncle Merriweather's this time, when George came in from the drawing-room, and after a murmured apology took his seat between Patty and Mrs. Hamilton. "That's a handsome boy," said the judge in a husky whisper to Gabriella. "But he hasn't much to say for himself, has he?" His manner of playful intimacy conveyed the impression that the secret understanding between them did not include Gabriella's husband. George was an outsider, but this hideous old man, with his curious, repelling suggestion of overripeness, as of fruit that is beginning to rot at its core, was the dominant personality in her mind at the moment. She wondered if he knew how repulsive he was, and while she wondered, the judge, unaware of his tragic plight, went on eating lobster with unimpaired relish. His importance, founded upon a more substantial basis than mere personal attraction, had risen superior not only to morality, but to the outward failings of the flesh. Had he been twice as repulsive, she realized that his millions would have commanded a respect denied to both beauty and virtue. "I wonder how any woman can stand him," mused Gabriella. Then, glancing across the table at Mrs. Crowborough, she realized something of the amazing insensibility of the more ethereal sex. No man, not even in the last extremity, could have loved a woman as ugly as Judge Crowborough was. The roughest man would have had sufficient aesthetic sense to have been shocked into revolt. Yet a woman, a refined and intelligent woman, had married the judge and survived it. She appeared now not only expressionless and unrevolted, but filled with a healthy zest for social reforms and the spiritual welfare of girl orphans. "Well, I've learned something of life tonight," thought Gabriella while she watched her. Later in the evening, when she passed into the drawing-room with Mrs. Crowborough, bleak, unbending, and trailing her chains of jet, she comforted herself again with the reflection that what she was seeing might not be particularly exciting, but it was life. On a short, hard sofa near the fire, beside Patty, who bloomed like a white rose under the red-shaded light, she listened to Mrs. Fowler's unflagging efforts to get on with the judge's wife. Never had the dauntless little woman revealed more surprising resourcefulness. Never had she talked so vivaciously. Never had she appeared so relentlessly pleasant. It was as if she said in the face of Mrs. Crowborough's insensibility, which was the insensibility not of mind, but of inanimate matter, "Whatever you do, you can't keep me from being sweet." And in this strained sweetness there was something touching, something wistful, a hint of inner weariness which showed now and then beneath the restless vivacity. "Isn't it funny," said Patty suddenly, "how much Mama cares about things that don't matter at all? You wouldn't believe it to look at her, but she is in her heart the most worldly one of the family. Father wouldn't give a tallow candle for anything that isn't real." A log broke in the center and fell, scattering a shower of golden embers over the hearth. Rising quickly with one of her sprightly movements, Mrs. Fowler reached for a pair of small brass tongs and pushed the broken log back on the andirons. Then she threw some fresh wood on the flames and resumed her seat with an animated gesture, as if the incident had enlivened her. "Now they are talking about the everlasting Plethridges," whispered Patty. "I never understand how Mother can take so much interest in those people just because they are rich." But to Gabriella it was more inconceivable still that her mother-in-law, with the bluest blood of Virginia in her veins, should regard with such artless reverence the social activities of the granddaughter of a tavern-keeper. In her native state, an impoverished branch of Mrs. Fowler's family still lived on land which, tradition said, had been granted one of her ancestors by Charles II in recognition of distinguished services to that dubious monarch. Yet she could long enviously for a closer acquaintance with the plutocratic descendant of an Irish tavern-keeper, an honest man, doubtless, who had laid the foundation of his fortune in a string of halfway houses, stretching from New York to Chicago. "Yes, I dined with Mrs. Plethridge once," she was saying in the tone in which her royalist ancestor might have acknowledged a command from his king. "It always makes me angry, I can't help it," pursued Patty. "If dear Mamma had only some other weakness, cards or wine or clothes or anything else. It's queer, with all her pride, how little social backbone she has. Now, to hear her talk, you would imagine that vulgar snob, whose father kept hotels and married one of his chambermaids, had conferred an honor by inviting her to dinner. And the funniest part is that for all her good breeding, and her family portraits, and her titled ancestors, Mother hasn't half so much respect for the genuine New Yorkers. I mean the New Yorkers whose names really mean something, as she has for these mushroom plutocrats. She had set her heart on George marrying one of them, you know, but it's a jolly good thing he didn't." "That's the girl he told me about," said Gabriella. "Was he ever interested in her?" "Not for a minute. We're awfully contrary about our love affairs. We will marry for love. Even Mother did, though she may have forgotten it. We never marry the people—" She clipped off the sentence, but Gabriella caught it up with a laugh. "I know," she said gaily. "You never marry the people your family pick out for you." "Well, of course, Billy went dreadfully hard with them, at least with Mother. She wanted the Duke of Somewhere so very badly. But it was Billy or nobody for me. I'd have married Billy," she added while her beautiful face grew stern, "if I'd had to walk all the way across the world to him." "He looks as if he were worth it," admitted Gabriella. "He is, but that probably wasn't my reason for marrying him. One never knows why one marries, I suppose, unless one marries for money, and then it is so beautifully simple. Now, you and George don't seem a bit alike, but it all happened on the spur of the moment, didn't it?" "It always seems that way when one looks back, doesn't it?" asked Gabriella. "But what I can't understand," she brought it out with a frown, "is why marriage doesn't change one. I used to think I'd be different, but I'm not. And even love seems to leave people wanting everything else just as badly. Your mother has had a perfect love. She told me so. And yet it hasn't kept her from wanting all the other things in life, has it? I wish I could work it out," she finished, a little sadly, for she was thinking of her mother's cry on the night of Jane's attack. "I am tempted to hope Gabriella will never marry. The Carrs all marry so badly." Why had those words come back to her tonight? She had not remembered them for months. She had even forgotten that she had heard them, and now they floated to her as clearly as if they had been spoken aloud. In a little while Billy came in, and when, after a few moments of spasmodic affability, Mrs. Crowborough rose and pleaded an early board meeting on the morrow, Gabriella watched Patty wrap her honey-colored head in a white scarf and then stand, waiting for a cab, in the doorway. Happiness, with so many people an invisible attribute, encircled Patty like a garment of light. It crowned her white brow under the glory of her hair, it shone in her eyes, it rippled in her smile. It lingered in a beam of sunshine on her lips. With her arm in Billy's, she looked back laughing from the steps, and it seemed to Gabriella that all the brightness of life was going with them into the darkness. Beside the curbstone, an old cab horse, dazzled by the light from the door, turned his head slowly toward them, and the look in his eyes, wistful, questioning, expectant, seemed to say, "This is not life, but a miracle." And from his box, the red-cheeked, wheezy Irish driver gazed down on Patty with the same wistfulness, the same questioning, the same expectancy. "I never see Patty go off in a cab that I don't feel she has thrown herself away," observed Mrs. Fowler, yawning, while she turned to the staircase. "Archibald, I hope you had a really good time with the judge. I must say it is like plowing to talk to his wife." Upstairs in her room a little later, Gabriella said to George, "Patty was telling me about the girl your mother wanted you to marry." He was pouring out a glass of water, and absorbed in the act, he merely grunted for answer. It was his disagreeable habit to grunt when grunting saved effort. "I wish you'd talk to me, George. It is so annoying to be grunted at." "Well, what do you want?" he replied amiably enough. "Patty is a regular sieve, you know. Never tell her a secret." "Did you ever like that girl, really?" "The girl Mother had in mind?" Having emptied the glass, he returned it to the tray and came over to her. "Yes, but if you want the truth, I preferred the girl in the chorus. The one the old lady got in a blue funk about, you know. She's still there, the last but one from the end, in the golden slipper. I'll take you to see it some night." "Men are strange," observed Gabriella with philosophic detachment. "Now, I couldn't feel the slightest interest in a man in comic opera. Did she really attract you?" "Mm-hmm." He was grunting again. "Wasn't she terribly common?" "Mm-hmm." "Wasn't she vulgar?" "Rather. They all are." "And fast?" "Regular streak of lightning." Then it was that Gabriella arrived at an understanding of masculine nature. "You never can tell what men will like," she concluded. While she spoke, he winked at her from the mirror into which he was looking. Mirrors always fascinated George, and he could never keep away from them. And there was in his face the whimsical and appealing naughtiness of a child. Suddenly Gabriella felt that as far as character and experience counted, she was immeasurably older than George. Her superior common sense made her feel almost middle-aged when he was in one of his boyish moods. At the age of 9, she had not been so utterly irresponsible as George was at 26. As an infant in arms, she had probably regarded the universe with a profounder philosophy. Though of course George was charming, he was without any sense of the deeper purpose of life. Like a child, he must have what he wanted. And like a child, he sulked when he was thwarted and grew angelic when his wishes were gratified. A single day had taught her that his father could not depend on him in business, that his mother could not trust him even to remember a dinner engagement. Gabriella loved him. She had chosen him, she told herself now, and she meant to abide by her choice. But she was not blind, she was not a fool, and she was deficient in the kind of loyalty which obliges one to lie even in the sanctity of one's own mind. She would be true to him, but she would be true with her eyes open, not shut. End of section 11. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 12 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Old Serpent. Part 2. "George," she said presently while she loosened her hair, "your father told me you didn't stay more than an hour in the office." The question, "What were you doing?" rose to her lips, but she strangled the words before they escaped her. Her mind was quick to grasp facts, and she had learned already something of a man's instinctive dislike to being made to give an account of himself. "You've been hearing too much gossip tonight," he rejoined gaily. Take care what you listen to. Don't joke, dear. I wish you would tell me things. There isn't anything to tell, is there? Is your father very rich? Not very. Did you think you were marrying a millionaire? I never thought about it, but everybody at home thinks he has a great deal of money, and yet your mother talks as if she were poor. Well, he made a pile of money in a big deal about 10 years ago, and the papers had a lot about it. After that he lost it, or most of it, and the papers didn't tell. The fact is, he's always either making or losing, and now he's losing. That's why they wanted me to put off our marriage. They wanted you to put it off? Mother did. The old man never interferes. She had got into her head, you see, that the only way for me to make a living was to marry one. So it was a little while before she could get used to the idea that I was going to marry because I wanted to, not because my family wanted me to. She was a brick, though, when she found out I was in earnest. Mother is true blue when you know how to take her. But you never told me. You bet I didn't. If I had, as likely as not, you would be Gabriella Mary Carr at this minute. Drawing gently out of his grasp, which had grown possessive, she stood looking at him with a smile in which tenderness and irony mingled, and the tenderness was her own, while the irony seemed to belong to the vision of an impersonal spectator of life. The smile fascinated him. He could not withdraw his gaze from it, and yet it had the disturbing effect of placing her at an emotional distance. Your mother is very good to me, she said, but I feel somehow as if I had taken an unfair advantage of her. And you hadn't even told her, she added, that we are going to take an apartment in June. Oh, that's all right. There's plenty of time, he responded irritably. Only you mustn't make mountains out of molehills. Then, because she dreaded his anger, she gave up her point as she had given up many before. He was irresponsible, but he was hers, and she loved him. I am so sleepy, she said, stifling a yawn, that I feel as if I could cry. Marriage, at the end of a month, had already disciplined the fearless directness of Gabriella. She had learned not to answer back when she knew she was right. She had learned to appear sweet when her inner spirit demanded a severe exterior. She had learned to hold her tongue when a veritable torrent of words rose to her lips. And these lessons, which George's temper and her own reason had taught her, remained with her in the future, long after she had forgotten George and the severity of her schooling. There were many things for her to learn, and the lessons of that first day and night stretched through the winter and well into the beginning of spring. Accompanying Mrs. Fowler on her busy rounds, she discovered that here also, as in the house in Hill Street, the chief end of life was to keep up an appearance. Here also the supreme effort, the best energies, were devoted to a sham, to a thing which had no actual existence. Though Mrs. Fowler was rich beside Mrs. Carr, Gabriella soon found out that she was not nearly so rich as her neighbors were, not nearly so rich as her position in society exacted that she should be. She was still not rich enough to be spared the sordid, nerve-wracking effort to make two ends meet without a visible break. Her small economies, to Gabriella's surprise, were as rigid as Mrs. Carr's. And though she lived in surroundings which appeared luxurious to the girl, there was almost as little ready money to spend as there had been in Mrs. Carr's household. Bills were made recklessly, and dinner parties were given at regular intervals, for Mrs. Fowler, who denied herself 100 small comforts of living, who gave up cream in her coffee and bought her butter from a grocer below Washington Square, took quite as a matter of course the fact that she must, as she put it, pay off social scores. Though they ate the simplest food in the market for 6 days of the week, on the 7th, hothouse flowers bloomed profusely in the lower rooms, and champagne flowed abundantly into the delicate Venetian glasses on the round table. To be sure, Mrs. Fowler's gown may have been 2 seasons old, but it was covered with rare laces, which she had picked up during her summers abroad. And her pearls, the string was short, but really good, for she had matched it in Paris, shone rich and costly around her still beautiful neck. After one of these dinners, the family lived on scraps and looked at fading flowers for days, while Mrs. Fowler, with the air of one who has done her duty, sat upstairs before the little French writing desk in her room and patiently added accounts from morning till night. A strained look would come into her plump, firm face, 3 little wrinkles would appear between her eyebrows, and her blue eyes, circled by faint shadows, would grow dark and anxious. Then, when at last the accounts were finished and the unpaid bills laid away in a pigeonhole, she would remark with animation, "I don't see how on earth I am ever to pay all these bills," and after changing her dress, set out to bring her butcher or her grocer to reason. On one of these days she took Gabriella, they went in the stage because she had given up her carriage, on a hunt for bargains in underwear, and to the girl's astonishment, her mother-in-law, who presented so opulent an appearance on the surface, purchased for herself a supply of cheap and badly made chemises and nightgowns. As she grew to know Mrs. Fowler better, she found that the expenditures of that redoubtable woman, in spite of her naturally delicate tastes, were governed by one of the most elementary principles of economy. Through long habit she had acquired a perception as unerring as instinct, and this perception enabled her to tell exactly where extravagance was useful and where it failed in its effect. She had learned to perfection never to spend money on things that did not show a result. An appearance was what she strove for, and one's chemises and nightgowns, however exquisite in themselves, could not very well contribute to one's external appearance. "Of course I like good underclothes," she remarked cheerfully to her daughter-in-law, "but after all, nobody sees them." This was so different from the poverty-stricken point of view of Gabriella's childhood that the girl puzzled over it afterwards when she sat in her corner of the stage. Mrs. Carr had kept up an appearance too, she reflected, but like the old maids on the floor above, she had kept it up even to herself. Perhaps the difference lay in the immense gulf which divided the appearance of Hill Street from the appearance of the East 50s. Mrs. Fowler was obliged by the public opinion she obeyed to appear affluent, while Mrs. Carr was merely constrained not to appear destitute. On the whole, Gabriella felt that she preferred the safe middle distance between the 2 exacting standards of living. But though she might disapprove of her mother-in-law's philosophy, there was no question about her fervent admiration for her disposition. It was Mrs. Fowler's habit to appear sweet, and never once did Gabriella see her lose her temper. Never once, no matter how hard the day or how exasperating the accounts, did she show so much as a passing hint of irritability. Her temper was so angelic that it was the more surprising George should not have inherited a trace of it. If George had not inherited his mother's nature, he revealed, as time went on, even less resemblance to the perfect reasonableness of his father's temperament. Ever since her first day in the house, Gabriella had been drawn to her father-in-law, with an affection which his wife, for all her preoccupied kindness, had not inspired. She respected him for his calm strength, against which the boisterous moods of George reacted as harmlessly as the whims of a child. And she liked him for his unfailing courtesy, for his patience, for his gentleness, which made her feel that he was, in spite of the material nature of his occupation, the only member of the household who possessed even a glimmer of spirituality. All day long, and the greater part of the night, he thought about money. And yet he had escaped the spiritual corruption which the ceaseless pursuit of wealth had produced in the other rich men whom Gabriella met in his house. It was as if some subtle alchemy in his soul had transmuted the baser qualities into the pure gold of character, and sometimes the girl wondered if the fact that he worked not for himself but for others had preserved him from the grosser contamination of money. For he seemed to think of himself so little, that after 3 months in his house, Gabriella was still ignorant of his interests apart from his work, except, of course, his absorbing interest in the morning papers. From the time he got up at 7 o'clock until he went to bed punctually on the stroke of 10, he appeared to order his life with the single purpose of giving as little trouble as was compatible with living at all. His tastes were the simplest. He drank only boiled water, he ate 2 eggs and a roll with his coffee at breakfast. He spent hardly a third as much on his clothes as George spent, and beyond an occasional visit to his club in the evening, he seemed to have absolutely no recreation. His life was in the stock market, and it was a life of almost monastic simplicity and self-sacrifice. If he had any pleasure, except the pleasure of providing his wife with the money for her dinner parties, which bored him excruciatingly, Gabriella had never discovered it. "He asks so little for himself that it is pathetic," she remarked to George one night, when Mr. Fowler had gone upstairs carrying the evening papers to bed with him. "Oh, well, gets what he asks for," retorted George indifferently. "And that's more than the rest of us can say." George was in a bad humor. He had been in a bad humor for weeks, and for this reason Gabriella had put off from day to day telling him that she expected a child in the autumn. All her efforts to soothe had merely exasperated him, and there were days when her presence worked him into a fit of nervous irritability. After 4 months of marriage, prolonged boredom had replaced the passionate tenderness of their honeymoon. Why this should be so she was too well balanced emotionally to understand. She saw only the outward evidence of change, of gradual disillusionment, and though at first she wept a little while she wondered, she ended by drying her tears and attributing his casual indifference and his explosive violence alike to some obscure disturbing condition of health. Every evening, except when there were guests, he spent at his club. He came to bed late, and his waking hour was filled with complaint about the number and the size of his bills. He treated these bills as if they had been gratuitous insults, as if they had leaped, without reason for being, out of a malign world to assail him. As yet, Gabriella had bought nothing, and she dreaded the time when her clothes would wear out beyond the hope of repairing, and she should be obliged to add another bill to the growing pile under the silver paperweight on the little white and gold desk. But in the last few weeks even this anxiety had faded from her mind, for the miracle of life which stirred in her body had diffused its golden halo around every trivial incident of her existence. After days of physical wretchedness, which she had hidden from George, she sat one evening utterly at peace, in front of the fire in the room which had been Patty's before her marriage. It was past midnight, and she was waiting for George to come home because she felt that she could not sleep until she had told him. In the morning he had been unusually gentle, and as he left the house, she had said to herself a little sternly that he must know about the child before the day was over. A secret consultation with her mother-in-law had strengthened her resolution. "Don't keep it from him another day, Gabriella," Mrs. Fowler had urged. "It will make such a difference. I shall never forget Archibald's joy when I told him George was coming. Men are like that about children, you know." "Yes, I'll tell him tonight," Gabriella had answered, and sitting now in the rocking chair by the fire, she began to wonder if George would be exactly like other men about children. The house was very still, but even in its stillness it exhaled the nervous apprehension which she felt to be its living character, as if George's parents, sleeping 2 doors away, had dropped their guard for the night, and allowed their anxious thoughts the freedom of the halls until daybreak. And these thoughts, which had become like invisible presences to the girl, wandered up and down the dim staircase, where the lowered lights awaited George's return, invaded the drawing-room, filled with stuffy red velvet chairs, so like crouching human beings in the darkness, and even thronged about her threshold, ready to spring inside at the instant when George should open the door. While her fire burned brightly on the andirons, and rosy shadows danced on the white rug beside her bed, on the lace coverlet turned back for the night, on the deep pillows with their azure lining showing through the delicate linen of the slips, on her simple nightdress, in which the buttonholes were so beautifully worked by her mother. While she looked at these things, it was easy for her to shut out the apprehensions of yesterday. But these apprehensions would come with George, and they would not go until George left her again. The house, with its heavy late Victorian furniture, its velvet carpets which muffled footsteps, its thick curtains which hid doorways, its red walls, its beveled mirrors, its substantial and costly ornaments, its solid paintings in solid frames, the house and all that it contained diffused for Gabriella an inescapable atmosphere. And this atmosphere was like the one in which she had waited expectantly in her childhood for the roof to be sold over her head. Now, as then, she waited for something to happen, and this something was a fact of dread, a shape of terror, which must be ignored as long as its impending presence was not directly before one's eyes. But with the look she was familiar, for she had seen it in her mother's face as far back as she could remember. It was associated in her mind with the need of money, with scant food, with scant fires, with a brooding and sinister hush in the house. With the knowledge of these things in her mind, how could she hope that George would be glad of the child that was coming to them in the autumn? And yet, to Mrs. Fowler, the news had appeared to bring no additional anxiety. She had seemed pleased rather than otherwise, mildly interested, animatedly sympathetic. "I am afraid it will be very expensive," Gabriella had reminded her a little timidly, feeling frankly apologetic when she thought of all the trouble she must bring to the harassed and overburdened little woman. But into Mrs. Fowler's face there had come the look with which she was accustomed to receive the suggestion that her dinner parties were an extravagance. That economy which she practiced so rigidly, which was so elastic to cover little pleasures and the minor comforts of life, broke like a cobweb when she tried to stretch it over larger needs and desires. The severity of her self-denial was directed entirely against the trivial and the unessential. With regard to the indispensable materials for happiness, she seemed to feel that she possessed an unquestionable right to enjoy them at any cost, and she had reassured Gabriella with an optimism which appeared perfectly genuine. After talking to her, the girl had felt that she might allow herself to be happy, if only George would change back into his old way. 4 months ago, at the beginning of her marriage, she had told herself that she needed only the daily intimacy of life to make her understand him. Now, after living with him, she felt that she was growing to understand him less every hour, that the relation which ought to have brought them spiritually closer had ended by thrusting them to an incalculable distance from each other. Of the nervous reactions which he had suffered she knew nothing. All she saw clearly was that the widening breach between them would soon become impassable, unless it could be filled by their new love for the child. The power to hold him must slip from her hands to the child's, and she was more than ready, she was even eager to relinquish it. In the last few months her feeling for George had altered, and though she was hardly conscious of the change in herself, her love for him had become less passionate and more maternal. The tenderness was there, but the yearning, the delight in his mere physical presence, was gone. Like every other emotion that she had felt in the past, her love for her husband had become absorbed in the passion, the longing, the delight with which she enfolded the thought of her child. "I wonder if Mother felt like this about me," she would say to herself, and the wonder was like a cord drawing her back to her mother and to her own babyhood. Then George would become strangely vague, strangely remote in her thoughts, and her mother would seem nearer to her than everything except the child under her heart. But since her talk with Mrs. Fowler, who had shown her photographs of George as a baby, some in long clothes, some in his first short frock, with a woolly lamb in his hands, some in a velvet suit with his lustrous curls falling over a lace collar, Gabriella had felt that she possessed a new understanding of her husband and of the imperative needs of his nature. The child quality in him, the eternal boy that he betrayed sometimes by accident, appeared to her now to be the salient attribute of his character. After all, Because of this quality, which was at once his charm and his weakness, she could not judge him as harshly as she might judge another man. She could not demand of him the gravity and the restraint of his father, who had never been young. I ought not to have kept it from him. His mother is right. She understands him better than I do, she thought as she looked at the clock. If I had told him sooner, he might be with me now. Through the muffled stillness of the house, the sound of the opening front door stole up to her, and she heard George come in and stop for a minute to take off his hat and coat in the lower hall. Then she heard his footsteps move to the staircase, and while she listened, she had a curious, intuitive sense that it was not George at all, but a stranger who was coming to her, and that this stranger walked like a very old man. She heard him reach the bend in the stairs, and without stopping to put out the light, pass on to her door, which was the first on the landing. As he reached the top of the stairs, he stumbled once. Then she heard his hand on the knob, and a fumbling sound as if the knob would not turn. The door seemed to take an eternity to open, and while she sprang up with the clutch of terror at her heart, she felt again the sharp, agonizing premonition that a stranger was approaching her. "George," she called in a strangled voice, and waited, standing, for him to enter. End of section 12. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 13 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Motherhood. Part 1. At noon the next day, Mrs. Fowler came into Gabriella's room and found her sewing beside the window which looked on a gray expanse of sky and street where a few snowflakes were falling. "Did you tell him, dear?" she asked, arranging a handful of red roses in a little alabaster vase on the desk. No, Gabriella had not told him. She felt now that she should never be able to tell him, but all she said was, "I didn't get a chance. How lovely those roses are." Mrs. Fowler set the vase where the gray light fell on it, and then, turning with empty hands from the desk, asked gently, "Aren't you making a mistake, dear?" Her movements were like those of a character in a play who was made to fill in an awkward pause with some mechanical action. "I couldn't tell him last night," replied Gabriella. "He was sick all night." She was very pale. Even her lips had lost their rich color, and her eyes had a drawn and heavy look as if she had not slept. Without looking at her mother-in-law, she went on with her sewing, working buttonholes of exquisite fineness in a small white garment. In her lap there was a little wicker basket filled with spools of thread and odd bits of lace and cambric, and every now and then she stopped her work and gazed thoughtfully down on it, as if she were trying to decide how she might use the jumble of scraps that it contained. "Gabriella," said Mrs. Fowler suddenly, after she had watched her a moment, "did anything happen last night?" "Happen? No. What could have happened?" "At what time did George come in?" "About 1 o'clock. I sat up for him." Was anything the matter with him? Was he in any way different?" "He was sick. He was sick all night." A look of disgust crossed her face while she stopped to wipe away a drop of blood from her finger. "I don't remember pricking my finger since I was a child," she remarked. "You are keeping something from me," said Mrs. Fowler, and sitting down in the small chair by the desk, she leaned her elbow in her full sleeve of violet cashmere on the edge of the blotting pad. She was wearing a morning gown made as all her house gowns were made, after the princess style, and Gabriella could see the tight expanse of her bosom rising and falling under a garniture of purple and silver passementerie. Her hair, fresh from the crimping pins, rose in stiff ridges from her forehead, and her bright red lips were so badly chapped from cold that they cracked a little when she smiled. She looked as hard as granite, though in reality her heart was breaking with pity. "I want to help you," she said, "and I can't if you keep things back." "I told you George was sick. I was up all night with him." Again a look of disgust, which she could not control, flickered and died in her face. "But you oughtn't to have let him keep you awake. You need all the sleep you can get. When he comes in late, he must sleep in the spare room across the hall." "His things are all in here, and he would come in to get them. That would wake me." For a moment Mrs. Fowler hesitated while the struggling breath grew more irregular under the passementerie on her bosom. The ripe color faded from her cheeks, and her lips looked blue in the harsh light from the window. "I think I'd better speak to George," she said. "He is spoiled, and he always thinks first of his own comfort. I suppose it's the way we brought him up, but when he understands, he will be more considerate." For the first time, Gabriella laid down her sewing, and leaning forward in her chair, fixed her eyes with their look of deep stillness, of wistful expectancy, on the face of her mother-in-law. "Would you mind telling me if George was ever wild about women?" she asked, and though her voice was very low and quiet, her words seemed to echo loudly through the hushed suspense in her brain. It was as if every piece of furniture, every vacant wall, every picture, and every pane of glass repeated the sound. The pleasant smile on Mrs. Fowler's lips became suddenly painful. As if she were suffering a physical hurt, she put her handkerchief to her mouth while she answered. "He was once, but that was before he fell in love with you. We hoped that you would be able to steady him, that marriage would make him settle down." "Did he drink then?" "A little, not enough to make him show it. I never saw him really show it but once, and then he was dreadfully sick." Was he like that last night?" For a long minute, while she looked out of the window at the falling snowflakes, Gabriella did not reply. Then she spoke in a voice that was sternly accusing. "You ought to have told me. I ought to have known." Her own wild passion for George was forgotten. She felt only a sense of outrage, of wounded and stunned resentment. They had treated her as if she were a child or a fool. That she had been a fool she was not prepared to admit at the instant. And yet it was less than a year ago, that June night when she had watched George over the clove pinks, while her heart melted with happiness. She had had her way, and she was already regretting her madness. "Is this what love comes to?" she asked herself bitterly, as she watched the white flakes whirling out of the gray sky. "Is this what it all comes to in the end, or am I different from other women?" Moistening her dry lips with the tip of her tongue, Mrs. Fowler smiled bravely, though there were tears in her eyes. "Archibald wanted to, but I wouldn't let him," she replied. "I hoped that you would make everything different. He was so much in love with you. I thought you could do anything with him." Though her reasoning failed to convince Gabriella, it was sufficiently forcible to justify her in her own judgment, and with an easier conscience, she settled comfortably behind the impregnable defenses of the maternal instinct. After all, she had only done what she believed to be best for her boy. She had not been selfish. She had not even been thoughtless. She had been merely a mother. "I wish you would tell me what really happened last night, Gabriella," she said, and her tone showed that she had recovered her shaken confidence in the righteousness of her cause. "I can't tell you," answered Gabriella. "What good would it do? George was disgusting, that was all." She spoke sternly, for no lingering tenderness softened the judgment of her youth and her injured pride. How could she possibly have tenderness for a man who had tired of her in 4 months, who had become so lost to common decency that he could let her see him revoltingly drunk? And she had held her head so high, she had so despised Jane for her weakness and folly. At the moment she knew that she was helpless, but deep down within her she felt that this helplessness would not last, that the wings of her soul were still strong, still free, still untouched by the shame her body had suffered. With a single effort she could break the net of passion and escape into the wonderful world which surrounded her. Like Jane, she had been a fool, but unlike Jane, she would not stay a fool always. "You seem so hard, Gabriella," said Mrs. Fowler. "Is it because you are young? Young people never make allowances." The taste of bitterness rose to Gabriella's lips. "I suppose I am hard," she answered, "and I am going to stay so. There is safety in hardness." Remembering Jane, remembering the hereditary weakness of the Carrs, who had all married badly, she told herself that in hardness lay her solitary refuge from despair. After all, it was better to be hard than to break. "You can't judge George quite as you would other men," began George's mother, and she was aware after a minute that the maternal instinct had in this instance led her to defeat. "I am not judging other men," replied George's wife coldly. "I am judging George." Against men as men she had never even thought of cherishing a grievance. All her life she had looked to some man as to the savior of the family fortunes, and her vision was still true enough to perceive that, as a human being, Archibald Fowler was finer and bigger than his wife, that Billy was finer and bigger than Patty. She had found men less the servants of mere instinct than she had found women, less the passive and unresisting vehicles of the elemental impulses. Then, too, they were so seldom the victims of life, and there was in her nature a fierce contempt for a victim. She despised people who submitted to circumstances, who resigned themselves to necessity, as if resignation were a virtue instead of a vice. "Well, you must try not to worry, dear. Worry is so bad for you. I am so sorry it happened. You won't mind my speaking to George, will you?" Gabriella shook her head. "I don't care what you say to him." "Do you feel able to come down to lunch?" "Oh, yes, perfectly. I am simply dying for a cup of tea, and afterwards I think I'll go out for a walk. One gets so stuffy and dull when one stays in the house." Her manner had changed as if by magic. In putting the thought of George out of her mind, she seemed to have put aside her resentment and despondency. In the evening George came home, looking a little yellow, with a box of gardenias in his hand. But the scent of the flowers sickened Gabriella, and she put them out of the room while she dressed for dinner. The attention, instead of pleasing her, brought an ironic twist to her lips, though she thanked George quite as courteously as if he had been a stranger to her. At dinner, when Mr. Fowler abruptly asked his son why he had not been to the office, she kept her eyes fixed on her plate, in which she seemed to see palely reflected the anxious pleasantness of her mother-in-law's smile. It hardly occurred to her to wonder where George had spent his day, though when she met Mr. Fowler's kind and tired look, a pang shot through her heart. She was sorrier for George's father than she was for herself. He looked so lonely, yet so patient. He so obviously needed help, and no one appeared to notice it, not even his wife, who began planning a dinner party in the futile effort to come to George's assistance. It was by coming to George's assistance in every difficulty, Gabriella surmised, that his mother had made George what he was, and the girl saw in imagination an endless line of subterfuges, of pitiful excuses and feeble justifications, all hidden in the tortuous labyrinth windings of the maternal instinct. She saw with the relentless vision of a Hebrew prophet the inevitable ruin of the love that does not submit to wisdom as its law. More than 7 months afterwards, when she lay in her room with her child in the crook of her arm, she prayed passionately that some supreme power would grant her the strength, not of emotion, but of reason. All her life she had suffered from an unrestrained indulgence of the virtues, from love running to waste through excess, from the self-sacrifice that is capable of everything but self-discipline, from the intemperate devotion to duty that is as morbid as sin. Balance, moderation, restraint, these seemed to her, lying there with her child on her arm, to be the things most worth striving for. She saw her mother worn to a shadow by the unnecessary death she had died, by the useless crucifixion she had endured. She saw Jane, haggard, wan, with her sweetness turned to bitterness because it was wasted. And again she found herself asking for balance, moderation, restraint. The child, a little girl with George's eyes and hair like gauze, had liberated Gabriella from the last illusions of her girlhood. And yet, though Gabriella prayed for moderation, she found after a few months that motherhood was absorbing the full strength of her nature. George hardly existed for her. He came and went like the passing of a shadow, and she began gradually to sink her life into the life of her child. Not until the winter was she brought back to a sharp realization of her neglected duty to her mother, and this came with a letter from Mrs. Carr during the last week in January. Mrs. Carr was still living with Jane, and though she had accepted mildly Gabriella's reasons for postponing her coming to New York, she was beginning somewhat plaintively to question. She had made little effort to hide her disappointment at not being with her daughter when her grandchild was born, for in spite of the fact that she had tragically assisted at the entrance of Jane's 6 children into the world, she still possessed an insatiable appetite for the perpetually recurring scenes of birth and death. Then only did her natural bent of mind appear to be justified by universal phenomena. And now, on this morning in January, when Frances Evelyn, the baby, lay good and quiet in her crib, Gabriella read over again the disturbing letter she had just received from her mother. My dear daughter, Jane wrote you that I had had a slight attack of pneumonia, so you understand why I was obliged to let so long a time go by without sending you a letter. Though I have been out of bed now for more than a fortnight, I still feel so weak and good for nothing that I am hardly equal to the exertion of writing. Then, too, I have had some trouble with my wrist, the right one, and this has made it really painful for me to hold a pen, or even a fork. The doctor thinks it is a nervous affection, and that it will pass away as soon as I get back my strength, and I am sure I hope and pray that it will. But sometimes I feel as if I should never get any stronger, and of course, while my wrist is crippled, I am unable to do any sewing. This has depressed me very much, for poor Jane has so many worries of her own that I dread being dependent on her, and Charlie has not been at all well this winter, though kinder and more considerate than I have ever known him to be. He has his faults, but I have always felt that he was not entirely responsible, and that we ought to pity rather than blame him. Women can never be too thankful that they are spared by a merciful providence the temptations which seem to beset men. When we consider how much more sheltered our lives are, we ought to be lenient in our judgment, and I cannot help feeling that God meant us to be so when He gave us more spiritual natures than those of men. Dr. Preston gave a very instructive and impressive talk on that subject before the Ladies' Aid Society of our church the week before I was taken sick. Indeed, I am afraid I caught the cold that led to pneumonia sitting in Charlie's pew, which gets a bad draft from the door of the Sunday school room. I must apologize for this dull letter, as I haven't been able to get out even to market. Before I was taken ill, I used to do all of Jane's marketing, and you know what a place the market is for meeting people and hearing all the latest news. There are, however, 2 things to tell you, and you'll never be able to guess them. First, poor Miss Amelia Peterborough is dead. She was stricken with paralysis a week ago when she was all alone in the house. Miss Jemima was at a funeral, and she never regained consciousness until the end, which came at 3:00 Sunday night. Poor Miss Jemima, I feel so sorry for her. She keeps up beautifully and is very pious and resigned. They say she will go into the old ladies' home as soon as the arrangements can be made. The other piece of news is more cheerful, though, for my part, life seems so short and so uncertain that I can't see much cheerfulness anywhere. So many people are dying that you can't help wondering who will be next. And as Dr. Preston said when he called on me during my illness, our only substantial hope is in a blessed hereafter. My one regret will be leaving my children and grandchildren, and especially my precious little Frances Evelyn, whom I have never seen. I have no doubt that Mrs. Fowler was far more useful than I could have been at the time of your trial, but it was a great disappointment to me not to be able to receive the little darling into the world. But I had entirely forgotten that I started to tell you about Florrie Spencer's marriage to Algernon Caperton. Of course, I couldn't go, but Jane says the wedding was lovely and that Florrie looked really beautiful. Bessie had on rose-colored brocade. Did you ever hear of such a thing at her age? She was just as gay and flirtatious as a girl, Charlie said, and she sent me some of the cake and a bottle of champagne, which, of course, I didn't touch. It is a pity she is so loud, for there isn't a kinder heart in the world. Florrie and Algernon are going to New York on their wedding trip. Isn't it exactly like Florrie to want to go to all the theaters? They send you word, by the way, that they are certainly coming to see you and the baby. And now that I have told all my news, I must write a little about myself, though I am afraid you will be upset by what I am obliged to tell you. I put it off as long as I could, for I do hate to worry you, but the doctor has just been to see me, and he says I must go to Florida immediately to stay until the bad weather is over. I told him I couldn't possibly afford it. The trip would take a great deal of money, but he insisted that I should write and tell you exactly what he said. He said my lungs were very weak and that he ordered the change. You know, they never seem to consider expense. And when he was leaving, he stopped in the hall to speak to Jane about it. Poor Jane, she is so worried that she has almost gone deranged over my health. But as far as I am concerned, I feel that I would rather pass away than cause so much trouble and upset everybody. Jane, as you know, hasn't a cent to her name, and it is out of the question her asking Charlie, because he has had a very bad winter financially. Even Cousin Jimmy stopped sending me the rent of the house since I moved to Jane's, and as for Uncle Merriweather, he has been obliged to give up his business and go to live with his niece in the country. So, much as I hate to ask you, my dear child, I feel you would rather I did so, and that I ought to be perfectly frank about the situation, particularly since poor Jane feels so deeply her inability to help me. I am afraid I should need about $400, as I have bought nothing to wear for years. Bessie Spencer has told me of a very reasonable place where I could board, and it is just possible that she will be going herself by the time I am ready. If for any reason you are unable to let me have the money, just destroy this letter and don't think about it again. I wouldn't cause you a moment's worry for anything in the world. With love to George and a dozen kisses for my precious little grandchild, your devoted mother, Fanny Carr. Did I remember to tell you that Miss Polly Hatch has gone to New York to look after her nephew's children? He lost his wife a few months ago and was left with 4 little children, the youngest only a year old. So her punishment had come. As Gabriella dropped the letter into her lap and looked at little Frances, so good and happy in her crib, she felt that she was punished not only for her reckless marriage, but for all the subterfuge, all the deceit which had followed it. She had not told her mother the truth, for she also had been chiefly concerned with keeping up an appearance. For the purpose of shielding George, who was blandly indifferent to her shielding, she had lied to her mother, if not in words, yet in an evasion of the truth. And the result was that her lies and her evasions had recoiled not on George's head, but on her own. For George wouldn't care. So little value did he place upon Mrs. Carr's good opinion that he would not care even if Gabriella were to tell her the truth. And if she had only been honest, if she had only refused to lie because custom exacted that a wife should be willing to lie in defense of her husband. Some obscure strain of dogmatic piety struggled in the convulsed depths of her being, as if she had been suddenly brought up against the vein of iron in her soul, against the moral law, stripped bare of clustering delusions, which her ancestors had known and fought for as the Berkeley conscience. The Berkeley conscience, bred for centuries on a militant faith, told her now that she was punished because she had lied to her mother. Then, as if this reversion to primitive theology had been merely an automatic reaction of certain nerve cells, she saw and condemned the childlike superstition. No, she was not punished so quickly, but she had been a fool, and she was paying the price of her incredible folly. How little, How pitifully little she knew of the world after all. A year ago on that horrible night, she had thought that her lesson was finished, but it was only the beginning. Her immense confiding ignorance would lead her into other abysses. And again, as on the morning after that night of revelation, she resolved passionately that she would not stay a fool always, that she would not become a victim of life. The empty bottle had slipped to one side of the crib, and little Frances lay smiling at the friendly universe, with her wet mouth wide open and her blue eyes, so like George's, sparkling with laughter. The down on her head, as fine and soft as spun silk, made tiny rings over her pink skull, which was as clear and delicate as an eggshell, and these golden rings filled Gabriella with a tenderness so poignant that it brought tears to her eyes. Whatever her mother may have thought about the world, it was perfectly obvious that Frances Evelyn considered her part in it remarkably jolly. To be a well baby in an amiable universe was her idea of felicity. When George came up to luncheon, which he did sometimes now, he went straight to the nursery for a glimpse of his daughter. Ever since little Frances had lost her first hair and gained her golden down, he had taken an interest in the rapid stages of her development, and though he never wasted time, as he said, in the nursery, he liked to look in once a day and see whether or not she had changed in the night. On her side, the baby treated her father as if he were an inexhaustible family joke, to be enjoyed not too seriously, but with a polite recognition of its humorous points. If she were sucking her bottle when he entered, she immediately stopped and laughed at him while the rubber nipple dropped from her toothless gums. If she awoke and discovered him at the side of her crib, she greeted him with subdued but inappeasable merriment. If he lifted her in his arms, her crocheted shoes could barely contain the kicks of her ecstatic feet. And because she was a jolly little beggar, George grew after a time to cherish a certain fondness for her. There was some use in a laughing baby, but he hated anything, child, woman, or animal, that cried. On this particular day the baby happened to be asleep when he entered, so without stopping he went into Gabriella's bedroom, where the perfume of roses mingled with the scent of the burning logs on the andirons. "That's a good fire," he observed, stopping on the hearthrug. "I don't wonder you hate to go out." "Yes, the room was a little chilly, so I lit the fire for the baby's bath. I don't usually have one," replied Gabriella, explaining her apparent extravagance. "Has she been well?" "She is always well. I haven't had a day's anxiety about her since she was born." "But she isn't very old yet." Already little Frances was supplying conversational material to her parents. "I wish you would sit down, George," said Gabriella with a change of tone. "I want to read you a part of a letter from Mother." "Can't you tell me instead?" "If you'd rather. You know, I never told Mother why we couldn't have her to live with us. I never told her anything. I simply made excuses." "That was all right, wasn't it?" He was plainly nervous. "At the time, I thought I couldn't do differently, but now—" She gave him the letter, and while he unfolded it awkwardly, she watched him anxiously and yet without interrupting his reading. Beyond the simple facts, she had told him nothing, and it was characteristic of her that she did not embellish these facts with picturesque phrases. She herself was so insensible to the appeal of rhetoric that she hardly thought of it as likely to influence anybody. Then, too, in moments of intense feeling, she had always a sensation of dumbness. "I'm awfully sorry about her illness," he said. "But when you think of it, the best thing that could have happened to her was not to come to New York. This climate would have been the end of her." "Will you let me have the money, George? I will try to save in every way that I can. I've made all the baby's clothes as it is, and I can easily make the few things I need also. Since the baby came, I have stopped calling with your mother." A flush rose to his face. "I know you've been a regular brick about money, Gabriella. I never saw a woman buy as little as you do, and you always manage to look well-dressed." She smiled with faint irony. Her clothes were dowdy, for she had turned the broadcloth dress she had had at her marriage and was wearing it in the street. But if he thought her well-dressed, it seemed hardly fair to undeceive him. Had she been any other woman, she reflected, he would probably have looked at her long enough to discover that she had grown decidedly shabby. Since the baby's birth, as she had told him, she had stopped calling with her mother-in-law, and a black net dress given her by Mrs. Fowler, because it had grown too small in the waist, was still presentable enough for the family dinners. But she never worried about her appearance, and it was a relief to find that George was quite as indifferent on the subject as she was. In the days of their honeymoon, he had been so particular that she had spent hours each day before the mirror. "Will you let me have the money, George?" she asked again. The form of the request had not changed, but there was a deeper note in her voice. The irony, which had been at first only a glancing edge to her smile, a subdued flash in her eyes, had passed now into her speech. George, looking sideways at the slightly austere charm of her profile, thought suddenly, "Gabriella is growing hard." He noticed, too, for the first time, that she looked older since the birth of the baby, that her bosom was fuller, and that her figure, which had always been good, was now lovely in its long flowing lines. She was handsomer than she had been before her marriage, for her complexion had become clearer since she had lived in the north, and though she was still pale, her skin was losing its sallow tone. Yet, though he thought her more attractive than she had been as a girl, she had ceased to make the faintest appeal to his senses. There were times even when he wondered how she had ever appealed to him, for she had not been beautiful, and beauty had always seemed to him to be essential in the women with whom one fell in love. But, however it had happened, still it had happened, and she was now his wife and the mother of the adorable Frances Evelyn. "I'm awfully cut up about it, Gabriella," he said, "but honestly, I am out of the money. I couldn't lay my hands on it just now to save my life." His excuses convinced him while he uttered them, but he had barely paused before Gabriella demolished them with a single blow of her merciless logic. "You were talking last night about buying a horse," she replied. He frowned resentfully, and she immediately regretted her words. By speaking the truth, she had defeated her purpose. "It isn't as if I were buying a horse for pleasure," he answered doggedly. "I am dependent on exercise. You can see for yourself how I've gone off in the last 2 or 3 months. Of course, if the horse were simply for enjoyment, like a carriage, it would be different. But Mother has given up her carriage," he concluded triumphantly. End of section 13. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 14 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Motherhood, Part 2. He was a spendthrift, she realized, but he was a spendthrift with a streak of stinginess in his nature. Though he enjoyed gratifying his own desires, which were many, it pained him inexpressibly to witness extravagance on the part of others, and by a curious twist of the imagination, all money spent by Gabriella appeared to him to be an extravagance. To be sure, he had just told her that she was a brick about money, but that had been intended as a warning to virtue, rather than as an encouragement to weakness. There was, to be sure, a vague understanding that she might make bills when they were unavoidable, but so in want of spending money had she been since her marriage, that several times she had been obliged to borrow car fare from her mother-in-law. When she had asked George for an allowance, however small, he had put her off with the permission to charge whatever she bought in the shops. As the bills apparently never lessened, and her conscience revolted from debt, she had gone without things she needed, rather than accept the barren generosity of his promises. At Christmas, her father-in-law had given her $50 in gold, and with this she had bought presents for her mother and Jane and the servants. In the old days in Hill Street she had had little enough, but at least that little had really belonged to her, and since her marriage she had learned that when one is poor, it is better to live surrounded by want. To be poor in the midst of wealth, to be obliged to support a fictitious affluence on one's secret poverty, This was, after all, to know the supreme mortification of spirit. There were days when she almost prayed that the brooding suspense would assume a definite shape, that the blow would fall, the crash come, and ruin envelop them all. Any visible fact would be better than this impending horror of the imagination, this silent dread so much worse than any reality of failure, which encompassed them with the impalpable thickness and darkness of a cloud. "Then I can't help my mother, even if it's a matter of life and death?" she asked. "I don't believe it's as bad as that, Gabriella. 10 chances to 1, the rest of the winter will be mild, and she would find Florida too depressing. You never can tell about doctors, you know. It's their business to make trouble. Now you mustn't let yourself worry. There's anxiety enough without that, heaven knows. Why, just look at Father. He has lost almost all he ever had. He is simply staving off failure for I don't know how long, and yet from Mother's manner, who on earth would suspect that there is anything wrong? Now that's what I call pluck. By Jove!" Again her impetuous spirit, dangerous gift, flashed out recklessly in defense of the truth. "Then why don't you try to help your father, George?" she asked. "He tells me that you rarely go down to the office." Her voice vibrated, but the stern lines of her mouth, which had lost its rich softness under the stress of her anger, hardly quivered. His frown darkened to a scowl. The calm disdain in her manner made him feel that he hated her, and he told himself stubbornly that if she had been gentler, if she had been more womanly, he would have done what she asked of him, forgetting in his rage that if she had been these things, he would have found even less difficulty in refusing her. "You know as well as I do that I can't stand office work when I'm not fit," he returned sullenly. "It plays the devil with my nerves." Her case was hopeless. If it had not been so in the beginning, she had ruined it by her irrefutable arguments, and while he rambled on moodily, making excuses for his neglect of business, she sat silently planning ways by which she might get the money for her mother. To ask her father-in-law was of course out of the question, and Mrs. Fowler, beyond a miraculously extended credit, due probably to the shining bubble of her husband's financial security, was as penniless as Gabriella. Unless she could find something to sell, there seemed little likelihood of securing $400 in a day. It was imperative, then, that she should find something to sell, and remembering her mother's tragic visits to old Mr. Camberwell, she ran hastily over her few personal possessions. As her wedding gifts had been entirely in the form of clothes, the donors doubtless surmising that the wife of a rich man's son would have other gifts in abundance, there remained only the trinkets George and George's parents had given her. All through luncheon, while Mrs. Fowler, with an assumed frivolity which Gabriella found more than usually depressing, rippled on over the warmed-over salmon, the girl mentally arranged and sorted in their cases a diamond brooch, an amethyst necklace, a bracelet set with pearls, and a topaz heart she occasionally wore on a gold chain, which she valued because it had belonged to her grandmother. Once she stopped and, lifting her hand, looked appraisingly at her engagement ring for an instant, while Mrs. Fowler, observing her long gaze, remarked caressingly, "I always thought it an unusually pretty stone, my dear. George knows a good deal about stones." Then, as if inspired by an impulse, she added quickly, "Wasn't George upstairs before lunch? I thought I heard his voice." "Yes, but he said he had an engagement at the club." "I wonder if he knows I have asked the Capertons to dinner tonight. You know I got Florrie's card the other day. She is here on her wedding journey, but even then she doesn't like to be quiet, for she is her mother all over again. I used to know Bessie very well. Kind-hearted, but a little vulgar." "I didn't tell George. Perhaps you had better telephone him." "Oh, well, he usually comes up to dinner because of the baby. I've asked 1 or 2 people to meet Florrie, for I remember that Bessie's one idea of enjoyment was to be in a crowd. The Crowboroughs are coming, and the Thorntons and the Blantons." "I'll be dressed in time," responded Gabriella, but she was thinking rapidly. "I can sell the diamond brooch and the bracelet, and if it is necessary, the amethyst necklace. The brooch must have cost at least $300. The meal was finished in silence, for even Mrs. Fowler's cheerfulness would flag now and then without a spur, and Gabriella made no effort to keep up the strained conversation. As soon as they had risen from the table, she ran upstairs to dress for the street. And then, before going out, she sat down at her desk and wrapped up the brooch and the bracelet in tissue paper. For a minute she gazed undecided at the amethyst necklace. Mr. Fowler had given it to her, and she hated to part with it. George's gifts meant nothing to her now, but she felt a singular fondness for the amethyst necklace. "I'd better take it with me," she thought, and wrapping it with the others, she put the package into her little bag and went out of the room. It was her habit to stop for a last look at little Frances before she left the house, but today she hurried past the nursery and ran downstairs and out of doors, where Mrs. Fowler was getting into a hansom with the assistance of Burrows, the English butler. "May I drop you somewhere, Gabriella?" inquired Mrs. Fowler, while Burrows arranged the parcels on the seat of the hansom. In the strong sunshine, all the little lines which were imperceptible in the shadow of the house, lines of sleeplessness, of anxiety, of prolonged aching suspense, appeared to start out as if by magic in her face. And over this underlying network of anxious thoughts, there dropped suddenly, like a veil, that look of artificial pleasantness. She would have died sooner than lift it before one of the servants. "No, thank you. I need the walk," answered Gabriella, stopping beside the hansom. "You will be tired if you do all those errands. May I help you?" "No, no, dear. Take your walk. I am so glad the storm is over. It will be a lovely afternoon." Then the hansom drove off. Burrows, after a longing glance at the blue sky, slowly ascended the brownstone steps, and Gabriella, closing her furs at the throat, for the wind was high, hurried in the direction of Fifth Avenue. The streets were still white after the storm. Piles of new-fallen snow lay in the gutters, and when Gabriella crossed Madison Avenue, the wind was so strong that it almost lifted her from the ground. Above the shining whiteness of the streets there was a sky of spring, and spring was blossoming in the little cart of a flower vendor which had stopped to let the traffic pass at the corner. There were few people out of doors, and these few appeared remote and strangely unreal between the wintry earth and the April sky. Beside the gutters, where the street cleaners were already at work, wagons drawn by large, heavy horses moved slowly from crossing to crossing. At 42nd Street the traffic was blocked by one of these wagons, and from the windows of the stage, which had stopped by the sidewalk, the eyes of the passengers stared with moody resignation at the hurrying pedestrians. And it seemed to Gabriella that these faces wore, one and all, the look of secret anxiety, the faint network of lines which she had seen in the face of her mother-in-law. "I wonder if I have it too," she thought, pausing before a shop window. But her reflection flashed back at her from the glass, smooth, stern, unsmiling, as if her features had been sculptured in marble. Below 40th Street there was the shop of a jeweler she sometimes went to with Mrs. Fowler in that lady's despairing quest for suitable wedding presents at moderate prices. And something in the kindly, sympathetic face of the clerk who waited on them made Gabriella decide suddenly to trust him. As she unwrapped the tissue paper rather nervously, and keeping back the necklace, laid the brooch and the bracelet on the square of purple velvet he spread out on the counter, she raised her eyes to his with a look that was childlike in its appeal. Again she thought of the morning on which they had surreptitiously taken her silver mug, hidden in Mrs. Carr's gray and black shawl, to the shop of old Mr. Camberwell. "How much might I get for these? I have worn them only a few times. They do not suit me," she said. For a minute the clerk looked at her reflectively, but without curiosity. Then lifting the trinkets from the square of velvet, he passed behind a green curtain into an adjoining room. After a short absence, in which she nervously examined an assortment of traveling clocks, he came back and told her that they would give her $450 for the 2 pieces. "The stones alone are worth that," he added, "and of course they will have to be reset before we can sell them." "May I have the check now?" "Shall we send it to you by mail?" "No, I must have it now. I want it this afternoon, immediately." He yielded, still with his reflective but incurious manner, and when she left the shop a quarter of an hour later, the check was in her little bag beside the amethyst necklace. I am glad I didn't have to sell the necklace, she thought. Now I'll find a hotel and write to Mother, and it will all be settled. It will all be settled, she repeated in a joyous tone, and this joyousness, overflowing her breast, showed in her eyes, in the little quivering smile on her lips, and in her light and buoyant step over the snow. A weight had been lifted from her heart, and she felt at peace with the world. At peace with the shivering passers-by, at peace even with George. The wind, hastening her walk, stung her face till it flushed through its pallor, and sent the warm blood bounding with happiness through her veins. Under the stainless blue of the sky, it seemed to her that the winter's earth was suddenly quickening with the seeds of the spring. In the Waldorf she found a corner which was deserted, except for an elderly man with a dried face and a girl in a green hat, who appeared to be writing to her lover, and sitting down at a little desk behind a lamp, she wrote to her mother without mentioning George, without explaining anything, without even making excuses for her failure to keep her promise. She knew now that George had never meant that her mother should live with them, that he had never meant that they should take an apartment, that he had lied to her, without compunction, from the beginning. She knew this as surely as she knew that he was faithless and selfish, as surely as she knew that he had ceased to love her and would never love her again. And this knowledge, which had once caused her such poignant agony, seemed now as detached and remote as any tragedy in ancient history. She was barely 22, and her love story had already dwindled to an impersonal biographical interest in her mind. When she had finished her letter, she placed the check inside of it, and then sat for a minute pensively watching the girl in the green hat, whose face paled and reddened while she wrote to her lover. It seems 100 years ago since I felt like that, she thought, and now it is all over. Then, because melancholy had no part in her nature, and she was too practical to waste time in useless regrets, she rose quickly from the desk and went out, while the exhilaration of her mood was still proof against the dangerous weakness of self-pity. It's life I'm living, not a fairy tale, she told herself sternly, as she posted the letter and left the hotel. It's life I'm living, and life is hard, however you take it. For a few blocks she walked on briskly, thinking of the shop windows and of the brightness and gaiety of the crowd in Fifth Avenue. But in spite of her efforts, her thoughts fluttered back presently to herself and her own problems. After all, you can't become a victim unless you give in, she said grimly, and I'll die rather than become a victim. Her walk kept her out until 5 o'clock, and when she entered the house at that hour, she found her mother-in-law in the front hall giving directions to Burroughs. At the sight of Gabriella, she paused breathlessly, and said with undisguised nervousness, "A very queer-looking person who says she was sent by your mother has just come to see you, dear. A seamstress of some kind, I fancy. As she looked quite clean, I let her go upstairs to the nursery to wait for you. I hope you don't mind. She was so eager to see the baby." "Oh, it's Miss Polly!" cried Gabriella, and without stopping to explain, she ran upstairs and into the nursery, where little Frances was cooing with delight in Miss Polly's arms. The seamstress's small bird-like face, framed by the silk quilling of her old lady's bonnet, broke into 100 cheerful wrinkles at the sight of Gabriella. Even the grotesqueness of her appearance, of her fantastic mantle trimmed with bugles, made from the best wrap in the 70s, of her full alpaca skirt with its wide hem stiffened by buckram, of her black cotton gloves, and her enormous black broadcloth bag, even these things could not extinguish the pleasure Gabriella felt in the meeting. If Miss Polly was ridiculous at home, she was twice as ridiculous in New York, but somehow it did not seem to matter. The sight of her brought happy tears to the girl's eyes, and in the attempt to hide them, she buried her face in the warm, flower-scented neck of little Frances. "She's the prettiest baby I ever saw," remarked Miss Polly with pride. "Wouldn't your ma dote on her?" "Wouldn't she? But how did you leave Mother and Jane and the children? The baby must be a big boy now." "He's running around all the time and never out of mischief. I never saw such a child for mischief. I was telling your ma so last week. There's another baby on the way with Jane, you know. How in the world will she take care of it? I suppose Charlie is just the same? Well, if you ask me, Gabriella, I never was so dead set against Mr. Charlie as the rest of you. I helped raise Jane from the time she was no higher than that, and I ain't say nothing against her, except that Mr. Charlie ain't half as bad to my mind as she makes him out. Some men respond to nagging and some don't. That's what I said to her one day when she broke down and cried on my shoulder. And you've got to be mighty particular when you begin to nag, that you're nagging the right sort. But she won't listen, not she. If I don't tell Charlie of his faults, who's going to? She asks. You know Jane always did talk pretty free to me ever since she was a little girl. Well, there are some people that simply can't stand being told of their faults, and Mr. Charlie is one of them. It ain't the kind of treatment that agrees with him, and if I'd been in Jane's place, I reckon I'd have found it out long ago. But it ain't her way to learn anything. You know that as well as I do. She's obliged to make the world over, even if it drops to pieces in her hands. She doesn't seem to have done much with Charlie. Well, you mark my words, Mr. Charlie ain't bad, but he's full of nature, and Jane is the kind of woman that's never happy unless she's getting the better of nature. Whatever's natural is plumb wrong, that's the way she looks at it, but mind you, I ain't saying she's all in the right. Nagging ain't a virtue to my mind any more than drink is, but Jane, she can't see it that way, and there ain't a bit of use trying to make her. She's soft, but she's mulish, and the hardest thing in the earth to push is a mule that looks soft. It's such a pity, but I suppose nothing will change her. Tell me about Mother. Your ma looks downright poorly. What with her sickness and her bother about Jane and the bad weather, she ain't managing to keep as spry as I'd like to see her. From the stitch in her back she has most of the time, it wouldn't surprise me any day to hear that she'd come down with kidney trouble. And she breathes so short that consumption has crossed my mind more than once when I was talking to her. Miss Polly, having, as she expressed it, an eye for symptoms, possessed an artistic rather than a scientific interest in disease, and the vivid realism of her descriptions had often, on her sewing days at home, reduced Gabriella to faintness, though Mrs. Carr, with her more delicate sensibilities, was able to listen with apparent enjoyment to the ghastly recitals. Not only had Miss Polly achieved in her youth a local fame as a sick nurse, but in the days when nursing was neither sanitary nor professional, she was often summoned hastily from her sewing machine to assist at a birth or a burial in one of the families for whom she worked. And happy always, as befits one whose life, stripped bare of ephemeral blessings, is centered upon the basic realities, she was never happier than when she put down her sewing, took off her spectacles, exchanged her apron for a mantle, and after carefully tying her bonnet strings, departed for a triumphant encounter with the eternal issues. I am so anxious about Mother, said Gabriella. Did she tell you she was going to Florida? She certainly did. She was real full of it, and she talked a lot about you all up here, the baby and you and Mr. George. You know, I ain't laid my eyes on Mr. George more than 3 times in my life. Well, I reckon I better be getting along back, or the children will miss me. I've got 4 children to do for now, and one of 'em ain't any bigger than Francis. Does seem funny, don't it, for an old maid to have her hands full of children? But you know, I always did dote on children. There wouldn't be half so much fun in the world if it wasn't for children and men, and there ain't a mite of difference between them under their skins. Yes, I can find my way back real easy. I always was good at finding my way about, and all I've got to do is to set out and walk in that direction till I come to a car over yonder by that high building, and as soon as I get on, I'll ask the conductor to put me off right at my door. When she had gone, Gabriella went back into the nursery, and stood looking down at little Frances, who had fallen asleep, with the smile of an angel on her face. I wonder if I can be the least bit like Jane, she said aloud while she watched the sleeping child. George did not come home to dinner, and the wonder was still in Gabriella's mind when she dressed herself in her black net gown and went downstairs to meet Florrie, who looked younger and more brilliant than ever in a dress of white and silver brocade. Florrie's husband, a dreamy, quiet man, the safe kind of man, Gabriella reflected, who inevitably marries a dangerous woman, regarded his noisy wife with a guileless admiration which was triumphantly surviving a complete submergence in the sparkling shallows of Florey's personality. He was a man of sense and of breeding. He possessed the ordinary culture of a gentleman, as well as the trained mind of a lawyer. Yet he appeared impervious alike to the cheapness of Florey's wit and the vulgarity of her taste. Her beauty had not only blinded him to her mental deficiencies, it had actually deluded him into a belief in her intelligence. He treated her slangy sallies as if they were an original species of humor. He accepted the sweeping comment of her ignorance as if it had been an inspired criticism of life. While she chattered, parrot-like, to the judge, who was obviously impressed by her appearance, Algernon listened to her ejaculatory conversation with a mixture of admiration and awe. "How do you think Florey is looking?" he asked in a low tone of Gabriella, while his wife's laugh, high, shrill, penetrating in its dry soprano quality, fluted loudly on the opposite side of the table. Beside Patty's patrician loveliness, as serene and flawless as that of a marble goddess, Florey appeared cheap, common, and merely pretty to Gabriella. The hard brilliancy of her surface was like a shining polish which would wear off with sleep and have to be replenished each morning. And while she watched her, Gabriella saw, in imagination, a vaguely ominous outline surrounding her which might have been the uncertain edge of her mother's shadow. In 25 years, Florey would be the image of her mother. Protuberant hips, pinched waist, mottled complexion, and hopelessly tarnished hair. Yet, with this awful prospect before him, Algernon could appear not only tolerant, but positively adoring. He had seen Bessie, he had known her for years, and he could marry her daughter. "I never saw her look handsomer," said Gabriella. "That white and silver gown is very becoming." "That's what I told her, but she wouldn't believe me. She thought it was too plain for her style. Your sister-in-law is something of Florey's type, isn't she? Not quite so striking a figure, perhaps, but the same sort of coloring." Was it possible that for the first time in his life the simple Algernon was speaking in irony? Turning in her chair, she looked questioningly into his kind, grave face, so empty of humor, into his serious gray eyes, which followed each movement of his wife's with admiring attention. No, he was not ironic. He was perfectly solemn. It was a miracle not of piety, but of passion, that she was witnessing. "Yes, Patty is lovely," she answered, thinking, as she reflected upon the eccentricities of love, how much too good he was for his wife. Across the table, Florey's voice was heard exclaiming, "Now you don't mean it! Well, I'm just as flattered as I can be." And Gabriella surmised that she was completing her conquest of the judge. "It's wonderful how well she gets on with everybody," observed Algernon. "She's never at a loss for a word, and I tell her if I had her ready wit, I'd be the greatest lawyer in Virginia today. Have you noticed the way she is managing Judge Crowborough?" "She always gets on well with men," acquiesced Gabriella, though without the enthusiasm of Algernon. "Do you remember what a belle she always was at the Germans?" Though she was willing to admit that love was the ruling principle of life, it occurred to her that Algernon would be more amusing if he were less abundantly supplied with that virtue. They talked of nothing but Florey until the women went into the drawing-room, and there, from the safe haven of a window, Gabriella listened to Florey's ceaseless prattle about herself. She was as egotistical, as effervescent as she had been as a schoolgirl, and it seemed to Gabriella that she was hardly a day older. Her eyes, of a grayish blue, like pale periwinkles, were as bold, as careless, as conquering in their glances. Her hair was still as dazzling. Her face, with its curious resemblance in shape to the face of a pretty cat, was still as frank, as naive, as confiding in its innocence. If she had changed at all, it was that, since her marriage to the silent Algernon, she had become even more talkative than she had been in her girlhood. Her vivacity was as disturbing as the incessant buzzing of a June beetle. "Well, you need never tell me again that you wouldn't rather live in New York, Gabriella," she fluted at parting, because I shan't believe a single word of it. Why, we've been to the theater every night for a fortnight, and we haven't seen half the good plays that are going on. Algy wanted to stay at Niagara Falls. You know, we went to Niagara Falls first. But it was so deadly quiet, I couldn't stand it. I don't care if I am married, I said to Algy. What I want is the theater. After she had gone, adoringly wrapped up by Algernon, Patty turned to her mother with a little malicious grimace. I know it's horrid to say she's dreadful, Mama, but she really is. Don't, Patty, it isn't kind, and besides, she's a friend of Gabriella's. What I can't understand, she added, is how Bessie ever came out of Virginia, yet there were always a few like her. You don't remember Pussy Prime, do you? Of course you don't. She died long before your day, but she was just that loud, boisterous kind, and all the men were in love with her. Well, if I'm ever born again, remarked Gabriella as she kissed Patty goodnight, I hope I'll be born a fat blonde. They always get taken care of. She ascended the stairs wearily to her room. Yes, she was barely 22, and love was over forever. I couldn't hold a man 6 months, she thought dejectedly, and yet Florrie, who is a fool and vulgar, will be adored all her life. End of section 14. End of book the first. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 15 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2nd, The Age of Knowledge. Chapter 1, Disenchantment. Part 1. In July, Gabriella joined her mother in the mountains of Virginia, and when she returned in the autumn, she found that the character of her home had changed perceptibly during her absence. Brightness had followed gloom, the fog of suspense had dissolved, and the hazy sunshine of an ambiguous optimism flooded the house. What the change implied she could not immediately discover, but before the first day was over, she surmised that the financial prospects of her father-in-law had improved since the spring. If she had had any doubt of his rising fortunes, the sight of the diminished pile of bills on Mrs. Fowler's desk would have quickly dispelled it. And even George had apparently altered for the better. His improved finances had sweetened his temper and cast the shining gloss of prosperity over his appearance. And in a measure at least, time had revived in him the ardent, if fluctuating, emotions of the lover. For 3 months after her return, he evinced a fervent sentiment for Gabriella, which she, who was staunchly paying the price of her folly, received with an inner shirking but an outward complacence. Her feeling for George was quite dead, so dead that it was impossible for any artificial stimulus to revive it, but she had learned that marriage is founded upon a more substantial basis than the romantic emotions of either a wife or a husband. Though she had ceased to love George, she could still be amiable to him, and it occurred to her at times that if one had to choose between the two not necessarily inseparable qualities of love and amiability, George was not losing greatly by the exchange. When, however, at the end of 3 months, George's capricious symptoms disappeared as suddenly as they had come, and his attentions lapsed into casual expressions of a nonchalant kindness, she drew a breath of relief, and devoted her happiest days to the nursery. There, at least, she had found a stable refuge among the turmoil of selfish human desires. In the house, which like George began presently to show the gloss of prosperity, the winter brought a continuous flashing stream of gaiety, in which Mrs. Fowler darted joyously about like some bright, hungry minnow beneath the iridescent ripples of a brook. There were new rugs, new curtains, new gowns, new bonnets, and Gabriella was led compliantly from dressmaker to milliner until she lost in the process her look of shabbiness, and developed into the fashionable curving figure of the period. She had always liked clothes, her taste was naturally good, and as she followed eagerly from shop to shop, she recalled the 3 months she had spent in Brandywine's millinery department and the rudiments of a trade she had learned there. "I'd rather design my next gown myself," she said one day to Mrs. Fowler, while they were looking at French models in the establishment of Madame Denard, who had been born in O'Grady. "I know I can do better than these, and besides, I shan't meet duplicates of myself every time I go out." That night she dreamed of hats and gowns, and the next morning she drew pictures of them in colored chalk. "It's the only talent I ever had," she remarked gaily to her mother-in-law, "and it is running to waste." Madame, who regarded the sketches with uncompromising disdain, showed great interest in the practical application of Gabriella's ideas to the dressing of Mrs. Fowler. "Yes, you have undoubtedly ideas," she said, discarding in her enthusiasm the accent she had spent 20 years in acquiring. "And there is nothing so rare in any department, in any walk of life, as ideas. You have style, too," she pursued admiringly, turning her eyes on Gabriella's figure in one of her Parisian models. "It is very rare. Such chic. You wear your clothes with a grace." "That also is a marketable asset in a dressmaker," laughed Gabriella. "Do you know I ought to have been a dressmaker, madame? Only I hate the very sight of a needle." "But I never sew. I haven't had a needle in my hand for 20 years. No, not for 30, protested Madame. "Then I mustn't give up hope. If I ever have to earn my living, I'll come to you, Madame." Then Madame bowed and smiled and shrugged as if at a gracious jest, and Mrs. Fowler observed in her crisp, matter-of-fact manner, "Yes, my daughter has a genuine instinct for dress, and as you say, that is very rare. She carries her clothes well, doesn't she? It's such a blessing to be tall, though my husband insists that the women who have ruled the world have always been small ones. But I do love a fine figure, and she looks so distinguished in that cherry-colored cloth, doesn't she?" To all of which Madame agreed, as she bowed them out with her ingratiating professional manner. "It's so lovely to have clothes," said Gabriella, sinking back in the Victoria. "Money is one of the best gifts of the gods, isn't it?" "It's hard to do without it," replied Mrs. Fowler, brisk and perfectly businesslike even in her generalizations. "I expect the worst suffering in the world comes from poverty." Then, after a thoughtful pause, she added with the practical air of one who scorns to be abstract, "But do you know I sometimes think Archibald and I'd both be happier if we had never made any money at all. I mean, of course, except just enough to live simply somewhere in the South. When once you begin, you can't stop, and I wish sometimes we had never begun." Above the narrow black velvet strings of her bonnet, her round, florid face, from which the fine tracery of lines had vanished, assumed the intent and preoccupied expression which Gabriella associated with the pile of unpaid bills on the little French desk. "I believe Archibald feels that way, too," she concluded after a minute, while her firm and unemotional lips closed together over the words. "But you enjoy it so much when you have it." "That's just the trouble. You have to enjoy it as quickly as you can, because you never know when you are going to lose every bit of it without warning. It's been that way ever since I was married. Rich 1 year, poor the next, or poor for 2 years and then rich for 3. Life has been a seesaw, with prosperity at one end of the plank and poverty at the other. Of course I know," she pursued with characteristic lucidity, "that you think me dreadfully extravagant, but we just as well spend it as lose it, and it's sure to be one thing or the other." "But couldn't you save something? Couldn't you put by something for the future?" Saving for the future was one of the habits of Gabriella's frugal past which still clung to her. "That would go, too. If we ever come to ruin, and heaven knows we've been on the brink of it before this, Archibald would not keep back a penny. That's his way, and that's one of the reasons I spend all we have, up to the very margin of his income." The logic of this was so confusing that Gabriella was obliged to stop and puzzle it out. At the end she could only admit that Mrs. Fowler's reasoning processes, which were by nature singularly lucid and exact, showed at times a remarkable subtlety, as if some extraneous hybrid faculty had been grafted on the simple parent stock of her mind. "I can't help feeling, though," resumed the practical little lady before Gabriella had reached the end of her analysis, that I'd be a great deal happier at this minute if we'd been poor all our lives." "It wouldn't have suited George," observed George's wife with an inflection of irony. "He mightn't have liked it, but I believe it would have been a great deal better for him," replied Mrs. Fowler, while she bowed gravely to a woman in a passing victoria. "There are many things George can't be blamed for, and the way he was brought up is one of them. Of course, he's no good whatever as a businessman. His father hardly ever sees him in the office, but it's useless to scold him about it, for it only exasperates him. But he might have been a sensible, steady boy if he had been brought up in some small place in the South where there was nothing to tempt him." That there was any place in the South small enough not to afford temptation to George seemed improbable to Gabriella, but she felt that Mrs. Fowler's earnest belief, supported as it was by the unshakable prop of maternal feeling, hardly justified the effort she must make to dispel it, and she had still no answer ready when the carriage turned into 57th Street, and stopped beside the pavement where little Frances, they had already begun to call her Fanny, sat in a perambulator. Flushed and smiling, with her red mouth gurgling delightedly, and a white wool lamb clasped in her arms, the adorable child was certainly worth any seesaw of destiny, any disillusioning experience of marriage. Before the beginning of the next winter, Gabriella's second child was born, a brown, sturdy boy, who came into the world with a frowning forehead, and crying lustily from rage, so the nurse said, not from fright. He was named Archibald after his grandfather, who developed immediately a passionate fondness for him. His eyes were brown like the eyes of the Carrs, though by the time he was 2 years old, he was discovered to be painfully nearsighted, a weakness which Mrs. Carr, when she heard of it, insisted he must have inherited from his father's side of the family. He was not nearly so beautiful a baby as little Fanny had been, but he was from the very beginning a child of much character, strong, mutinous, utterly uncompromising in his attitude toward life. When he was first put into shoes, he fought with desperation, and surrendered at last, neither to persuasion nor to punishment, but to an exhaustion so profound that he slept for hours with his small, protesting feet doubled under him, and sobs of fury still bursting from his swollen lips. The next day the struggle began again, and Mrs. Fowler remarked sympathetically, "You'll never be able to break his will, Gabriella. He is unmanageable." "I don't want to break his will, Mamma," replied Gabriella, for she belonged to a less scriptural generation. "But he must be disciplined if it kills me." Pale, gentle, resolute, she waited for Archibald to surrender. In the end she carried her point and won the adoring obedience of Archibald. There was a magnanimous strain in him even at that age, Gabriella used to say, and though he fought to the bitter end, he bore no malice after he was once soundly defeated. Long afterwards, when Gabriella looked back on the next few years of her life, she could remember nothing of them except the tremendous difference that the children had made. All the rest was blotted out, a drab blur of what Mrs. Fowler described with dignity as social duties, moving always against the variable atmosphere of the house, which was gay or somber, light or gloomy, according to the fluctuating financial conditions in Wall Street. There were extravagant winters and frugal winters, winters of large entertainments and winters of women's luncheons. But always the summers shimmered green and peaceful against the blue background of the Virginia mountains. The summers she loved even in memory, but of the winters she could recall but one glowing vision, and that was of Patty. Though she had lost George, she had gained Patty, and it was impossible to deny that Patty might be compensation for almost any lack. For the rest, she made few friends, partly from reserve, partly from the shyness she always felt in the presence of strangers. It was difficult to establish fundamental relations at dinners or even at women's luncheons. Social reforms were scarcely beginning to be fashionable, and apart from the reading which she did in order, as she said, to keep her mind open, her life narrowed down gradually to a single vivid center of activity. She lived in her children and in the few books she obtained from the library, since the purchase of books, even in extravagant years, represented gross prodigality to Mrs. Fowler. In Patty's friendship, and in the weekly gossiping letters she received from her mother. Mrs. Carr had long ago given up her plan to live with Gabriella and George, and a failure of circumstances, which fitted so perfectly into the general scheme of her philosophy, had done much to fortify the natural melancholy of her soul. Since even so gentle a pessimist was not devoid of a saving trace of spiritual arrogance, she found a consoling balm in the thought that she had refrained from reminding Gabriella how very badly the Carrs had all married. There was, for example, poor Gabriel's brother Tom, whose wife had gone deranged 6 months after her wedding, and poor Gabriel's sister Johanna, who had died, it was common gossip, of a broken heart. And besides these instances, nobody could possibly maintain that Jane had not made a disastrous choice when she had persisted against the urgent advice of her mother in marrying Charlie. Yes, the Carrs had all married badly, reflected Mrs. Carr, with the grief of a mother and the pride of a philosopher whose favorite theory has been substantially verified. Every one of them, with of course the solitary exception of poor Gabriel himself. Her weekly letters, pious, gossipy, flowing, reached Gabriella regularly every Monday morning, and were read at breakfast while Mr. Fowler studied the financial columns of the newspaper, and his wife opened her invitations in the intervals between pouring out cups of coffee and inquiring solicitously if anyone wanted cream and sugar. "What's the news?" George would sometimes ask carelessly, and Gabriella would glance down the pages covered with the formless characters of Mrs. Carr's fine Italian handwriting, the ladylike hand of the 60s, and read out carefully selected bits of provincial gossip, to which a cosmopolitan dash was usually contributed by the adventures, matrimonial or merely amorous, of Florrie Caperton. Hard, dashing, brilliant on the surface at least, a frank hedonist by inclination, if not by philosophy, Florrie had triumphantly smashed her way through the conventions and the traditions of centuries. "It's really dreadfully sad about Florrie," wrote Mrs. Carr. "I am so sorry for poor Bessie, who must feel it more than she lets anyone see. While Algernon was alive, we always hoped he would keep Florrie straight. You remember how everybody used to talk about her when she was a girl? But now he has been dead only a year and a half, and she has already married again and gotten a divorce from her second husband. You know, she ran away with a man named Tom Westcott. Nobody ever heard of him, but she met him at the White Sulphur Springs, where he had something to do with the horses, I believe. And the marriage turned out very badly, though for my part, I don't believe he was the least bit to blame. Florrie is so reckless that she would make any man unhappy. And 2 weeks after the wedding, she was separated from him and was back here with Bessie, looking as well and pretty as I ever saw her. You know, black was so becoming to her that she didn't take it off even when she eloped. And now after her divorce, she always wears it, just as if she were still in mourning for poor Algernon. Nobody would believe, unless they had seen her in it, how very loud black can be. I used to think widows ought to wear it because it kept them from being noticed, but on Florrie it is the most conspicuous thing you ever imagined. As Cousin Jimmy says, it simply makes her blaze, and you know how striking she always was anyway. I am sure I should think it would be embarrassing for her to go in the street in New York where nobody knows that she is really a lady, or at least that she was born a lady on her father's side. And this reminds me, I declare I ramble on so I can never remember what I started to say, but this reminds me that she had just been in to tell Jane that she's going to New York to take an apartment somewhere downtown. She told me the street and the number, but I have forgotten both of them. Jane says she looks more beautiful than ever after her last tragic experience, though she doesn't seem to think it tragic at all. But I was brought up to believe that a divorced woman, even if she is in the right, ought to live in a retired way and show that she feels her position. Now, I saw Florrie for a minute as she was going out, and she ran on like a girl of 16. You would think from her talk that she is not a bit sensitive about the unfortunate situation she is in. She had on a huge bunch of violets, and Cousin Pussy tells me another man is paying her the most devoted attention. Please don't mention this to a soul. I hate so to spread gossip, but I felt that you ought to be prepared, for Florrie will certainly come to see you, and you must be kind and polite to her, though I do not think you ought ever to be intimate again. It is not as if she were merely unfortunate. Many divorced women are, and we sympathize with them because they show that they realize their position. But I cannot believe that Florrie is unfortunate if she allows another man to pay her such marked attention, and even accepts handsome presents from him. So do be careful, my child, and if you find yourself in an embarrassing situation, consult Mrs. Fowler and be guided by her advice. "Florrie Spencer is coming to New York," said Gabriella on the morning she received Mrs. Carr's letter. "You know, she has just been divorced from her second husband, somebody she met at the White Sulphur Springs." George looked up interested from his breakfast. "Florrie is coming, is she?" he remarked. "Well, she's great fun. I wonder if she has her eye on anybody now." "Not on you, I hope," observed his father, who joked mildly on the mornings when the news was good. "But she's a beautiful woman, and she'll doubtless be able to get whatever she has set either her heart or her eye on." "She'll marry again within 6 months," prophesied Mrs. Fowler, with an anxious glance in the direction of her husband's coffee cup. "Poor Algy! I always thought he was 100 times too good for her," she added, while she abstractedly buttered her toast. It was one of their extravagant years, and the butter was delicious. "He adored her," said Gabriella. "I shall never forget the evening they spent here. He couldn't keep his eyes away from her. If she had been the most admirable character on earth, he couldn't have loved her better." "As if a man ever loved a woman because of her character," remarked Mrs. Fowler from the security of her experience. Several months later Florrie arrived, gay, brilliant, and beautiful, with her wax-like complexion as unlined by care as if it had been on the face of a doll. Though she had lightened her mourning since Mrs. Carr had described her to Gabriella, she still wore black, and her flaring skirt, her inflexible collar, and her lace sleeves, narrow at the shoulder and full at the wrists, resembled a fashion plate. Perched at a daring angle above her wheaten-red pompadour, with its exaggerated Marcel wave, she wore a curiously distorted hat of black velvet, lavishly overtrimmed with ostrich feathers, and before this miracle of style, Gabriella became at once oppressively aware of her own lack of the quality which Florrie would have described as dash. Already Florrie's figure was becoming slightly too protuberant for the style of the new century, and after kissing Gabriella effusively, she stood for a minute struggling for breath, in the attitude of her mother, with her hands pressed to the palpitating sides of her waist. "I told Mother I was certainly coming to see you right straight," began Florrie, while, with her recovered breath, her figure curved as suddenly as if it were moved by a spring into the fashionable bend of the period. "I've been perfectly crazy to come, but between dressmakers and theaters and I don't know what else, I simply haven't had a minute in which I could sit down and breathe. Mother says I ought to be downright ashamed of myself for being so frivolous when I've just gotten out of such a scrape. Did you ever hear before of anybody getting married for 2 weeks, Gabriella? But I know you never did. You needn't trouble to tell me so. Well, Mother says I oughtn't to look so pleased, and I tell her there might be some sense in that if I'd stayed in the scrape. But if I haven't a right to look pleased at getting out, I'd like to know who has." It was all too funny for words now, wasn't it? Of course I shouldn't dream of talking to everybody like this, even if I am a big talker. I reckon I know when to hold my tongue and when not to. But I've always told you everything, Gabriella, and I don't mind the least bit in the world telling you about this. It always relieves my mind to talk to somebody I can trust, and I know I can trust you. Don't you remember the way I used to run in on rainy afternoons when you lived way over in Hill Street, and tell you all about Fred Dudley and Barbara Willis? And then I used to come and talk about poor Algy by the hour. Wasn't it too distressing about poor Algy? I don't believe I'll ever get over it if I live to be 100. And even if I do run on like this, it doesn't mean that my heart isn't broken, simply broken, because it is. Mother used to say after Father died that you couldn't measure a widow's grief by the length of her veil, and that's just exactly the way I feel about Algy. I know you'll understand, Gabriella, because you always understand everything. "He was so deeply in love with you," observed Gabriella sympathetically, while Florrie, diving amid the foam of her laces, brought out a tiny handkerchief and delicately pecked at the corner of her eye, not near enough to redden the lid and not far enough away to disturb the rice powder on the side of her nose. "He was crazy about me to the very last. You never saw anything like it. Of course, we weren't a bit alike. I don't mind telling you so, Gabriella, because I know you'll never repeat it. We weren't really congenial, for Algy was just wrapped up in his law books, and there were whole days together when he wouldn't open his mouth. But that didn't seem to make any difference, because, as he used to say, one of us had to listen sometimes. But, Mother says a pair of opposites makes the happiest marriage, and after being married to Algy, I feel how true that is. I got into the habit of talking so much when I used to run on about nothing to cheer him up. He was always so grave and glum, even as a boy, you remember. And during his last illness, he died of Bright's disease, poor darling, and it came on just like that. He used to make me talk to him for hours and hours just to keep him from thinking. Well, that's all over now, and I don't care what anybody says. My heart's buried with Algy. I don't believe you were ever in love but once either, were you, Gabriella?" she inquired cheerfully. "Well, what about Mr. Westcott? Is that his name?" asked Gabriella without malice. As a study, Florrie had always interested her, for she regarded her less as an individual than as an awful example of the utter futility of moral maxims. Florrie was without intelligence, without feeling, without imagination, virtue, breeding, or good taste. Yet possessing none of these qualities, she had by sheer beauty and dash achieved all the ends for which these qualities usually strive. Good humor she had, as long as one did not get in her way, but beyond this single redeeming grace, she was as empty of substance as a tinted shell filled with sea foam. If power and efficiency are the two supreme attributes of success, then by all the laws and principles of logic, Florrie ought to have been a failure. But she was not a failure. She was a fool whose incomparable foolishness had conferred not only prosperity, but happiness upon her. She shone, she scintillated, she diffused the glow of success. Though she was undeserving of admiration, she had been surfeited on it from her childhood. Though she was devoid of the moral excellence which should command love, by a flashing glance or a waving curl, she could bring the most exalted love down from the heavens. There was no question that Algernon had really loved her to distraction, and Algernon was a man of sense, of breeding, of distinction. As for Florrie, she had, of course, as little capacity for loving as she had for thinking. "Tom Westcott? I declare, Gabriella, I am almost ashamed to tell you about him. You've never been to a Virginia summer resort, so you couldn't understand that there is something about a Virginia summer resort that just seems to make any man better than none at all. You get so bored, that you'd flirt with a lamppost if there wasn't anything human around. And when you haven't laid eyes on a real sure enough man for several months, it's surprising how easy it is to take up with the imitation ones. Of course, I don't mean that Tom wasn't all right as far as family and all that goes, but he was simply no earthly account. He was just mean all through, and as soon as I found it out, I packed right straight up and left him. After Algy, I couldn't have stood one of that sort, and there was no sense in my trying to. Life is too short, I always say, for experiments. There's no use sticking to a bad job when you can get away from it. That's the trouble with so many women, They try and try to stand the wrong man, when they know all the time that it isn't a particle of use, and that they are just bringing wrinkles into their faces. And then, by the time they give up, they're all worn out, and it's too late to look about for another chance. Now, I've seen too much of that kind of thing, and so I thought 2 weeks weren't long enough to bring wrinkles in my face, but they were plenty long for me to find out whether or not I could stand any man on earth. So here I am, in little old New York, instead of being stuck away in some God-forsaken Virginia town where there isn't even a theater, darning socks for a family of children. But there's no use talking about that." And Florrie, who had been born a lady on her father's side, adjusted her pompadour under the high bandeau of her hat, and rose with a dashing air from the sofa. "I'd love to see the babies, darling," she said. "I'm just crazy about babies." "They are out in the park. I'm so sorry. Perhaps they are coming in now. I hear the doorbell." End of section 15. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey. Section 16 of Life in Gabriella by Ellen Glasgow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Disenchantment. Part 2. But it was George instead of the children, and he entered presently with a moody look, which vanished quickly before the brilliant vision of Florrie. "I thought I heard you," he observed with the casual intimacy of an old playmate, "so I came in. Have you got fixed yet? What about the apartment? You better let me help you hunt for it." "Oh, I'm not sure about the apartment. I may take a house, a teeny-weeny one, you know," said Florrie, as she bent softly toward him, scented and blooming. If one didn't know there wasn't really a bit of harm in her, one would be puzzled just what to think of her, Gabriella reflected. Amid the perfect order of Gabriella's inner life, the controlled emotion, the serene efficiency, the balanced power, Florrie's noisy beauty produced a disturbing effect. She liked her because she had known her from childhood, and it was impossible to think any harm of a girl one had played with at school, but you could not deny that Florrie was vulgar. As a matter of fact, Florrie's mother had been vulgar before her, and the thin strain of refinement inherited from her father's stock had obviously been overborne by the torrential vulgarity of the maternal blood. "A house? Well, that's even better," replied George. "I've no use for apartments, have I, Gabriella?" His effrontery was incredible. That he should joke about his broken promise before Florrie amazed Gabriella even after her disillusioning experience with him. "Then I'll get you to help me. Will you lend him to me, darling?" trilled Florrie piercingly from the door, where she stood in a striking pose which revealed her fine figure to the best advantage. The request was directed to Gabriella, but her blue eyes mocked a challenge to George while she spoke. "Oh, I'll give him," answered Gabriella pleasantly. There was no harm in it, she told herself innocently again, but it was a pity that Florrie, with her remarkable beauty, should be quite so ill-bred. 5 minutes later, when George came back from putting Florrie into her hansom, he remarked carelessly, "She's got a figure all right." "Yes, she looks beautiful in black. No wonder she won't leave it off." By Jove, to think it's little Florrie. Why, I don't believe there's a finer figure in New York. When she passed by the club yesterday, the men were breaking their necks to look out of the window. Then, as if struck by a sudden suspicion, he added quickly, "Where did she get her money from? I thought Algie died rather hard up." "I never heard much about it. Mrs. Spencer must give her something." "I don't believe the old lady has a penny over 3,000 a year, and that won't do in New York. This Westcott didn't have anything, did he?" "It never occurred to me to ask," replied Gabriella indifferently. What did it matter to George where Florrie got her money? But then, George was always like that, and though he never made a penny himself, he was possessed of an insatiable curiosity about the amount and the sources of other people's incomes. "Well, it looks queer," he observed with intense interest after a prolonged pause. "That short pearl necklace she had on couldn't have cost a cent under $10,000. "It was lovely. I noticed how well the pearls matched," replied his wife. She was not in the least excited about the methods by which Florrie had obtained the necklace. All that was part of the miraculous way she got everything she wanted in life. But she liked the pearls, and she had envied Florrie when she looked at them. A deep furrow had appeared between George's eyebrows, and his mouth sagged suddenly at the corners, giving his face the ugly look Gabriella distrusted and dreaded. While she watched him, she recalled vaguely that she had once thought the latent brutality in his face an expression of power. How young she had been when she married him, how inconceivably ignorant. Yet at 20 years she had imagined herself wise enough to judge a man. She had deluded herself with the sanctified fallacy that mere instinct would guide her aright, that her marriage would be protected from disaster by the infallible impulse which he had mistaken for love. "I wonder," said George, with a suddenness that startled her out of her musing, "I wonder if it can be Winston Camp." And Gabriella, who had forgotten Florrie, looked up to remark absent-mindedly, "Winston Camp? You mean the man who dined here last winter and couldn't eat anything but nuts?" In the months that followed, George did not mention Florrie again, and if he pursued his investigations into the obscure sources of her livelihood, his researches did not lead him back in the direction of Gabriella. But, from the day of Florrie's visit, it seemed to Gabriella, when she thought of it afterwards, his casual indifference began to develop into brutal neglect. Not that she regretted his affection, or even his politeness, not that she cared in the least what his manner was. This she made quite plain to herself. But her passion to see life clearly, to test experience, to weigh events, brought her almost breathlessly round again to the question, what does it mean? Is there something hidden? Am I still the poor abject fool that Jane was, or am I beginning really to be myself? "You aren't looking well, Gabriella," said Mrs. Fowler at breakfast one morning, when George, as she confided afterwards to Patty, had behaved unspeakably to his wife before his father came down. "I want you to go about with me more, as you used to do before the children took up all your time." Gabriella had just crossed George's will about something, a mere trifle, something about calling on Florrie, and he had turned to her with a look of hatred in his eyes, a kind of nervous, excitable hatred which she had never seen until then. "Why does he look at me like that?" she had thought quite coldly, and why should he have begun all of a sudden to hate me? Why should my words, my voice, my gestures even, exasperate him so profoundly? Of course he has stopped loving me, but why should that make him hate me? I stopped loving him too long ago, yet there is only indifference, not hate, in my heart. "You must go about with me more, dear," repeated Mrs. Fowler, in obedience to a vague but amiable instinct, which prompted her to shield George, to deceive Gabriella, to deny the truth of facts, to do anything on earth except acknowledge the actual situation in which she found herself. "Don't you think she ought to go about more, George?" "I don't care what she does," returned George brutally, while his blue eyes squinted in the old charming way from which all charm had departed. I don't care. He checked himself, snapping his words in two with a virulent outburst of temper, and then, rising hurriedly, as his father entered the room, he left the table with his breakfast uneaten. "He's so nervous. I can't imagine what's the matter. I hope Burroughs wasn't in the pantry. Did you say anything to hurt his feelings before you came down, Gabriella?" asked Mrs. Fowler distractedly, with one eye on her daughter-in-law, and the other on the pantry door, through which the discreet Burroughs had disappeared at the opportune instant. "No, I haven't said anything that I can remember," answered Gabriella with calmness. It occurred to her that George's behavior was hardly that of a man whose feelings had been wounded, but she made no audible record of her reflection. "And of course I'll go out with you if you want me to," she added, for she felt sincerely sorry for her mother-in-law, even though she had ruined George in his infancy. "I am going to the library to return a book, and we might pay some calls afterwards." "That's just what I was thinking," responded Mrs. Fowler, embarrassed, bewildered. Was it possible, she asked herself, that Gabrielle had not noticed George's outrageous behavior? But Gabriella did not go about with her mother-in-law that season, for a higher will than Mrs. Fowler's frustrated that lady's benevolent intentions. To a casual glance, it would have seemed the merest accident which disturbed these felicitous plans. But such accidents, when Gabriella looked back on them afterwards, appeared to her to be woven into the very web and pattern of life. It was plainly incredible that her whole existence should be changed merely because Archibald was naughty, as incredible as the idea that destiny should have used so small a medium for the accomplishment of its tragic designs. But Archibald had hardly reached the park before he was brought home, resisting with all his strength, because he had given his shoes and stockings away. And the next 10 minutes, while Gabriella gently reasoned with him on the pavement, were pregnant with consequences. "He's fierce, that's what he is," declared the nurse, who was Irish and militant. "He kicked me so I'm black and blue, ma'am, all over the shins, and every bit because I wouldn't let him pull off his shoes and socks and give 'em to a barefooted boy in the park. You tell her, darlin'," to Frances, who stood bright-eyed and indignant, in her white fur coat and little fur cap, which she wore drawn down tight over her curls. "You tell your mamma, darlin', you tell her how fierce and bold he was, and how he kicked me about the shins because I wouldn't let him take off his shoes and socks." "The poor boy wanted 'em. I won't wear 'em. I will give 'em to the poor boy," screamed Archibald, furious, scowling, struggling in the restraining hold of his nurse. He was a robust, thick-set child of 4 years, with a thatch of dark brown hair and strange, nearsighted brown eyes, behind spectacles which he had worn from the time he could walk. "What is it, Archibald? Tell me about it. Tell Mother," pleaded Gabriella, while he struggled desperately to escape from her tender grasp. "Who was the poor boy, and where did you see him?" "He oughtn't to have been in the park, ought he, Mamma?" inquired Frances, who was guiltless of democratic tendencies. "Ragged people have no right to be in the park, have they?" "Hush, darling. I want to hear what Archibald has to say. Tell me about him, Archibald. Shall you and I go out to look for him?" "If you do, he'll pull his shoes and socks right off again," insisted Frances emphatically. "He had got one quite off and had given it to the boy before we saw him, and Nanny was obliged to go and take it back, and I had to hold Archibald while she put it on him. He screamed very loud, and everybody stopped to ask what was the matter, and one old gentleman with a long beard, like Moses in the Bible, gave Archibald a little box of candy. He took it out of his pocket, but Archibald threw it away and kept on hollerin' louder than ever." "That's right, darlin', you tell her," urged Nurse, a stout woman with a red face and 3 gold teeth in the front of her mouth. "I understand now. Don't tell any more, Fanny," said Gabriella. "Now, Archibald, dear, will you stop crying and be good?" "Am," replied Archibald suddenly, twisting out of her hands. "Am what, darling?" "Am good." "Well, will you stop crying?" "Have." "Then what do you want? Shall we go back and look for the poor boy?" "Hadn't any shoes. Feet were red. Wanted to give him shoes, 'cause I had plenty more at home. Nanny jerked him back. Hated Nanny. Hoped she would die. Hoped bears would eat her. Hoped tigers would eat her. Hoped lions would eat her. Hoped robins would cover her with leaves in the park." While he sobbed out his accusations against Nurse, Gabriella, holding his hand tightly in hers, turned toward Fifth Avenue, and by the time he was pacified, they had walked several blocks together, with Nurse and Fanny sedately bringing up the rear. Then at last, having reasoned him alike out of his temper and his generosity, Gabriella retraced her steps, and entering the house with her latchkey, ran quickly up the stairs to the closed door of Mrs. Fowler's room. As she raised her hand to knock, the sound of her own name reached her, and almost involuntarily she hesitated for an instant. "Yes, Gabriella is out. I saw her a minute ago on her way to the park with the children." "Well, somebody ought to tell her, Mother. I think it is perfectly outrageous to keep her in ignorance. Everybody is talking about it." "Oh, Patty, you couldn't. How on earth could you tell her a thing like that?" wailed George's mother, and she went on with a plaintive sigh as Gabriella opened the door. "George was always so mad about beauty, and though Gabriella has a fine face, she isn't exactly—" Then, at the startling apparition of Gabriella, with her face paling slowly above her black furs and her large, indignant eyes fixed on them both, Mrs. Fowler wavered and broke off with a pathetic clutch at the pleasantness which had entirely departed from her manner. "Why, Gabriella, I didn't know you had come in. I was just saying to Patty—" It was, as she said afterwards to her husband, exactly as if her mind had become suddenly blank. She couldn't to save her life think of a single word to add to her sentence. And all the time Gabriella was standing there, as white as a ghost, with her accusing eyes turning slowly from one to the other of them. "Somehow I just couldn't lie to her when she looked like that, and the truth seemed too dreadful," Mrs. Fowler added that night to Archibald. "Damn George," was Mr. Fowler's fervent retort. "And it took me so by surprise I almost fainted, for I'd never in my life heard him swear before," his wife had commented later. "But aren't men strange? To think he knew how all the time and kept it to himself. I declare they are entirely too secretive for anything." "I heard what you were saying when I knocked," began Gabriella with perfect composure. "I don't know quite what it was about, but I think... "It was nothing, dear. Patty and I were gossiping," replied Mrs. Fowler, with an eagerness that was almost violent. "Oh, Patty, you wouldn't!" For Patty had broken in, conquering and merciless, with the declaration, "If you don't tell Gabriella, Mama, I'm going to. It's outrageous, anyhow. I've always said so, the way people keep things from women. Gabrielle has a right to know what everybody is saying." "Of course I've a right to know," rejoined Gabriella, with a firmness before which Mrs. Fowler felt herself gradually dissolving. Melting away was the description she gave of her feeling. "If anybody has a right to know, I suppose I have. Of course it's about George. I know that much, anyhow," she added quietly. "I don't believe it's half so bad as they say," protested Mrs. Fowler feverishly. "I don't believe he really keeps her. His father says he couldn't possibly do it on the allowance he gives him, and you know George doesn't make a cent himself. Not a cent. He never supported himself in his life." She paused breathlessly, with a bright and confident glance, as if she had made a point, a minor one perhaps, but still a point, in George's favor. The jet fringe on her bosom, which had rattled furiously with her excited palpitations, became gradually quiet, and as she pressed her lips firmly with her handkerchief, which she had rolled into a ball, she appeared to be pressing her customary smile back into place. "It won't last, Gabriella," she began again, very suddenly, with renewed assurance. "These things never last, and I think Patty is quite wrong to insist upon telling you. Of course it is humiliating for a time, but... She hesitated, and then brought out triumphantly, "He married very young, you know, and men aren't like women. There's no use pretending they are. Now, when a woman loves a man—" "But you see, I don't love George," answered Gabriella, and her awful words seemed to reverberate through the horrified silence that surrounded her. "Not love him? Oh, Gabriella! Of course it's natural that you should feel angry and wounded, and that your pride should resent what looks like an affront to you, but you can't mean in your heart that you've got over caring. Women don't change so easily. Why, you're his wife, poor foolish boy that he is, and Florrie—" "So it's Florrie," observed Gabriella, with a strangely dispassionate interest. It was queer, she reflected afterwards, that she had not felt the faintest curiosity about the woman. "I always suspected that there was something wrong about her," pursued Mrs. Fowler, reassured by the knowledge that she was placing the blame where it belonged, according to all the laws of custom and tradition. "I must say I never liked her manner and her way of dressing, and she made eyes at every man she was introduced to, even at Archibald." "Well, I didn't believe there was any real harm in her," said Gabriella, in a tone she might have used at one of her mother-in-law's luncheons. She was still standing near the door, in the very spot where she had paused at her entrance, with her head held high above the black fur at her throat, and one gloved hand playing with a bit of cord on the end of her muff. She could not possibly have taken it better. Bad as the situation was, it might have been 100 times worse, except for Gabriella's composure, thought Mrs. Fowler discreetly, adding with an inexplicable regret that in her youth women were different. Yes, they had shown more feeling then, though they had behaved perhaps less well in a crisis. In spite of her gratitude, and she was sincerely grateful to her daughter-in-law for not making a scene, she became conscious presently that she was beginning to cherish an emotion not unlike resentment on George's account. That the discovery of George's faithlessness should be received so coolly by George's wife appeared almost an affront to him. Mrs. Fowler liked Gabriella. She was fond of her, and nobody could look in the girl's face and not see that she was a fine woman. But there were times, and this was one of them, when she thought her a little hard. Had Gabriella wept? Had she raged? Had she threatened Florrie's life or happiness? It might have been painful, but at least it would have been human. And above all things, Mrs. Fowler felt that she liked women to be human. "Nothing that anybody says or does can excuse George," said Patty sternly. "He has behaved abominably, and if I were Gabriella, I'd simply wash my hands of him. I don't care if he is my brother. That doesn't make me blind, does it? If he were my husband," she concluded passionately, "I'd feel just the same way about it." "Oh, you mustn't. Oh, Patty, hush, it's wicked, it's sinful," moaned Mrs. Fowler, shutting her eyes, as if the sight of Patty's indignant loveliness gave her a headache. "Don't try to harden Gabriella's heart against him. Don't try to make her think she's really stopped loving him." Gabriella's answer to this outburst was a look which, as poor Mrs. Fowler said afterwards, cut her to the heart. Backing weakly to a chair, the valiant little lady sat down suddenly, because she felt that her legs were giving way beneath the weight of her body. And though she was unaware of its significance, her action was deeply symbolical of the failure of the old order to withstand the devastating advance of the new spirit. She felt vaguely that she wished women and things were both what they used to be, but this, since she had little imagination, was as far as she penetrated into the psychology of Gabriella's behavior. "But you see, you're making the mistake of thinking that I love George," said Gabriella, with a reasonableness which made Mrs. Fowler feel that she wanted to scream. "And I don't love him. I don't love him at all. I haven't loved him for a long time, not since the night I saw him drunk. How could I love a man I've seen drunk, disgustingly drunk, a man I couldn't respect? I'm not made that way, and I can't help it. Some women may be like that, but I'm not. I couldn't, even if I wanted to, love a man who has treated me as George has done. I don't see how any woman could, any woman with a particle of pride and self-respect. Of course, I had to live with him after I married him," she finished abruptly. "Marriage isn't made for love. I used to think it was, but it isn't." "But Gabriella, you don't mean, you can't." Mrs. Fowler was really pitiable, for after all, George was her son, and the ties of blood would not break so easily as the ties of marriage. In the depths of her humiliation, she had almost convinced herself that she had never respected George, that she had never believed in him, forgetting the pride and adoration of her young motherhood. Whatever George did, she could not change his relation to her. She could not shatter that one indissoluble bond that holds mankind together. "Gabriella, you don't. You can't," she repeated wildly. Then, as Gabriella turned quickly and left the room, Mrs. Fowler rose stoically to her feet, adjusted her belt with a tremulous movement of her hands, and smiled bravely as she went to the mirror to put on her hat. Heartbroken and distraught of mind though she was, she submitted instinctively to the lifelong tyranny of appearances. End of section 16. Recording by Nancy Halper, Summit, New Jersey.